Are you really the Empress of Azure Water? The one who founded the Azure Water Federation 6,000 years ago. When elf queens Nancilia and Marilyn saw Shui Lan, they both felt as if they were in a dream. The Azure Water Empress. She wasn't just any ordinary figure. She was not only an epic character remembered in history but also a being who had become legendary, and now, such a personage was standing right before their eyes. Shui Lan nodded, yes, it's me. However, I never claimed the title of Empress myself. It was a title posthumously bestowed upon me by later generations. Marilyn said, but weren't you, 6,000 years ago already? Shui Lan spoke candidly, indeed, I died 6,000 years ago. It was the Demon King who discovered my soul and brought me back to life. What? Resurrected? Marilyn was speechless with shock. The Demon King was too formidable. However, Nancilia found nothing strange about it. The Demon King was omnipotent, and there was nothing he couldn't do. She immediately stepped forward and said, welcome, Empress, to our Jauntry City. We came to greet you upon hearing of your visit, and it's an honor for the elves of our city to have you here. 3 days ago, Shui Lan left the Azure Water Federation. Over the past 2 days, she had visited several major cities including Ironheart City, the main city of the dwarves, Thundering City, the main city of the giants, Berserk Beast City, the main city of the orcs, and Thousand Fang City, the main city of the gnomes. She chose the most famous, prosperous, and vibrant main city of the elves as her final stop, and upon hearing the news, both elven kings Nancilia and Marilyn personally came to welcome her. Shui Lan was surprised, I now work for Darkness City and am just a retainer under the Demon King. There's no need for such esteemed individuals as yourselves to go to such lengths for me. To her astonishment, the small Jauntry City was home to 2 elven kings, one of whom had even reached level 6. Shui Lan sensed an extraordinary aura from Nancilia and had a vague feeling that this young elven king's future achievements might not fall short of her own during her prime. Jauntry City was truly a place where remarkable talents lay hidden. Shui Lan began her tour of the city. The population had reached 800,000, with 80% being elves and the rest being merchants of various races or people working there. This population was insignificant compared to some of the large cities in the Azure Water Federation, but Jauntry City exuded a vibrant vitality that most cities in the Federation lacked. Shui Lan visited several key sites, including the Super Elven Farm, Elven Academy, and the Elven Workshop. Marilyn explained, Jauntry City is currently the fastest-growing city in the Chaos Forest, apart from the capital city Darkness City. Our large farm alone, with just a small part of its output, can sustain all races and populations in the entire forest, with the majority being exported. Currently, nearly 200,000 elves work here, and we plan to hire 50,000 skilled planters from other races, like goblins, minotaurs, and satyrs. Our Elven Academy has opened, with thousands of young elves studying, and we also have classes for other races. Our Elven Workshop is the largest in the Chaos Forest, with daily potion output alone worth 2 to 300 million standard gold coins. We also place great emphasis on spiritual entertainment. We have opened bars, inns, casinos, theaters, art galleries, and various restaurants for travelers. Shui Lan felt that the entire Jauntry City was brimming with vitality and energy. The population was growing rapidly and was far from reaching its limit. The city's resources, such as farms and workshops, were still far from being fully developed. With the Demon King having created the ancient Tree of Eternity and given rise to the 2 Elven Kings, Shui Lan could easily believe that in as short as a few months or up to half a year, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of elves from other regions would flock to this place. Nancilia also mentioned, since His Majesty began his campaign against the Empire, life in the various cities of the Chaos Federation has changed greatly. Human clothing, handicrafts, and daily necessities can now be found in the stores of Jauntry City. And of course, the food, herbs, and materials produced here are being exported to human areas. The people of the Kolo region are full of praise for the products from Jauntry City. Since His Majesty established the spiritual internet world, the lives of the elves have become richer and more colorful. Everyone enjoys online shopping for products from different parts of the Federation. Shui Lan had noticed that ever since she entered the city, she had seen many groups of transportation caravans. These caravans were composed of gnomes and ogres, using winged beast or jungle giant lizards to transport a variety of goods. Additionally, uniformed harpies and winged kins were seen delivering packages door to door. These were the people of the Thousand Fangs Commerce Guild, whose precursor was the Gnome Merchant Group from Thousand Fangs City. Previously, these gnomes specialized in speculative trading in the forest. After the Demon King unified the Chaos Forest, such speculative business dwindled, and the Demon King then ordered the Thousand Fangs merchants to supply the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Seizing this opportunity, the Thousand Fangs gnomes underwent a transformation and now had become the largest logistics supplier in the Federation. With their extensive trade routes reaching every city, village, and tribe, they purchased tens of thousands of terrestrial and aerial transport beasts for the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild, forming a powerful jungle transportation team. They could collect specialty products from remote villages and also deliver food, potions, equipment, and other necessities to these villages and tribes. After the Great Demon King created the spiritual internet world, the gnome merchants of Thousand Fangs quickly seized the business opportunity. With the expanding territory of the Federation, flourishing economy, and efficient communication through the spiritual network, commercial activities in the Federation were bound to thrive, and online shopping was set to become a trend. The gnomes thus planned ahead, continuing to build the best transportation network and even planning to employ tens of thousands of harpies and wingedkins as couriers. Now that their business was expanding, they were poised to soar higher with the coming trends. Shui Lan spent a day touring Jantri City and observed that almost every race found its place, value, and work there. Whether elves, orcs, or gnomes, everyone contributed to the construction of the Federation without any major conflicts, living harmoniously. Was this what the Demon King meant by issues of production materials, efficiency, and distribution? Why had no one achieved this before? Shui Lan realized that the Chaos Forest of the past was different from the present. Did it have an elven farm like the Jantri cities that could feed the entire population? Were there elven workshops producing potions worth hundreds of millions of standard gold coins every day? In the past, orcs had no mines to work, dwarves couldn't sell their equipment, and there was no magical spiritual communication like the spiritual internet world. All these changes stemmed from the Demon King. He had built numerous magical facilities, including dozens of large and small farms. He expanded the distributable wealth of the Chaos Forest, bringing peace among the races that were once fighting over meager profits or mere survival. Shui Lan finally understood that the Demon King's capabilities were indeed extraordinary. Seeing the transformation from the Azure Water Federation to the development of Chaos Federation, she fully recognized the changes occurring in the world, the complexity of the current situation, and what she needed to do. Without much further thought, Shui Lan bid farewell to the two elven kings and returned to Darkness City. She approached the Great Demon King, Zhang Nu, who was at that moment studying how to deploy the recently acquired Blood Moon Altar. This blueprint for the Blood Moon Altar, obtained from the Rift Tower, appeared to be a summoning altar with powerful offensive capabilities, but as a level 5 special building, its construction was not cheap. Seeing Shui Lan appear, Zhang Nu was not surprised, but simply asked, "After your travels these past few days, do you have any new insights about the current situation and the Chaos Federation?" Shui Lan did not answer his question directly. Instead, she said, "I've come to a realization." "Oh? What is it?" Zhang Nu inquired. "I must destroy the covenant I created years ago," Shui Lan declared. Zhang Nu was shocked. He had not expected Shui Lan to have such a thought. The Azure Water Covenant was the foundation of the Azure Water Federation, the greatest achievement of the Empress in her lifetime, and it had a significant impact on subsequent generations. Why would you suddenly think of this? Do you realize that dismantling this covenant would lead to the immediate disintegration of the Azure Water Federation? Zhang Nu asked. Shui Lan nodded, "I know. But the covenant I signed 6,000 years ago for the peace of the marine races has now become the biggest obstacle to the development of the seas." It turned out that Shui Lan had recognized the problems currently faced by the Azure Water Federation. Her decisiveness to erase her greatest accomplishment demonstrated an admirable strength and responsibility. Continuing, Shui Lan said, "However, given the current situation of the Azure Water Federation, the disappearance of the Covenant will inevitably lead to the most brutal civil war in history. The marine races will be greatly weakened, leaving them vulnerable to other empires. I don't want to see that happen, so..." She paused before adding, "I hope Darkness City will intervene to quell the rebellion among the marine races and integrate as many of them as possible into the Chaos Federation." This was quite unexpected. Zhang Nu had not anticipated that a mere tour would lead to such a significant change in Shui Lan's attitude. However, with her statement, Zhang Nu could be reassured that the future expansion of Darkness City's influence into the Azure Water Federation would not only be unopposed by Shui Lan but might even receive her assistance. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the succubus Queen Han Kursen sat on her throne in Gloom City, deep in thought. Frankly speaking, when Zhang Nu invited her to merge directly with Darkness City, she was very tempted. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. And this wasn't actually chicken head but the head of a phoenix. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. If she couldn't become a superpower like the Potato Great Demon King, why not become part of a greater whole, even if her share was very small? Such a move promised definite growth. Becoming the CEO of the Darkness City Group would allow her to better utilize her management skills and talents. But to give up her independence so easily was no simple matter. Just as Han Kursen was grappling with this decision, a greater demon suddenly flew in and reported, "My lord, there's trouble. Several demon kings with their armies are attempting to surround Gloom City." On hearing this, Han Kursen's expression turned grave. "Where are they coming from?" The greater demon replied, "The details are unclear, but based on our assessment, they seem to be coming from the south." The south? That wasn't surprising. Han Kursen knew there were many demon kings lurking in that area. Each of these demon kings was powerful, and they had formed an alliance. Their appearance now likely spelled trouble. Han Kursen realized that she was in danger. Near Gloom City, there was a massive army. Judging by its size, it totaled roughly around 100,000. Comprised entirely of undead, demons, and other dark races, this force was significantly stronger than your average rabble. In fact, their strength was comparable to the 4 legions the Thunder Empire deployed in the Battle of Kolo. Such a vast and powerful army could not easily be mustered by a single level 5 demon king. The army was clearly divided into various military units and races, indicating that several demon kings were involved. However, demon kings usually find it hard to coexist unless one of them possesses overwhelmingly superior power. The leader of this force was easily recognizable, a figure about 4 meters tall, covered in a pale, exoskeletal-like bone, with a pair of horns over a meter long on his head, giving off a sinister and malevolent aura. This was the Bone Demon King, Park Jae-hyun, a powerful level 5 demon king. Park Jae-hyun was from Bang Nation. His demonic race was the Bone Demon, an extremely rare and high-level demon king species with characteristics of both high-level demons and high-level undead, making him extremely formidable and challenging to deal with. Park Jae-hyun was highly ambitious. He had already gained control over 1 to 2 million people in the underworld and was attempting to conquer the entire underworld. To this end, he specifically formed a Demon King alliance, called the Pale Bones. As of now, the Pale Bones Demon King alliance had recruited 30 powerful Demon Kings. These Demon Kings could not threaten Park Jae-hyun but significantly expanded his sphere of influence. At this time, Park Jae-hyun learned that 6,000 miles to the north, there was a succubus queen whose power and influence were almost equal to his. On receiving this news, Park Jae-hyun became immediately vigilant. He would not allow a demon king capable of rivaling him to exist nearby. Although he had no direct interactions with this succubus queen, he had heard of her reputation. Such a demon king must either be conquered or destroyed, they could not be left unchecked. Consequently, Park Jae-hyun ordered his subordinates to organize a massive army. He had now arrived near Gloom City and observed that the city had already activated its barrier and various defense towers, indicating that they were well prepared. "Succubus Queen," he shouted. "Don't hide. I know you're in there. We've come a long way. It's quite impolite not to greet us. Is this how you Huaxia people lack manners?" About 2 minutes after Park Jae-hyun's call, a ripple in space appeared, and the succubus queen, using her ability to move instantly, appeared above Gloom City. Upon seeing her, Park Jae-hyun's eyes widened. She truly lived up to her reputation as one of the most famous female demon kings. Not only did the succubus queen possess an incredibly strong presence, but her appearance also conformed closely to human aesthetic standards. Han Kursen hovered mid-air, her gaze cold and indifferent as she said, "You are not welcome here." Park Jae-hyun laughed heartily, "Don't be so unfriendly. I come with sincerity, here to discuss a partnership with the famous Queen Han. I believe that by joining forces, conquering cities and races across tens of thousands of miles will be a trivial matter." "Is that so?" Han Kursen glanced at Park Jae-hyun's forces with a mocking tone. "Is this your idea of sincerity? It seems you have too much of it." My small gloom city might not be able to handle it. Park Jae-hyun didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. Let me be clear, you have only one choice, which is to sign a contract with me, join the Pale Bones Demon King Alliance, and become my woman. Only this way can you keep your territory, or you should know the consequences. Han Kursen laughed mockingly. You're really confident, aren't you? I know a demon king who is hundreds of times stronger than you, and even he doesn't talk as big as you. What gives you the right to threaten me? Do you really think Gloom City is an easy target? Hearing this, Park Jae-hyun's face darkened. He refused to believe there was a demon king hundreds of times more powerful than him in this world. He would rather believe that she's just bluffing because he himself is one of the top demon kings. That's a bold woman you are. Don't be ungrateful, my patience has limits. Once I start, it'll be too late for regrets, he warned. Han Kursen scoffed, do your worst. I'm more than willing to face you. The Bone Demon King, accustomed to smooth sailing and unchallenged supremacy, had never encountered a demon king who dared to defy him. This succubus queen dared to be so presumptuous? Unthinkable. Today, he must teach her a lesson and show her the might of a man from Bang Nation. He turned to his subordinates and other demon kings, commanding, stand down. To deal with this one, I am more than enough. Amid their conversation, the Bone Demon King, Park Jae-hyun, soared into the air, and both great demon kings began to prepare for a direct confrontation. Bone Demon Domain. Domain of Domination. Park Jae-hyun was the first to activate his domain skill. Countless bones appeared out of thin air, crisscrossing like a cage, sealing off the surrounding space. But in the next second, these pale bones were sliced by hundreds of thin lines, disintegrating into fragments that scattered in the air. The succubus queen's domain had overpowered the Bone Demon King's domain. What? Park Jae-hyun exclaimed in shock. This is impossible. Since his emergence, he had never experienced his domain being broken. It seemed that the succubus queen's power was even stronger than his. However, despite her domain power being superior, Han Kursen did not become complacent. She sensed that the gap between them was actually very small. Although she had suppressed his bone demon domain, it was just barely, and her own domain had been weakened by 90%, its effectiveness significantly reduced. Soul domination. Mind control. With the manipulation of her fingers, Han Kursen directed dozens of blue psychic threads and purple soul strands towards the Bone Demon King from various directions. Whenever she faced an enemy, if this move hit successfully, Han Kursen would almost certainly secure victory. Even if the enemy was powerful and could not be controlled mentally or have their soul pulled out, at least they could be immobilized. Even demon kings of the same tier could not resist this technique. To her surprise, the Bone Demon King, under attack at the mental and soul level, showed no reaction whatsoever. His spirit and soul were exceptionally unusual and difficult to control. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect this, did you? Park Jae-hyun laughed triumphantly. Did you think I would come unprepared? I've already gathered information about you. Your main attack methods are psychic and soul attributed, right? These attacks are troublesome for most, but you're unlucky to have encountered me. The Bone Demon King is naturally immune to psychic and soul attacks. Your attacks are ineffective against me, he boasted. As he spoke, the Bone Demon King charged forward, his right hand transforming into a bone blade that thrust directly at Han Kursen. Han Kursen's expression darkened, and she instantly cast several layers of shields. However, Park Jae-hyun's bone blade easily shattered these barriers, striking Han Kursen's shoulder. The Bone Demon King was not only immune to psychic and soul attacks. He also possessed a powerful talent for dispelling elemental attacks. The magical shields cast by Han Kursen were all elemental in nature, making them easy targets for his blade. Ha ha ha. Succubus Queen, you can't possibly be my match. Park Jae-hyun taunted. Han Kursen quickly wrapped a transparent energy thread around him, hoping to slice his body into pieces with these sharp threads. Death slice. Han Kursen exerted force to tighten the threads. Although the Bone Demon King's body was tougher than black iron, it was cut open as easily as mud. However, it was no use. As soon as his body was sliced, it reassembled like building blocks, and his bones began to grow rapidly, shooting out several poisonous bone arrows. 4 or 5 of these struck Han Kursen. Damn it. She was being countered. In terms of sheer power, Han Kursen was actually stronger than Park Jae-hyun. However, the Bone Demon King's abilities were a natural counter to the Succubus Queen, almost like a predator-prey relationship, leaving her with little chance of victory. "Face your fate," the Bone Demon King declared as he lashed out with a bone whip, rapidly coiling it around Han Kursen, binding her. She quickly activated several non-elemental shields, barely managing to resist the attack. "You've lost," Park Jae-hyun shouted. Despairing bone prison. Countless bones appeared around Han Kursen, rapidly assembling like building blocks into a massive cage, completely sealing her inside. Shit. Han Kursen realized she was trapped. The bone prison had a magic suppressing effect, rendering most of her skills unusable. Although she could still use her innate abilities, the Succubus Queen's talent in attack was not strong enough to break free from these bonds. Worse still, the despairing bone prison could absorb HP and MP, as well as suppressing her stats. In her current state, Han Kursen found it almost impossible to escape using her own strength and was at risk of being completely drained and left at the mercy of her captor. "This is bad. Her Majesty is trapped," people in Gloom City cried out in panic. Han Kursen's two most capable subordinates, Han Xiuyue and Han Dongxue, were not present. Had these two monarch-level units been there, they could have potentially changed the outcome of the battle. Both were currently in Holy Tide City, where the White Sand tribe was asserting control. This battle had occurred suddenly, so they had not had time to return, leaving Gloom City in a dire situation. "Quick, go find Kings Xiuyue and Dongxue." The people of Gloom City immediately thought of fetching the two from Holy Tide City. "It's too late," a wise succubus grand sage spoke gravely. "Besides, the enemy is very powerful. Even if Xiuyue and Dongxue return, they might not be able to handle this bone demon. What should we do then? Let's just charge out. Fight these guys head-on. We must rescue our master." The followers in Gloom City were restless and ready to launch a full counterattack. The succubus grand sage quickly interjected, "No, that would be falling right into their trap. We can't let them succeed and can't let Gloom City suffer heavy losses. But our master is already trapped. What could be more important than rescuing our master right now?" "We have a better way," said the succubus grand sage. "What is it?" "Go to Darkness City and find the Dragon Demon King." Minutes later, a high-ranking demon rushed to Darkness City and found Zhang Nu, who was conversing with Shui Lan, and reported the situation in Gloom City. Zhang Nu was surprised. "Really? Such a thing has happened? Our master is in grave danger and can't hold on much longer. We implore the great Dragon Demon King, considering the alliance between Darkness City and Gloom City, to lend your assistance." As long as Queen Han wasn't dead yet, it wasn't a big deal. Thus, Zhang Nu, along with Shui Lan, teleported to the teleportation tower and then directly to Gloom City. Another teleportation brought Zhang Nu and Shui Lan to the front line, where they saw the standoff between the Pale Bones Demon King Alliance and Gloom City as well as the floating bone prison. From receiving the plea for help to arriving on the scene, it only took a minute. Seeing the succubus queen trapped, Zhang Nu felt delighted, not out of malicious glee, but because after this battle, Queen Han would owe him a huge favor. Moreover, being defeated by a Bang Nation Demon King would certainly be a massive humiliation. The prospect of her joining Darkness City now seemed even greater. This Bang Nation Demon King had unwittingly done him a moderate favor. When Park Jae-hyun returned to his own camp, the Demon Kings of the Pale Bones Alliance began to flatter him profusely. "Boss. You're so powerful. Not just powerful, our leader is simply invincible. The Succubus Queen is no small figure, recognized as one of the strongest Demon Kings, yet she fell to our leader in just a few moves. With such strength, unifying this underworld will surely be no problem. If we follow the leader, we are bound to prosper." The Demon Kings who had the privilege to join Park Jae-hyun on this expedition were no weaklings either. Each was a level 4 entity, and while they couldn't be one of the top dominators, they were certainly powerful enough to rule their own territories. They all showered Park Jae-hyun with praises, which he found extremely gratifying. He was immensely satisfied and proud of defeating the Succubus Queen. Such a woman, he thought, would be a waste to kill. Instead, after stripping her of her powers and imprisoning her as his toy, he could surely make all other Demon Kings green with envy. The famous Succubus Queen is merely SOSO. There's no need to leave Gloom City standing any longer. Park Jae-hyun was about to order his troops to conquer Gloom City in one fell swoop, completely eliminating the threat, and then integrate the dozens of tribes and thousands of miles of territory controlled by the Succubus Queen into the Pale Bones Alliance's territory. However, a fluctuation in the space occurred. Park Jae-hyun's expression shifted as he looked over. Two figures appeared, one was a mysterious person in a cloak, and the other was a merfolk from the Sea Tribe, surrounded by water vapor and exuding an aura of water. There are oceans in the underworld, so there are sea tribes in this world as well. However, the underworld sea tribes are quite different from those on the surface, and the aura of this sea tribe member was significantly different from that of the underworld sea tribes. Park Jae-hyun's face darkened. You are not from Gloom City, are you? Where did you come from? You dare to appear before us, aren't you afraid of being obliterated? The mysterious person in the cloak chuckled. His voice was deep, authoritative, and commanding. I have no grudge against you, but you've captured my friend, and I cannot just stand by. How about you return her to me, and I might consider not holding you accountable. Your friend? Ha 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 ha. Park Jae-hyun laughed loudly. So you're an accomplice of the Succubus Queen? She was defeated by my hand. Who do you think you are to demand her return? You're just looking to die. Boss. Why waste your words with him? He's just a nobody. Let us handle this. This kind of fodder doesn't require the boss to personally act. The other demon kings were eager to show off in front of Park Jae-hyun. In the blink of an eye, dozens of powerful magic and combat skills were ready to be unleashed. What ignorance! Shui Lan lifted her delicate hand with a wave. A thin layer of water, as fragile as a cicada's wing, blocked all the attacks. When the magic and combat chi hit the water screen, they dissolved without a trace, like a clay bowl entering the sea, completely neutralized and absorbed. It was quite eerie. Everyone was left gaping in astonishment. You are not nobody. Who the hell are you? Park Jae-hyun showed a hint of wariness. The Sea Tribe woman effortlessly blocked so many attacks, suggesting her strength might be on par with the Succubus Queen. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, the mysterious cloaked person seemed to have an even higher status. The cloaked figure spoke. You don't need to know that. I gave you a chance, but since you don't appreciate it, so be it. Enraged, Park Jae-hyun said, How dare you? Die. He moved swiftly like a meteor, his hands transforming into massive bone blades, and he viciously struck the water shield. Shatter. The Bone Demon King possessed a strong ability to dispel elemental forces, and the seemingly delicate water elemental shield should have been easy to break. However, when his blades hit the barrier, he was shocked to find that all the force he had concentrated in his blades was absorbed by the thin, bubble-like shield, causing no disturbance whatsoever. How can this be? Park Jae-hyun had never seen such magic before. Shui Lan raised her hands, unleashing a torrent of energy like a devastating tsunami, instantly engulfing everything in sight with seawater. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the Pale Bones Alliance were swept into the endless deep sea. Under the intense pressure that could crush steel, everyone lost their ability to breathe. They were bound by giant octopuses while being attacked by a swarm of large horn creatures. In the blink of an eye, screams and wails filled the air. You're under the effect of Azure Water Sanctum. All elemental magic, except water-based magic, is sealed. All stats -44%, -60 HP per second. You will suffer continuous onslaught from the Sanctum's creatures. The Bone Demon King Park Jae-hyun was horrified. He finally understood why this domain was so powerful. It was not a regular domain but a mythic sanctum, something only a mythic class unit could deploy. A mythic sanctum is an upgraded version of a monarch's domain, essentially a more potent monarch's domain infused with the power of laws. Within the sanctum, Shui Lan utilized her dominion over laws of water to forcefully repel other laws, rendering all non-water-based magic skills and various items ineffective. To attempt to contend with water-based attacks against the former queen of the Sea Tribe in such an environment was as futile as trying to showcase sword skills in front of Guan Yu, a renowned warrior. As soon as Shui Lan activated her domain, all targets were significantly weakened. Even if the enemy had a numerical advantage, they would find it hard to resist and could only delay until the sanctum could no longer be maintained. Just as Shui Lan was about to launch a massive attack spell to wipe out tens of thousands of enemies in an instant, Zhang Nu stepped forward. Allow me. Taking advantage of the situation where the group was suppressed by Shui Lan and almost unable to move or escape, Zhang Nu extended his hand to release an ice crystal. This crystal quickly flew into the midst of the demon kings and instantly released its energy, freezing them along with the seawater. S-rank magic, glacial descent. Ice magic is a variant of water magic and can be executed within Shui Lan's sanctum. This magic, in combination with Shui Lan's sanctum, was a perfect match. Assisted by Shui Lan, the power and effect of glacial descent were enhanced at least 3 to 5 times. The ice crystal rapidly expanded, freezing an area with a radius of several kilometers. The area where Zhang Nu and Shui Lan stood was unaffected. Although Shui Lan's strength was not as great as Zhang Nu's, resisting the excess of this magic was not a major issue for her. Together, they almost instantly sealed tens of thousands of people, including Park Jae-hyun, who wore a face of horror and disbelief. Although he was frozen and unable to move or use his abilities, his consciousness was still clear, looking at the scene before him in terror. The other troops who were fortunate enough not to be swept up in the sanctum and frozen were mostly native troops affiliated with the Demon Kings, and they were terrified, fleeing in all directions. Dragon King Sanctum. Spatial turbulence. Zhang Nu activated his mythic sanctum, enveloping tens of thousands of people in an iceberg that plummeted into a vast void. The surrounding space twisted, creating chaotic spatial currents and vortices, functioning like a meat grinder, rapidly disintegrating and devouring the iceberg. The warriors inside, unable to move or resist, were all blended to smithereens. Their ability to counter, or even act, was completely nullified. The flow of time was manipulated, making the entire process occur very swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 35,000 targets were annihilated, and Zhang Nu gained approximately 80 million gold from it. Zhang Nu didn't kill Park Jae-hyun and the other Demon Kings, and they remained conscious throughout, witnessing the horrific scene unfolding before their eyes. What kind of power was this? What level of existence could do something like this? They didn't even have time to break free from the seal, and their hard-built elite troops were almost entirely wiped out, a complete setback to their efforts. Their feeling of despair was unimaginable and beyond description. Zhang Nu then banished them all to the Abyssal Divine Realm. As high-ranking Demon Kings, it seemed a waste to kill them outright. Instead, he decided to imprison them, potentially using them as rewards for ally heroes in the future to recoup some value. The Abyssal Divine Realm, unlike regular domain skills, is an independently operating space, a natural prison. Once Park Jae-hyun and his group were sent there, it was impossible for them to escape. After resolving the situation, Shui Lan launched several water blades, instantly shattering the bone prison and rescuing the succubus queen. "Are you all right?" Han Kursen couldn't believe that the two of them, working together, had managed to defeat such a large force. It was incredible, their strength seemed excessively terrifying. The gap was just too vast. She saw that even the once famed Shui Lan had become a subordinate. Finally, without further hesitation, Han Kursen made a decision that would affect her future and the trajectory of her fate, officially announcing the merging of Gloom City with Darkness City. "Are you sure?" Zhang Nu asked. "Maybe you should think it over again. This decision is irreversible." Zhang Nu was somewhat surprised. Although he believed that the succubus queen would eventually see the situation clearly and make such a decision, he knew her character well enough to expect her to carefully weigh the pros and cons. He didn't expect her to decide so quickly. Han Kursen said, "Better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. Even if I can't stand at the pinnacle of this world, at least I want to be beside the one who does." Zhang Nu responded, "In all the time I've known you, this is the first time you've spoken such a frank truth." Han Kursen retorted with a huff, "Humph, don't get too smug. Now that I'm working for you, you better make sure my salary is worth it." Zhang Nu laughed heartily. "Of course. You were an outsider before, but now you're one of us, and I'm never stingy with my own people." It was a significant breakthrough to win over such a character. It was no simple feat. Darkness City and the Chaos Federation were in a period of rapid development. During this process, there were many challenges, particularly in terms of management and integration. Zhang Nu believed that with Han Kursen as his right hand, both the overall strength of the Federation and the level of its management would greatly improve. Moreover, by absorbing Gloom City, the Chaos Federation directly gained an underworld region for expansion. Territory, population, military forces, and diversity of troops would all see significant enhancements. In the following 2 days, Zhang Nu and Han Kursen finalized their collaboration. The Darkness City and Gloom City officially commenced their merger. When Demon Kings unite, there's no concept of equality, there must be a clear hierarchy. Darkness City is the sole core of the Chaos Federation, while Gloom City will become the Federation's main demon city. Darkness City will station troops in Gloom City, taking control of strategic areas and local populations near Gloom City. Han Kurson will assume the role of Vice Lord of Darkness City and Grand Elder of the Chaos Federation, while continuing as the Lord of Gloom City. Her main workplace will be in the Chaos Forest. Zhang Nu will grant her an 8% share in the group, along with a salary and bonuses. The reason why Han Kurson only received 8% of the shares was not due to Zhang Nu's stinginess. When they sat down to roughly evaluate the fixed assets of their territories, such as cities, population, various buildings, and facilities, it became clear that Han Kurson had underestimated the strength of Darkness City and the Chaos Federation. When they compared assets, territories, and populations, the value of Gloom City Group after the merger accounted for at most about 5%. Moreover, in comparison to Gloom City, the business quality of Darkness City was extremely high. Zhang Nu generously offered her an additional 3% share, which was quite favorable treatment. Additionally, as a professional manager brought into the fold, Han Kurson also received a fixed salary and bonus incentives. Han Kurson realized that she and Zhang Nu were not on the same level. If she refused the merger with Darkness City, the gap between them would only widen, and Gloom City might eventually not even qualify as a strategic partner for Darkness City. Now, with the merger of the two forces, it was a win-win situation. Zhang Nu urgently needed a top-tier CEO to help manage the rapidly expanding population and to enhance the management level of the Chaos Federation. As a result, Zhang Nu could continue to be a behind-the-scenes boss, a hands-off manager. The formidable strength and potential of the Succubus Queen, along with powerful innate abilities like Eternal Charm, were extremely valuable to Zhang Nu. Under the Succubus Queen's command, there was an impressive array of talent, including 2 Monarch-class units and approximately 2 million demon populations. The unique abilities of the Succubus race were something the Draconians did not possess. Having established a strong foothold in the underworld, she had access to a wealth of untapped rare mineral resources and numerous resource sites unique to the underworld, holding significant potential. Incorporating Gloom City and absorbing the Succubus Queen marked a milestone in the development history of Darkness City. Zhang Nu purchased a top-tier contract capable of affecting level 6 units at a high price and officially signed it with Han Kurson. From then on, the Queen was no longer an independent demon king. She became a high-class work slave of Darkness City. The High Council of the Sea Tribes was the supreme governing body of the Azure Water Federation. This council, comprising only 30 members, was formed through a highly complex and intricate process of scrutiny and election, with representatives from various maritime regions. Each member held the Federation's top-level secrets, making their identities exceptionally mysterious, and they rarely appeared in public. Fontantina, the chairman of the council, was an exception. Having served as the chairman for 15 consecutive terms, one might have assumed she wielded dictatorial, unquestionable authority. But in reality, the situation was quite different. The Azure Water Federation, with its unique loose structure, meant that the power of the High Council was limited. Sovereigns of various nations and leaders of prominent families, although generally respectful towards the council, often disregarded its authority when their core interests were at stake. Over the years, this disregard had grown increasingly pronounced. In essence, the authority of the High Council was rapidly eroding, and the Federation's system was effectively becoming paralyzed. Fontantina was deeply concerned about the current state of the Federation. She was acutely aware that the apparent prosperity was a facade, like a palace built on sand, seemingly grand but easily collapsible. The leaders of various nations and heads of major families, empowered by the legitimacy granted by the Azure Water Covenant, acted increasingly unrestrained and unscrupulous for short-term gains. The number of people trafficked as slaves each year reached nearly 10 million. Without the Covenant, wars would have likely broken out among these greedy leaders. The resentment of ordinary sea tribes oppressed by the nobility and emerging powers was almost unbearable. A full-blown eruption of this anger could lead to unimaginable consequences. Madam Chairman, regarding the Calamity Trench incident, we have completed our investigation. We have sufficient evidence to show that the invasion and disruption of the seal in the Calamity Trench was orchestrated by the Deep Sea Hermit Society, reported a middle-aged sea elf to Fontantina. Many in the Federation's direct forces had been infiltrated by the Deep Sea Hermit Society. The Sea Elves, a branch of the elven race, are amphibious creatures usually living on islands in the heart of the ocean. They resemble other elves, but have the ability to breathe underwater and are adept in various water magics, earning them the title, Tide Elves. This sea elf was not ordinary, his name was Barelka, one of the newly promoted members of the Azure Water Federation's High Council and the chief of the law enforcement elders. With a promising future, he was considered a strong candidate for the next chairman of the Azure Water Federation, as Fontantina might step down in 1 or 2 terms. Fontantina asked, "How is the situation with the underwater seal in the Calamity Trench? Is it stable?" Barelka replied, "Madam Chairperson, we have sent people to thoroughly inspect the seal altar. Currently, the seal is in good condition and shows no signs of damage." Good. As long as the seal in the Calamity Trench remains intact, it poses no threat to the Azure Water Federation. We must strengthen our surveillance of the Calamity Trench. Yes, Madam Chairperson. Fontantina wasn't surprised by the Deep Sea Hermit Society's actions. She had set numerous baits specifically for this purpose, and the Calamity Trench was just one of them. She hadn't expected the Deep Sea Hermit Society to act so covertly and swiftly. Fortunately, though the external seal of the Calamity Trench was compromised, the seal established by the former Empress to seal the World Rift remained intact. So, overall, the Azure Water Federation hadn't suffered direct losses. In contrast, the Deep Sea Hermit Society paid a significant price for this meaningless operation. Why did Fontantina set so many traps concerning the Azure Water Covenant? Aside from protecting the real Azure Water Covenant, it was also to counter the Deep Sea Hermit Society, a mysterious organization that emerged a few centuries ago, involving many internal and external powers. The High Council had no direct means to destroy it, so they used the Azure Water Covenant as bait to lure the society into action. As long as the Deep Sea Hermit Society moved, they were almost guaranteed to expose flaws. For example, they managed to enter the Calamity Trench, but found nothing of value they sought. They gained no benefits and instead lost several top-tier individuals, exposing a number of spies and infiltrators within the Federation's forces. At this rate, if the Deep Sea Hermit Society took the bait a few more times, their power would be significantly weakened. The Sea Elf Barelka continued, "Additionally, regarding the incident at the Calamity Trench, we've identified 2 points of concern." "What are they?" Fontantina inquired immediately. Barelka explained, "Firstly, the forces mobilized by the Deep Sea Hermit Society this time are suspected to be comprised of demon kings and heroes. This suggests that these 2 groups within the Azure Water Federation are highly colluding with the Deep Sea Hermit Society." Hearing this, Fontantina's brow furrowed in concern. She was apprehensive about this potential threat. The high growth potential of demon kings and heroes could easily disrupt the balance, and now these 2 uncontrollable forces were being exploited by the Deep Sea Hermit Society, posing a significant danger. "It seems we need to systematically purge the demon kings and find a way to relocate the heroes to other places, like the Northern Chaos Forest," Fontantina concluded. "And the second point?" she asked. Barelka responded, "We discovered that besides the Deep Sea Hermit Society's forces, there was another mysterious but powerful force involved." "What is it?" "It's not entirely clear yet, but it seems to be an external force, possibly related to the Holy Tide City of the Pale Moon Kingdom." Fontantina's frown deepened. Troubles seemed to be piling up one after another. The Azure Water Federation couldn't allow any infiltration by external forces. She decided to organize a team to investigate and see if there were any signs of external forces infiltrating Holy Tide City. However, before any arrangements could be made, a High Council Guardian Elder rushed in to report, "Chairman, there's trouble. Our temple on the Isle of the Sea God has been attacked." Hearing this, Fontantina was shocked. Barelka looked puzzled and asked, "What? The Isle of the Sea God? Are you sure? That place is heavily guarded and located in the heart of the Federation, surrounded by rich resources. Why would the Deep Sea Hermit Society attack there?" The Guardian Elder quickly explained, "It seems like it was indeed the Deep Sea Hermit Society's doing. They not only outnumbered us, but also possessed great strength, breaking through our nearby garrison forces directly." Fontantina spoke gravely, "In the name of the High Council, mobilize all available forces in the vicinity immediately for reinforcement. The temple is of utmost importance and must not fall." The Guardian Elder was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding the need for such a massive mobilization. But an order from the chairman was tantamount to a directive from the High Council itself. Without raising any objections, he immediately agreed and went to prepare. Barelka expressed his doubts, "Chairman, is such a large-scale mobilization necessary?" If we dispatch all our forces to the temple, other areas might become vulnerable, giving the enemy an opportunity. Fontantina's expression was grim. We have no choice. The temple of the sea god is critical, because the true Azure Water Covenant is housed there. Hearing this, Barelka's face paled. Even though he was a member of the High Council, he was not privy to information about the Azure Water Covenant. Only a few people, including Fontantina, were authorized to handle the covenant to ensure maximum secrecy. There's no time to lose, Barelka asserted. We must take action ourselves. Given the gravity of the situation, which not only affected the fate of the High Council but also the survival of the entire Federation, Fontantina had no choice but to inform Barelka of the Covenant Island. Fontantina and Barelka, along with a group of elite troops, quickly used costly long-distance teleportation to reach the center of the island. This unmarked island, known as the Isle of the Sea God, housed many temples dedicated to various sea deities, primarily used for worship. At this moment, the island was engulfed in fierce battle. The Deep Sea Hermit Order deployed 2 level 5 Demon Kings, cultivated by the Order, along with tens of thousands of combat units. They surged from the surrounding seas towards a temple of a sea goddess. The defense of the temple was on the brink of collapse. Besides the low-cost Demon King army, most of the Hermit Order's top fighters were engaged in the assault. Fontantina was certain that they had identified the location of the Covenant. They wouldn't risk attacking the island otherwise. She immediately ordered her accompanying troops to hold off the attackers. Then, Fontantina, Barelka, and several council elders teleported directly into the temple of the sea goddess. Contrasting the chaos outside, the temple interior was relatively peaceful and untouched. Relieved that the Covenant was still safe, Fontantina decided it needed to be moved for greater security. She activated a mechanism in the statue of the goddess at the temple's heart, releasing various seals and making it translucent. Come. Fontantina commanded, reaching out to grasp a square jade box that materialized. Though the contents were not visible, a potent, ancient, and mystical force of the Covenant emanated from within. This place is no longer safe, she declared. We must take it back to the capital city for now. Fontantina, holding the ancient Covenant, was suddenly attacked from behind by an unimaginably powerful and sharp force. The closeness of the attacker and their overwhelming strength sent her flying 100 meters away, crashing through several massive pillars before slamming into the temple wall. The other Elder Council members were instantly killed. Shocked and ignoring her injuries, Fontantina exclaimed, "Barelka, you!" The sea elf effortlessly grasped the jade box and eagerly opened it, revealing an ancient scroll emitting a mysterious aura, seemingly close to the power of a fundamental law. Such potent energy, he marveled. Such an incredible item. It seems I've finally found it. Fontantina, filled with horror, cried out, "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" Barelka replied with a smile, "I've spent years performing in front of you, hiding my true power. It took considerable effort and time, but now I've succeeded. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the leader of the Deep Sea Hermit Order." Fontantina was horrified. This member of the highest council was the elusive leader of the Deep Sea Hermit Order? He had waited and planned for this moment for so long, and now he had finally succeeded. The Covenant was in his possession. Barelka didn't waste time monologuing like typical villains. Having paid a high price in time and resources for this opportunity, he wasn't going to give the Federation's high-ranking officials any chance to react. Spatial Rend. Barelka activated a spatial skill. In the next instant, a rift tore through the space, targeting the Covenant scroll. However, when the space healed, the scroll remained intact. A glimmer of hope arose in Fontantina. The Empress's Covenant was akin to an epic-grade item. It wasn't easily destroyed. However, Barelka wasn't surprised about this outcome. Prepared for this, when his magic failed to destroy the scroll, he promptly drew a dagger emitting an aura even more potent than epic equipment. This is... Fontantina sensed danger. Was this a near-legendary grade weapon? Barelka thrust the dagger fiercely into the scroll. Intense energy burst forth, instantly resulting in a violent explosion that reduced the temple of the sea god to ruins. At that moment, the entire population of the Azure Water Federation felt the dissolution of the covenant that had bound their souls for thousands of years. The Azure Water Covenant was destroyed. Fontantina witnessed it all, powerless to stop it. As the covenant disintegrated, she fell into complete despair. The covenant was gone, the restraints were gone, and with them, the Azure Water Federation, was finished. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 days since Han Kursen took up her post. Zhang Nu didn't invite her to be the CEO of the group just to help sell potatoes. Her abilities and performance needed to justify her position. The fact proved that Zhang Nu's recruitment was the right choice. Actually, Han Kursen was not the first Demon King to join Darkness City. There had been dozens of affiliated Demon Kings with Darkness City, among which Chen Guoguo was the most representative. However, they were generally mid to small-sized Demon Kings, and Han Kursen as a large-scale Demon King with significant power joining Darkness City was unprecedented. In all aspects, Han Kursen's work performance had greatly satisfied Zhang Nu. First of all, in terms of personal strength, Han Kursen was one of the top existences among the Demon Kings. She possessed great talent and had significant potential for development. In Darkness City, Demon Kings were allocated a quota of souls, and the higher the rank and contribution of the Demon King to Darkness City, the more soul quota they received. Of course, having a quota didn't mean one could obtain souls for free. The Demon Kings of Darkness City still needed to spend gold to purchase them. However, compared to the Demon King market, not only was the price very favorable, but Darkness City also had an abundant supply of souls, sufficient to cultivate all these affiliated Demon Kings. Since Chen Guoguo started following Zhang Nu, she almost never had to fight again, nor did she train her team. But now, she was extremely wealthy and could be promoted to the 5th rank at any time. She was definitely one of the best-off Demon Kings. Compared to Chen Guoguo and others, Queen Han held a higher status and level. Zhang Nu allowed her to advance her soul quota. Therefore, after Han Kursen arrived in Darkness City, she preemptively obtained several hundred level 3 and 4 souls from the soul stock of Darkness City, activating her last talent and directly ascending to level 6. Han Kursen's 3 level 5 talents were Domain of Domination, Permanent Charm, and Soul Pasturing. Zhang Nu was already familiar with Domain of Domination and Permanent Charm. Soul Pasturing was a powerful auxiliary combat skill. Han Kursen could capture the souls of targets she personally killed, refining them into her soul slaves, who retained their abilities from when they were alive. This ability was quite astonishing. The number and quality of souls Han Kursen could pasture were related to her own strength. At level 5, she could pasture up to 5 level 5 souls, and after ascending to level 6, she could pasture up to 10 level 6 souls. Of course, the strength of the soul slaves couldn't exceed 70% of her own. Even so, this was a terrifying ability. After activating all 3 of her level 5 skills, Han Kursen officially stepped into level 6, advancing her strength to a pseudo-demon king level. This was a significant increase in power. Not to mention anything else, just being a level 6 demon king unit was enough to make her the top powerhouse under Zhang Nu's command. After Zhang Nu ascended to level 6, he unlocked 2 demon king units. Although Han Kursen, as a level 6 succubus queen, didn't unlock any mythic units, she acquired 5 new monarch class units. Including Qiuyue and Dongxue, this meant that Han Kursen could now have up to 7 monarchs of her race at her side. A mythic class succubus queen accompanied by 7 monarch class units significantly enhanced the strength of Darkness City, making Zhang Nu feel that recruiting her was worthwhile. As of now, Han Kursen had not only signed a powerful contract but also bound her soul to the resurrection altar of Darkness City. She obtained the right to resurrect in Darkness City, yet her soul could no longer leave Darkness City. The draconian garrison of Darkness City arrived at Gloom City to unify and manage Gloom City's buildings and tribes. Queen Han and Darkness City were thoroughly bound together, showcasing her determination. She realized that Darkness City was a platform with tremendous potential. The infrastructure, economic structure, and geographical environment of the city were all trending towards perfection. Potato Great Demon King had spent a lot of time and effort to build this ship that was about to set sail. Being able to join as a partner and manager, appointed as the captain of this super ship, was not just an honorable opportunity but also a monumental chance. Han Kursen believed that Darkness City would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world. At that time, this world, this era, would naturally have a place for her. As the saying goes, a new leader shakes things up at the start. After taking office as the CEO of the group, Han Kursen immediately took sweeping measures to streamline Darkness City's production lines, business lines, and personnel structure, significantly improving efficiency. Within just a few days, the financial income had substantially increased. Before this, the economic potential of the Chaos Federation had not been fully unleashed. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. Zhang Nu wasn't particularly skilled in financial management. However, Han Kursen was different. In her previous life, she had numerous degrees in economics and management and was groomed as a successor by a top financial consortium, so she was adept at managing finances. After fully understanding the facilities and industries of Darkness City, Han Kursen confidently promised to at least double the financial growth targets originally set by Zhang Nu. Zhang Nu was very satisfied with this. He would now only need to be responsible for major decisions. The financial, administrative, military, and other mundane management issues of the Chaos Federation were all taken care of by Han Kursen, the executive vice city lord. This division of labor allowed each to play to their strengths. Han Kursen was a complete workaholic. Faced with numerous tedious tasks, she not only didn't feel overwhelmed but was actually enthusiastic and enjoyed her work. This complemented Zhang Nu's hands-off management style perfectly. Bringing in such a CEO for Darkness City greatly reduced the workload for Zhang Nu by at least 60 to 70%. At this moment, Han Kursen sat in the office of the executive vice city lord in the Demon Dragon Castle, surrounded by dozens of administrative officials, all recruited from the Imperial Hall, and they were all extremely busy. Despite being promoted by Potato Great Demon King, she needed to produce substantial results to improve her standing. Han Kursen felt a bit troubled about where to start. Master. My lord. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful figure entered the room. It was none other than Han Dongxue, a subordinate under Han Kursen's command. Han Kursen said, "From today onwards, you're not allowed to use that title anymore. We are all members of Darkness City, and you should address me as the Vice City Lord." There was only one Lord of Darkness City. Although Zhang Nu didn't mind and Chen Guoguo's subordinates, along with subordinates of the other demon kings, still referred to their own demon kings as their masters, Han Kursen was different. As an extremely meticulous woman, she understood the importance of rules and structure, especially in a large enterprise or group, where even the smallest details and standards mattered greatly. Any minor inaccuracy or laxity could affect efficiency. Han Dongxue immediately responded, "Yes, Vice City Lord, I understand." Han Kursen nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What's the matter?" Han Dongxue reported, "We've received news that a major upheaval has occurred in the Azure Water Federation. The Azure Water Covenant has been destroyed by an organization called the Deep Sea Hermit Society." Upon hearing this, Han Kursen's eyes gleamed sharply. "Is this information reliable?" Han Dongxue replied, "I believe it's highly likely. The entire Azure Water Federation has now entered an emergency state, with all cities and countries preparing for battle." "Good," exclaimed Han Kursen joyfully, "I've just taken the position as the Vice City Lord of Darkness City and was worried about not finding a way to establish my authority and achieve performance goals. I didn't expect such an opportunity to arise." She immediately went to find Zhang Nu. The Great Demon King was with Shui Lan, and they both had already received the news. Frankly, it was quite unexpected. Just a few days ago, Shui Lan mentioned her intention to destroy the Covenant herself, but before she could act, the Covenant was already gone. Now, the Azure Water Federation was in for some serious trouble. Perhaps, from the moment the Covenant was destroyed, the Azure Water Federation ceased to exist. Without the binding force of the Covenant, various powers would not be able to coexist peacefully nor follow the instructions of the High Council. What followed was inevitably going to be a grand chaos. In essence, the so-called Azure Water Federation was already dead in name and reality. This was the last straw that led to its disintegration. From now on, the Azure Water Federation should revert to its name from 6,000 years ago, the Sea of Chaos. The Sea of Chaos is an expanded version of the Forest of Chaos. Compared to the forest, it's 100 times larger in area and population, making the situation incredibly complex. No one knows how it will evolve next. The newly appointed CEO was eager to take action, rubbing her hands in anticipation. Zhang Nu asked, "What are your thoughts?" Han Kursen replied, "A massive conflict in the Azure Water Federation seems inevitable. I think the business of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce will be greatly affected for a considerable period." Zhang Nu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Azure Water Federation is a significant commercial hub. Its trade routes extend to more than 10 imperial powers and countless kingdoms. A large-scale war will inevitably disrupt commercial navigation, making business difficult. Han Kursen added, "But with every crisis, there's an opportunity. We've almost gained complete control over Holy Tide City. I plan to fully take over the city and use it as a base to annex the entire Pale Moon Peninsula. This peninsula is the most important port in the northern part of the Azure Water Federation and our gateway to the sea from the Forest of Chaos. By controlling this area, we can hold the shipping routes in our hands, allowing the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce to significantly expand its business. Furthermore, I believe we should increase our research and production of weapons, equipment, and magical armaments. Since this war is unavoidable, we can seize the opportunity to profit from it, which would be far more lucrative than selling ordinary potions and materials. Zhang Nu thought for a moment and then said, "You will be fully responsible for handling this situation in the Sea of Chaos. I will grant you the highest authority. You just need to report the results to me regularly." Indeed, Han Kurson, the CEO of the Darkness City Group, didn't disappoint. She already had a comprehensive plan in place the moment she heard the news. Zhang Nu fully delegated authority to Han Kurson because his focus was mainly on the Northern Thunder Empire. He needed to quickly secure the southern borders of the empire and couldn't afford to be distracted by the chaos in the south. Good, just wait for my good news. Shui Lan, you will accompany Han Kurson in her operations. Shui Lan, deeply concerned about the well-being of the marine races, readily agreed to join the effort. With the backing of the Chaos Federation, there was now a power capable of stabilizing the Sea of Chaos. The drastic changes in the Azure Water Federation inevitably triggered a series of chain reactions. Numerous internal and external forces within the Federation were ready to move. Emperor Freelio XVI of the Thunder Empire received the news immediately and was greatly shocked. Although he was aware that the Azure Water Federation was on the brink of collapse, he didn't expect the complete breakdown to come so swiftly. Emperor Freelio XVI immediately convened an imperial meeting. Grand Dukes of the 4 regions, ministers of military and political affairs, and heads of various institutions all attended the meeting. Emperor Freelio XVI said, "I believe everyone here is already aware of what has happened in the Azure Water Federation, so I won't waste words on further explanations." The Duchess of the Northern Territory spoke up, "This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for our empire. If we deploy our forces to the Azure Water Federation now, we can not only accelerate its collapse, but also reap the greatest benefits." As she spoke, she snorted coldly, "It's just a pity that due to the incompetence of some, we have yet to conquer the Forest of Chaos, blocking our path and missing the chance to partake in this chaos." Her remark was a direct criticism, almost pointing fingers. Duke Bachor of the Southern Territory couldn't hold back his anger and retorted with a stern face, "The situation in the Forest of Chaos is much more complicated than imagined. It's not just the Darkness City's 3 dragon kings. There's also a mysterious and unfathomable high-level elven king whom even Halifax couldn't handle. I don't believe the Northern Territory could have done any better." The Duchess sneered, "If Darkness City were in the Northern Territory, if an elven king dared to cause trouble under my watch, I would have dealt with them long ago, not waiting until today." Duke Bachor, infuriated, began, "You. Enough." Emperor Freelio's expression darkened. "What's the use of arguing like this? I didn't come here to listen to your quarrels. Your Majesty is absolutely right." At this moment, a figure dressed in a robe adorned with stars spoke up. He appeared to be a mage, but in reality, he was a noble of the Empire, Marquis Gabrelain. If one observed closely, they would notice that Marquis Gabrelain's position in the meeting was almost on par with the 4 imperial Grand Dukes. This was quite peculiar. How could a Marquis be equal to the Guardian Dukes of the Empire? The reason was that Gabrelain was not just a Marquis, he was also the Prime Minister of the Emperor, holding a position equivalent to that of a Chief Minister or Chancellor. As the highest-ranking bureaucrat under the Emperor, Gabrelain, although a Marquis, had the right to sit on an equal footing with the Grand Dukes due to his role as the Emperor's confidant and the Empire's Chancellor. Moreover, Gabrelain himself was not to be underestimated. If Halifax was known as the Mage King among the older generation of mages, then the Prime Minister was renowned as the most famous mage of the middle generation. Rumor had it that his power was no less than that of Halifax, only that he seldom revealed his true capabilities as the Empire's Chancellor. Gabrelain continued, "The disintegration of the Azure Water Federation is inevitable, but this process won't happen immediately. We have ample time to prepare and intervene. The urgent matter is not to squabble among ourselves, but to unite the forces of the Empire." The Prime Minister's words are indeed correct. A dignified old man in his 60s, with a sword strapped to his waist, spoke up from beside the Emperor. His position indicated his high status. He was Croft, the Empire's chief knight and the leader of the Guardian Knight Order. If Halifax was known as the Mage King, then Croft was the Knight King of the Thunder Empire. His strength was no less than that of Halifax. As a super powerhouse and the newly appointed leader of the Guardian Knight Order, Croft, despite lacking a noble title, didn't need to appease any of the aristocracy. Therefore, he was not afraid of offending Bachor and spoke directly, "I am willing to personally lead the Guardian Knight Order to the southern frontier to crusade against the Darkness City and the Elven King." The Guardian Knight Order was one of the most renowned knight orders in the Empire. Although it had a small number of members, each was a top-tier fighter. The most ordinary member of the Guardian Knight Order possessed the strength of a level 5 overlord. The collective strength of such a formidable military force was indeed astonishing. Bachor appeared quite frustrated. He did not want other dukes or even imperial forces to intervene, but under the current circumstances, he found no reason to refuse. Emperor Freelio XVI made a decision. "Very well, then let General Croft lead the troops of the eastern and western regions to the southern frontier. This time, we must capture the Chaos Forest in one fell swoop." Addressing Duke Bachor, he continued, "Compared to family honor, the interests of the Empire are paramount. Do you understand, Duke Bachor?" Bachor quickly bowed and responded solemnly, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Bachor family would never dare to act against the interests of the Empire. "Good that you understand. So it's settled, we must intervene in the Azure Water Federation before other powers do, to seize the greatest benefits." The Duchess of the North interjected, "The northern troops are the strongest. Why not let the North participate in the battle?" Emperor Freelio XVI frowned, "The northern region is too far from both the Chaos Forest and the Azure Water Federation. Besides, the Empire needs the North to withstand the pressure from above. Now is not the time for you to act." After further discussion, the strategy was set, and the imperial meeting concluded. Duke Bachor left the council hall with a sullen face. He could no longer find reasons to refuse other Grand Dukes, and even the Empire's intervention in the Southern Territory. This would inevitably tarnish the Bachor family's reputation and weaken his authority in the southern part of the Empire. Unacceptable. For Duke Bachor, such a scenario was intolerable. The Bachor Duchy still possessed formidable strength. With the Western and Eastern Grand Dukes, as well as the Guardian Knight Order needing time to arrive, perhaps he could turn the tables before then. If not flattening the Chaos Forest, at least he needed to salvage his family's honor and reputation. At that moment, Duke Bachor received intelligence, "My lord, a large-scale elven troop is attempting to cross the imperial border and head to the Chaos Forest in the south." Bachor was not surprised by this news, as the revelation of the ancient Tree of Eternity and the Elven King had already become widely known. These events held great attraction for the elves, and it was inevitable that the nearby elven tribes would rush to join the Chaos Forest. "How many?" Bachor inquired. The intelligence officer replied, "At least 500 to 600,000. Bachor was astounded by the sheer number. If these 500 to 600,000 elves successfully reached the Chaos Forest, it would significantly bolster the strength of both the forest and the elven race. This would undoubtedly make it much harder to defeat the Darkness City and the Elven King. A thought struck Bachor. He realized this might be an opportunity. If he dispatched troops to attack these elves, it would not only cause significant casualties among them but also force the Elven King to react. Instead of attacking the areas occupied by Darkness City or the Chaos Forest, it might be more advantageous to choose a battlefield that favored the duchy. In this way, the Darkness City's 3 Dragon Kings and the Elven King would be caught off guard, without time to prepare, greatly increasing the chances of victory. While Bachor was contemplating an attack on the migrating elves, suddenly another subordinate came to report, "My lord, some individuals from the Sunset Empire and the Azure Water Federation have arrived. They claim to be heroes from these regions." Upon hearing this, Bachor paid close attention. Ever since Halifax, the strongest hero of the Thunder Empire, was killed by the Elven King, the Thunderous Society was on the brink of dissolution. Although a few powerful heroes escaped, they no longer posed a significant threat. Since the invasion of the Demon Kings, the strength of the heroes had been significantly depleted, one of the few satisfying outcomes for the Empire. Not only the Thunder Empire, but also the Sunset Empire and the Azure Water Federation were wary of the unpredictability of the heroes. Therefore, using the excuse of hunting Demon Kings in the Chaos Forest, they tried to guide the heroes within their territories to join the conflict. Regardless of who wins or loses between the demon kings and the heroes, they could benefit from watching the fight from the sidelines. Bachor met these heroes in the reception hall. Among the new heroes, Bachor recognized one Xing Rong, the vice president of the Thunderous Society. In the Battle of Tian City, after Luo Jing died, Xing Rong managed to escape using a teleportation scroll amidst the chaos. Though he survived, most of his hero team and hundreds of his subordinates were lost, which left him deeply resentful towards the Darkness City's Demon King. Besides Xing Rong, there were two other hero representatives. One was a half-human, half-snake Naga, with white scales and enveloped in mist, a rare holy Naga. The other was a middle-aged human in simple clothes, blindfolded, and holding a stick resembling a blind man's cane. Bachor could sense that both individuals were extremely powerful, likely not far behind Halifax in terms of strength. He inquired, "Who might you two be?" Xing Rong of the Thunderous Society introduced them. "This is Huan Yu, the Archbishop of the Radiant Church based in the Azure Water Federation, and this is Xiao Si, one of the Seven Sword Saints of the Sunset Empire." Hearing these titles, Bachor was visibly delighted. The Radiant Church was one of the top-ranking churches in the human world. Hong Xia, a senior cleric of the Radiant Church, had previously joined forces with Xiong Nanfeng, the head of the Thunder Empire's mercenary guild, in an ambush against the Dark Dragon King. An archbishop held a status several notches higher, being the highest religious leader of a large region. As for Xiao Si, although the name might seem unassuming, Bachor was well aware of the legend of the Seven Sword Saints of the Sunset Empire. Known for its extreme conservatism and martial valor, the Sunset Empire's most renowned warriors were referred to as the Sword Saints. Xiao Si, as one of these Sword Saints and the successor of the Inner Eye Sword technique, was known as the Inner Eye Sword Saint. Despite his unremarkable appearance as a blind man, Bachor wasn't sure he could defeat this swordsman, as the Sword Saints represented the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Sunset Empire. The fact that these powerful individuals from thousands of miles away were drawn to the conflict in the Chaos Forest was a testament to the influence of its demon kings. These two were merely representatives. The heroes currently in the southern region represented the very best from all three forces. With such assistance, Bachor's plans were well within reach of execution. As the Empire was on the move, in the northern part of the Chaos Sea, on the Pale Moon Peninsula, lay the city of Holy Tides. A secret meeting was being held at the Holy Tide City Heroes Guild. Holy Tide City, with its population of several million, was a large metropolis. With such a vast population base, it was certain that the number of heroes in the city would be significant. At its peak, the Holy Tide City Heroes Guild boasted about 6,000 heroes. This was no small number, as not just any hero could join the guild, only those above a certain level of strength were eligible to apply. However, the guild had now dwindled to a mere 4,500 heroes. In just 1 month, the number had sharply decreased by over 1,500. There hadn't been any large-scale battles recently, so this significant reduction in numbers was certainly abnormal. "Enough," one of them exclaimed. "We can't keep fighting like this." "Haven't you realized?" another said. "We're being played. This is all part of a big conspiracy." The president of the Holy Tide City Heroes Guild was a golden crabfolk, standing at a height of 2.5 meters. His appearance was that of a humanoid crab, with a shell that shimmered in gold, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. This crabfolk hero was named Doto Daisho. He was a hero from the island nation, possessing the strength of a level 5 overlord. As one of the earliest founders of the Holy Tide City Heroes Guild, he held great prestige among the heroes of Holy Tide City. Doto Daisho was furious. He shouted, "Why has the situation in Holy Tide City turned out like this? Have any of you thought about the reasons behind this chaos?" An eelfolk retorted, "If it wasn't for the sneak attack by the Wild Wolf Heroes Guild, we wouldn't have fought with them." A rayfolk countered, "Bullshit. It was your people who ambushed us first. I swear, I'll make eel rice out of you." "The hell you just said? Bring it on if you dare. Duel me then." The Holy Tide City Heroes Guild comprised over a dozen significant hero groups. They had finally been gathered here, but before they could discuss much, they nearly broke into a fight again. "Shut up!" Doto Daisho roared furiously. "Anyone who dares interrupt me again will never be able to speak again." His roar and the outburst of his chi instantly enveloped the entire hall, finally suppressing the quarrelsome heroes. He continued, "The events of the past month are too bizarre. There's definitely something wrong here. I sense that there's a force fanatically instigating conflict among us. Hearing this, the heroes exchanged glances, also feeling that something was amiss. Doto Daisho continued, a month ago, the situation was looking great. Except for the White Sand clan, which we hadn't fully controlled, the other three major families had essentially become our puppets. But now, look at us. In less than a month, our influence and control over Holy Tide City have drastically declined. On the other hand, the White Sand Scums, in collaboration with this so-called Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce, has not only stabilized but is also rapidly regaining influence. If this keeps up, we'll lose Holy Tide City. As the heroes absorbed his words, the tension in the air began to ease. They realized the strangeness of their situation. Why had so many conflicts erupted among them in less than a month, especially when they had previously cooperated so well? A shrimp hero asked, President, what do you think is going on? Who is behind all this? Doto Daisho replied, this mysterious force is cautious and meticulous, and seems to be adept at disguise and illusion. I haven't been able to find them, but I have a suspect in mind. Please tell us, President. Who is it? If this recent turmoil was indeed orchestrated by some force, then we must tear them apart. Doto Daisho spoke gravely, without concrete evidence, the party that benefits the most from our month-long strife is our prime suspect. Who do you think has gained the most? Almost in unison, everyone answered, the White Sand clan. Doto Daisho's gaze darkened as he said, I've heard that the balance in the Azure Water Federation is breaking, and chaos will soon ensue. We can't afford to hesitate any longer. We must take complete control of the city. I have a plan. That is, regardless of whether the White Sand clan is behind this, we should set aside our past grudges and focus all our strength on crushing them. If they are indeed the culprits, we will surely find clues or extract confessions during this process. And if they're not, at least we'll have eliminated a power that's been watching from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, everyone found the reasoning sound. The heroes were already aware of the recent upheavals in the Azure Water Federation and realized that the region would soon descend into chaos. With this in mind, they felt they could employ methods previously off-limits. The White Sand clan indeed seemed very suspicious. With the world on the brink of chaos, it was the perfect opportunity to completely eliminate them. If the White Sand clan was truly the culprit, it was ideal, if not, it was still an opportunity to divide their resources and wealth. I agree. Me too. Let's do it, we should act immediately. Destroy the White Sand clan, slaughter and plunder the merfolk. The heroes of Holy Tide City, already frustrated by recent events, eagerly seized this opportunity to vent their anger. As they were preparing to act under Doto Daisho's lead, a voice suddenly interrupted. He, it seems you're not as foolish as I thought. The voice belonged to a woman, magnetic and charming. As everyone turned to look, their expressions changed dramatically. Surrounded by dozens of merfolk, several distinctive figures appeared before the group of more than 4,000 heroes. What's going on? Who are you people? How did you get in here? The location was the headquarters of the Holy Tide City Heroes Guild, heavily guarded and secure. The unexpected appearance of this group, without any prior alert, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Let me introduce myself, said one of the figures. I am Han Kurson, the Vice City Lord of the Darkness City and the Prime Minister of the Chaos Federation. Doto Daisho was shocked. You're a demon king. The expressions of the heroes changed drastically. It was unthinkable for a demon king, with just a few companions, to boldly invade the Heroes Guild. Wasn't this a death wish? So that's it. It's all a plot by the demon kings. They've conspired with the White Sand clan. Han Kurson was accompanied by less than 10 direct subordinates from Gloom City, including 2 Monarch-class units, Han Qiuyue and Han Dongxue, as well as the Empress of Azure Water, Shui Lan, sent by Zhang Nu to assist. In addition, there was Shui Yao from the White Sand clan, along with several dozen merfolk from their family. Although not many in number, their strength was formidable. Great! A demon king dares to crash in here. Since you've come here seeking death, we'll grant it to you. A Illfolk hero with the strength of a level 4 overlord raised his trident to attack. Han Kurson addressed Doto Daisho, the head of the Heroes Guild, your men are not very obedient. Kill them for me. Before the sea eel hero could react, a giant crab claw, radiating with combat chi and resembling an indestructible pair of giant scissors, swiftly bisected the hero's body. Doto Daisho had taken action, eliminating the ill folk. The other heroes at the scene were shocked and alarmed. President! What are you doing? Are you betraying the Heroes Guild? Doto Daisho's expression was ferocious. The mistress's command is supreme. Anyone who dares to attack the mistress will meet this fate. The crowd was both horrified and confused. Just moments ago, the guild leader seemed normal, but now he suddenly turned traitor, an absurdly quick change. His expression, demeanor, and murderous intent didn't seem like he was under the control of a psychic spell. While recovering her severely depleted mental energy, Han Kursen nodded in satisfaction. The moment she entered, she had used her level 5 ability Permanent Charm on Doto Daisho. At this moment, Doto Daisho had been imprinted mentally and would become as loyal as a directly summoned unit of a demon king. This was the formidable ability of the Succubus Queen. While her direct combat power might not match other high-level demon kings, her terrifying ability was undiminished. You insects dare to threaten my mistress. You all deserve to die. Doto Daisho, enraged, swung his giant crab claws. His chi transformed into scissor-like attacks, resulting in a gruesome scene filled with screams and rivers of blood. After killing more than 20 heroes, the rest finally realized the guild leader had completely betrayed them. Shit. Kill them all. We outnumber them, there's nothing to fear. The heroes prepared to fight back. However, at that moment, Han Kursen, having recovered most of her MP through various means and with Han Chiuyua's MP transfer, was ready to act. Domain of Domination. Han Kursen activated her domain. With a light wave of her left hand, hundreds of psychic threads whistled out, instantly hitting hundreds of heroes, and with a slight movement of her delicate fingers, the controlled heroes turned to attack their comrades. Magic. Martial techniques. Various ferocious skills were deployed. What the hell, what's happening? I can't control my body. I'm being controlled too, get away from me. Sitting down, Han Kursen casually crossed one leg over the other and manipulated the threads in her left hand. Hundreds of heroes, under her control, were frantically attacking their peers. The psychic threads were invisible to the naked eye and undetectable to those without sufficient strength. The heroes on the scene had no idea what was happening. They only saw the terrifying Succubus Queen sitting before them, casually moving her fingers like a puppeteer, causing hordes of heroes to turn on each other. Kill. Kill. Die. All of you, die. Unable to distinguish who was controlled and who was not, the heroes, in self-defense, attacked indiscriminately. Suspicion and panic rapidly spread, eventually leading to a collapse. Thousands of heroes fought amongst themselves in a frenzied melee. Although some attacks were directed at the Succubus Queen, they were blocked by Han Chiuyue, Han Dongxue, and the Azure Water Empress at her side. Some tried to escape, but the Queen's domain had already taken control of the area, preventing anyone from fleeing. Trapped in this desperate situation, they were left with no choice but to kill or be killed. Spare us. We surrender. We will submit to you. As Han Kursen continued to manipulate and slaughter, the continuous screams and pleas for mercy, far from disturbing her, seemed to amuse her greatly. This woman is terrifying. Even the Azure Water Empress uttered such an exclamation, finally understanding why the great demon king of Darkness City had recruited Han Kursen. After ascending to level 6, Han Kursen now possessed mythic-class strength, even surpassing the current Azure Water Empress. Her cunning, her temperament, and her methods made the Azure Water Empress realize that Han Kursen might be more fitting of the title of an empress than herself. With the strong support of Han Chiuyue, the Demon Sage King, there were no issues with Han Kursen's supply of MP. And with the Azure Water Empress handling defense and counterattacks, Han Kursen controlled the puppet-like heroes in a game-like manner, annihilating all the heroes in the Holy Tide City. This scene deeply shocked Shui Yao, the young clan leader of the White Sand. She only knew that the ruler of Darkness City was an unfathomable being, but now this new Vice-City Lord of Darkness City and Prime Minister of the Chaos Federation, a Succubus Queen, was also terrifyingly formidable. In fact, in terms of sheer dreadfulness, she surpassed the Dragon Demon King. The Dragon Demon King's horror lay in his overwhelming strength and despair-inducing power, whereas this Demon Queen possessed the ability to treat people as toys, manipulate them at will, and forcibly control them. In front of this Demon Queen, the fragility of the human heart was trivial. Even the closest of brothers and friends could become untrustworthy. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul +1, Skill Stone +1. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul +1, Skill Stone +1. You've slain a level 3 hero. Hero Soul +1. You've slain a level 2 hero. Hero Soul +1. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul +1, Skill Stone +1. Through Han Kursen's actions, Darkness City gained thousands of souls. She was very satisfied. After killing the last hero, she stretched lazily, stood up from her seat, and said, "I'm tired from playing, I'll take a rest. You guys take care of the rest." She walked over to Shui Yao and patted her shoulder. "I remember the great demon king promised to help you with your revenge. Now, that promise has been fulfilled. Next, I will help you ascend to the position of City Lord. From today, Holy Tide City will become a part of the Chaos Federation, but the entire White Sand clan must swear loyalty to Darkness City. You know what to do, right?" Shui Yao, sweating profusely, replied, "Yes, by City Lord, rest assured, I will immediately lead all our people to officially swear allegiance to His Majesty." The next day, within Darkness City, Zhang Nu received a conquest notification. "You have conquered Holy Tide City. You gained exquisite Stardust Diamond Chest X1. 135,312 members of the White Sand clan have pledged their loyalty to you. Do you accept?" Seeing this prompt, Zhang Nu was very surprised. How did Holy Tide City get conquered so quickly? Han Kursen had acted with remarkable decisiveness. Holy Tide City, a large city with millions of population, has relatively lenient conditions for conquest. Generally, achieving actual control of the city and receiving loyalty from the most influential local power can trigger the conquest condition, without needing a complete surrender or loyalty from all residents. During this battle, Han Kursen deliberately orchestrated a full gathering of the Hero Guild. She seized this opportunity to wipe out the heroes in one fell swoop, killing thousands, a radical approach that would have been inadvisable before. Among these heroes, many were prominent figures in Holy Tide City. Such brutal mass slaughter would have caused serious repercussions back then. Kingdoms and federations would have been enraged and thoroughly investigated, which was detrimental to the expansion of Darkness City's power. But now, the situation was different. The Azure Water Federation had already begun to crumble. The entire Chaos Sea was about to plunge into a war more ferocious than before. Who would care about Holy Tide City then? At most, there would be pressure from the Pale Moon Kingdom. However, the Pale Moon Kingdom was not a particularly strong nation. Its top echelons, also part of the Covenant nobles, had long since decayed, comprised of a bunch of incompetents who were unpopular among their subjects. They were currently in a state of disarray. Since Holy Tide City was an autonomous commercial city of Pale Moon, once it declared independence and had the support of the Chaos Federation, it was nearly impossible to be recaptured. In addition to these strategies, Zhang Nu had another trump card for dealing with the Sea clans, the legendary Empress Shui Lan. Her identity had not yet been made public, but when the right time came to reveal her affiliation with the Chaos Federation, her presence was expected to exert a tremendous influence. After all, within the Azure Water Federation, Shui Lan was a historically significant figure. The sweeping victory in Holy Tide City yielded substantial rewards. Apart from the conquest treasure chest, Han Kursen's elimination of thousands of heroes resulted in collecting thousands of souls and hundreds of skill stones. These resources, which naturally belonged to the Chaos Federation, essentially meant they were Zhang Nu's gains. Earning such rewards without even leaving his castle was immensely gratifying for him. Upon opening the recently obtained reward chest, Zhang Nu discovered. You've opened the Stardust Diamond chest. You've gained Gold X 100 million, Blueprint, Temple of Sea X1, Blueprint, Ancient Supreme Magitech Shipyard X1, Life Gems X20, 000, Wind Gems X20, 000, Water Gems X50, 000, Light Gems X7000. Zhang Nu was very pleased with these contents. He hadn't anticipated that conquering Holy Tide City would yield a reward of 100 million gold. This was the only instance, apart from the exclusive chest of the Chaos Forest, that such a large sum of gold had been awarded. This was mainly due to the city's large population and wealth. Besides the vast amount of gold and gems, he also acquired 2 special level 5 blueprints. One of the blueprints was for a temple-type building, similar to the Temple of Nature and Temple of War, likely designed to provide buffs to all members of the Federation. The significance of temple buildings should not be underestimated. Such seemingly modest enhancements, when applied to all citizens of the Federation, could yield extremely high cumulative benefits and value. Hence, the blueprint was highly valuable. Besides the temple blueprint, there was also one for an ancient Supreme Magitech shipyard. The purpose of this building was quite apparent, serving purely as a shipyard for constructing various types of Magitech ships. Holy Tide City already possessed several sizable shipyards, but their shipbuilding speed was quite slow, and they were incapable of constructing vessels over 10,000 tons. All large ships had to be imported or leased from other kingdoms. However, the Magitech shipyard was a level 5 special building. Zhang Nu believed this facility could produce top-tier merchant ships, cargo ships, and even warships, which would be significantly meaningful for the Federation's future maritime expansion. His next step was to allocate some funds and resources to construct the Temple of Sea. Temple of Sea construction successful. All units have gained the Goddess of the Sea's blessing. Zhang Nu felt a surge of divine magic instantly enveloped his entire figure. Goddess of Sea's blessing level 1, special status. Water attributed attacks plus 10% damage, elemental resistance plus 15%, maximum MP plus 10%, gain the ability underwater breathing. The effects were quite satisfactory. While a 10% increase in MP might not seem much, it was a permanent state. In case of war, the level of divine blessings could be enhanced through priests, stacking up effects to significantly raise combat effectiveness. Moreover, the Temple of Sea possessed several other useful capabilities. The underwater breathing ability, in particular, was extremely beneficial, allowing many members of the Chaos Federation, who were otherwise uncomfortable in water, to operate in oceans or rivers without fear of drowning. Zhang Nu was satisfied with the effects of the temple. As for the Supreme Magitech shipyard, he certainly couldn't just let it sit idle. He sent a private message to Han Kurson, instructing her to find a suitable location near Holy Tide City with a deep water port, ideal for shipbuilding. Once a suitable site was found, the blueprint would be used to start construction of the shipyard immediately. The Supreme Magitech shipyard, a production-type building, differed from typical barracks-type unit summoning structures. Barracks had a limit to the number of troops they could house, so the number of units that could be summoned was capped. Once full, no more units could be summoned. However, production-type factories like this shipyard had no such limits, though they couldn't instantly summon products and required time for production. Even so, the speed was exponentially faster and the cost much cheaper than normal manufacturing, making it of immense economic value. With this level 5 shipyard, Holy Tide City could not only build various merchant ships, cargo ships, and warships for its own use, but could also potentially export these vessels, possibly making shipbuilding a significant economic pillar for the city. At that moment, Nancilia arrived in Darkness City. She found Zhang Nu and reported some good news. Your Majesty, we have received information that recently about 1 million elves from all directions are coming to join the Chaos Federation, she said. 1 million? That many? Zhang Nu was somewhat surprised. Nancilia clarified, 1 million is just a conservative estimate. Just from the northeast direction alone, led by the Moonwell tribe, several other tribal groups of elves add up to about 50,000. Zhang Nu was very pleased with this development. The influx of elves was indeed great news. Elves were highly valued due to their high productivity and average value creation. Frankly speaking, one elven civilian could be worth 100 or even several hundred human civilians. Additionally, elves, known for their gentle nature, were easier to manage compared to humans. However, upon learning about the migration route of the elves, Zhang Nu's brows furrowed, sensing a complication. Nancilia noticed his concern and quickly asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Is there something amiss? Zhang Nu explained, looking at the migration route of the elves, they will definitely pass through some territories of the Empire. And with such a large-scale migration, do you think Bachor would be unaware of it? Nancilia realized the implication. Are you suggesting that the Empire's troops might obstruct the elves from reaching the Chaos Forest? Not might, Zhang Nu corrected firmly. They definitely will. The influx of so many elves into the Chaos Forest would significantly boost its strength. Even without the revelation of the Elven King, Grand Duke Bachor would not allow these elves to join the Chaos Forest at such a critical juncture. The Chaos Forest was already challenging enough to deal with. An addition of 1 million or even several million elves would make future conflicts even more difficult, going against the interests of both the Duchy of Bachor and the Empire. Nancilia immediately expressed concern, this is bad. If the elves are ambushed by human armies along the way, they could suffer heavy casualties. Let me personally go to escort and support them. Zhang Nu shook his head and said, even with your strength, you alone cannot protect such a large group of elves. I will send Long Yi, Zhang San, and Li Si to accompany you, along with an elite aerial brigade. Hearing this, Nancilia was overjoyed. As a pseudo-mythic level 6 entity, with Long Yi being a level 6 monarch, and Zhang San and Li Si as the top level 5 monarchs, this lineup could easily handle Bachor. However, Zhang Nu had reservations. Engaging with the Empire would mean fighting on their territory. Not only would they have to fight without prior preparation, but they would also need to ensure the safety of hundreds of thousands of elves, minimizing casualties. No matter how it was viewed, the difficulty of this task was not small. Bachor was no fool. If he aggressively attacked the migrating elves, the Chaos Forest and the Darkness City would not remain indifferent. Such an obvious opportunity would surely not be ignored. Even if the Darkness City's Demon King were to intervene, they would immediately be put on the defensive, falling into a trap. Even if, by some slim chance, the Chaos Forest remained indifferent, Bachor's annihilation of hundreds of thousands of elves would still be necessary. This would instill fear in other elves contemplating joining the Chaos Forest, slowing down the expansion of the Chaos Forest's power and benefiting the upcoming full-scale war. Zhang Nu continued, to ensure the safety of the elven migrants, I will instruct Bai Jia to control the Citadel of Eternity and assist the elves in their migration. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nancilia felt immensely relieved and grateful. The involvement of the Citadel of Eternity would significantly reduce the potential casualties among the elves. Let's not delay. Depart immediately. Yes, Your Majesty, we will bring you good news. Nancilia vowed to safely bring back all the elven people. By following the Demon King and contributing to his great cause, they too would enjoy the benefits brought by the ancient Tree of Eternity and the Spirit Sanctum, contributing to the prosperity and strength of the elven race. The Marquisate of Elro, located at the far eastern edge of the Empire's southern lands, was known for its level terrain and fertile soil, making it one of the largest agricultural and pastoral areas in the southern region. However, the tranquility of this place was about to be disrupted. Duke Bachor had personally led 4 knight orders from the Bachor family to this area, bringing together a formidable force of 200,000 men, each order not inferior to the renowned Blood Lion Knights in terms of prowess. This represented the core strength of the entire Bachor family, all gathered here for this mission. Having recovered from the severe injuries he sustained in the battle at Kolo after more than a month of recuperation, Duke Bachor was present on the scene himself. This time, he was fully committed, staking his family's honor and determined not to underestimate the might of the Chaos Federation again. A report for the Duke, we have pinpointed the migrating elf troop, a scout announced. Their numbers are consistent with our predictions, likely between 500,000 and 600,000. They are expected to cross the border of Elro territory within an hour, and our troops are ready for encirclement and elimination. Duke Bachor nodded in acknowledgement. For merely 500,000 to 600,000 ordinary elves, the Bachor Duchy did not need to mobilize such a vast force. Among such a large group of migrating elves, it would be notable to have 100,000 elite elf warriors. 1 or 2 of the Empire's official army legions would suffice to encircle and exterminate them. However, Duke Bachor not only mobilized the core strength of his family but also enlisted the power and influence of heroes. At this moment, standing beside Bachor were at least 10 powerful heroes, each possessing the strength of at least a level 6 overlord, with the 2 leading figures being on par with him. Huan Yu, the Archbishop of the Radiant Church from the Azure Water region, and Xiao Si, one of the renowned 7 Sword Saints from the Sunset Empire, were both level 6 monarchs in terms of strength, matching Bachor. Xiao Si brought with him several hundred heroes from the Sunset Empire, as well as over 1,000 disciples from the Inner Eye Sword sect. As for Huan Yu, she commanded all the Radiant Priests stationed within the Empire's territory. The resulting force was much stronger than any assembled in the past, making the encirclement and extermination of several 100,000 native elves an overkill, seemingly unnecessary to mobilize such a large force. Bachor's true aim, however, was the Chaos Federation. These 500,000 to 600,000 elves were all heading to join the Chaos Federation. If they were intercepted, captured, and slaughtered by the Empire's troops, the Chaos Federation could not just stand by. Should they attempt a rescue, they would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position. Even if the Chaos Federation chose not to intervene, the Empire could capture hundreds of thousands of elves and execute them publicly. Such actions could severely dampen the morale of the Darkness City and deter other elves from seeking refuge with the Chaos Federation. However, before the elven migration tribes arrived, Bachor received an urgent military report. Duke, urgent news. A force has emerged from the direction of the southern forest. It seems to be personally led by the Demon King and the Elven King. Hearing this, Bachor laughed heartily. His strategy had indeed succeeded. The Demon King and the Elven King had no choice but to intervene for the rescue and protection. Bachor immediately commanded, "Good, very good, everyone prepare." The members of Bachor's Night Order assumed their positions, with various blessing, healing, and protective buffs swiftly being cast upon them. In less than half an hour, Xiaoxi, the inner Eye Sword Saint, spoke softly, "They're here." Everyone was momentarily stunned. Then at the horizon, a considerably large force was seen crossing the mountain range to arrive at their location. It's them. The Demon King has come in person. The Elven King seems to be present too. This force totaled 30,000, all flying units, primarily composed of Draconian Super Soldier Legions, Orcish-winged Beast Rider Mage, Elven Dragonhawk Rider Squads, and other aerial units. Seeing the size of this force, Bachor sneered. Did they really dare to come here with so few numbers? However, this was an area not yet occupied. The forces of Chaos Federation and Darkness City couldn't possibly enter in large numbers, only able to dispatch flying units with sufficient mobility for interception. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. This handful of troops was like trying to extinguish a fire with a cup of water. Archbishop Huanyu, Lord Xiaoxi, I'll have to trouble you both to join the fray later. If we can capture this Demon King and the Elven King, the Empire will surely reward us handsomely, said Bachor. The Archbishop spoke indifferently. Eradicating the Demon King is the divine duty of a hero and has always been the mission of the Radiant Church. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning. Xiaoxi gripped his staff lightly, and a sharp blade emerged from within. The guide stick was actually a long sword. Xiaoxi remained silent, drew the sword, and from thousands of meters away, directed a strike towards the Demon King's army. A sword energy burst forth instantly. Initially inconspicuous, the sword energy surged against the wind during its flight. It grew from a few meters to tens of meters, and finally to 100 meters, turning into a gigantic sword gleam that carved a massive trench in the earth. How formidable! Is this the strength of one of the 7 sword saints of the Sunset Empire? Just a casual strike possesses such power. Whether it was the Empire's experts or heroes from various factions, all were shocked. Sword Saint Xiaoxi had given the Demon King's army a powerful demonstration of his strength. Nancilia sensed a powerful attack approaching. Her expression changed slightly as she prepared to defend, but Long Yi, shrouded in black mist, rushed forward first. "Let me handle this kind of attack." As he spoke, the black mist was released, acting like a barrier that enveloped the sword energy. Once the sword energy entered the black mist, it not only stopped growing but also rapidly disintegrated and dimmed. By the time it reached the Black Dragon King, it no longer posed a threat. With a powerful sweep of his tail, the sword energy was shattered. Quite interesting. Hero Xiaoxi slowly sheathed his sword. There aren't many who can block my strike. It seems you've broken through to the 6th rank. It wasn't in vain that I made this long journey. Hearing this, Bachor and the other Imperial elites showed a change in expression. Not long ago, during the battle at Iron City, the Black Dragon King was clearly at the 5th rank. How many days had passed for him to have broken through to level 6? There's nothing surprising. Archbishop Huanyu spoke up at this moment. Demon Kings grow by conquering regions and killing heroes. He has devoured the population of 12 provinces of the Empire, totaling tens of millions, and has killed thousands of heroes. It's not surprising that he has broken through to level 6. It would be surprising if he hadn't. Level 5 Demon Kings were already quite numerous. But who has seen a level 6 Demon King? It's almost unheard of and unseen. This was also the reason why Huanyu and Xiaoxi came to participate in this operation. They had guessed early on that after the Battle of Tian City, having killed several level 6 heroes, the Demon King would definitely level up. And for them, nothing was more attractive than a level 6 Demon King, so this time they came to the right place. Damn. The Empire is well prepared. Nancilia said, their army is not only very strong, but the allies they've recruited are also formidable. Apart from Bachor, I sense at least 2 high-level monarchs. She hadn't expected the Empire to mobilize such a strong force. It seemed that with their current troops, they couldn't possibly withstand the Empire's army. Don't worry. Lisi spoke up at this time. Our master has already made arrangements. Our task is merely to buy time. Zhang San nodded and added, yes, our lord is no longer patient with playing games with these people from the Empire's southern territories. This is a good opportunity to eliminate not only Bachor's elite forces, but perhaps even Bachor himself. Hearing this, Nancilia's spirits lifted. Although she didn't know what arrangements His Majesty had made, it seemed like he had anticipated the current situation. With this in mind, Nancilia was no longer afraid. She stepped forward and shouted to the opposite side, "Despicable Empire scum, your plans will never succeed. I advise you not to bring destruction upon yourselves." Bringing destruction upon ourselves? Bachor laughed, his battle chi forming wings as he soared into the sky. Who exactly is bringing destruction upon themselves in this situation? He paused and then continued, I might as well let you know, I've dispatched several legions to block your escape routes. Reinforcements from the Chaos Forest can't come in now, and it's impossible for you to flee. In other words, you're now isolated and without support. Long Yi scoffed, big talk. You think you can stop us with just that? Ridiculous. As he spoke, countless lightning bolts were summoned in an instant, like dense raindrops, rapidly pelting towards the Empire's army. Huan Yu raised her staff, instantly summoning a powerful divine shield that blocked most of the attacks, causing Long Yi's expression to change slightly. Bachor, she called out. Don't waste time. Let's capture their leader first. Duke Bachor of the Empire's southern border, Archbishop Huan Yu, and one of the 7 Sword Saints, Xiao Si, 3 level 6 monarch-class entities, unleashed their domains simultaneously. Shura Domain. Radiance Domain. Inner Mind Sword Domain. With the 3 domains fully activated, and the combined might of 3 high-level monarchs, the effect and area covered reached unprecedented levels. Clearly, their intention was straightforward, to trap the forces of the Darkness City, leaving them no escape, and then to eliminate them bit by bit. However, at that moment, Divine Tree Domain, Darkness Domain, Earth Domain, Sacrificial Domain. The Chaos Federation opened up 4 domains in response. Long Yi and Nancilia easily neutralized one of the opponent's domains each, while Zhang San and Li Si, although not yet at level 6 but still in the late stages of level 5 and with the racial advantages of the Dragonkins, joined forces to exert their domains, managing to neutralize another layer of opponent's domain. In other words, when it came to the clash of domains, the result was a mutual cancellation, with neither side gaining control of the battlefield. Without control, the difficulty of killing a level 6 monarch-class entity became too great. Bachor's face turned ugly and dark. In just a month's time, the strength of the Darkness 3 dragons have grown to such an extent. Such monstrous beings, if not eliminated immediately, will become a major threat. The Demon King was too terrifying. Their growth rate was too astonishing. This opportunity was truly rare and must be seized to resolve this in one fell swoop. Kill. For the Empire. For the Duke. Since the domains neutralized each other, it was time to directly engage with the troops. The Empire's faction held an overwhelming advantage in terms of military forces, while the Demon King's faction, though evidently weaker, possessed very strong mobility. With Nancilia, Long Yi, Zhang San, and Li Si holding back the 3 most formidable monarchs of the Empire's faction and retreating while fighting, the Empire, despite having the upper hand, did not achieve an overwhelming advantage. After about an hour, the Demon King's forces finally began to falter, the disparity in troop numbers being just too great. It's about time. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. The Darkness 3 dragons and the Elven King led the Demon King's forces to retreat towards the northeast. Bachor was overjoyed, and the Empire's forces surged with morale. Since engaging with the Chaos Federation, this was the Empire's first victorious battle. Although the Darkness 3 dragons and the Elven King both suffered considerable exhaustion, the Empire chose not to pursue them immediately. The Demon King's forces consisted of highly mobile flying units, and Bachor's troops included both land and air forces. If he rashly dispatched his air forces in pursuit, it could lead to a dispersal of his strength and potentially fall into the Demon King's trap. The immediate priority was to proceed with caution. They won't be able to escape. First, let's annihilate the migrating elves. As long as we attack the migrating elves, they will definitely intervene, and then, due to their concerns for the elves, they will be even less able to utilize their full strength. This was what the Empire's high command believed, so they spent an hour reorganizing their troops. Only after regaining their readiness did they reach the necessary route for the migrating elves. However, to their astonishment, not a single elf was in sight. On the vast plains, a fortress had appeared at some unknown time. Upon seeing this fortress, Bachor's expression changed drastically. Fuck. It's the Magitech fortress of the Darkness City, they've taken all the elves into the fortress. It turned out that the previous battle was not about defeating or hindering the Empire. It was purely about drawing the Empire's military attention and buying time. Now, the 500,000 to 600,000 elves had all been taken into the Citadel of Eternity, turning what should have been a straightforward field encounter into a siege. Meanwhile, in the Darkness City, a massive army had assembled. At a glance, it was dense and numbered in the hundreds of thousands. They were not positioned just anywhere, but were at the Stellar Gateway. This Stellar Gateway was a key and highly valuable structure. Since obtaining it, it had not been used, mainly to avoid revealing it too soon. Now was the time. This rare opportunity also meant it was time for it to play its role. A few hours earlier, in the Elro region, a massive convoy of migrating elves was led by Sigrid, the chieftain of the Moonwell tribe. Upon hearing of the appearance of the Elven King and the Tree of Eternity in the Chaos Forest, she immediately mobilized her entire tribe along with several other small and medium-sized elven tribes nearby to form a grand migration caravan bound for the Chaos Forest. The journey was immensely long, requiring over 12 days of travel even at full speed. It was fraught with danger as they needed to traverse territories controlled by various powers, including the borders of human empires. Such a large troop could not possibly remain concealed. If they encountered conflicts with passing forces or engaged in clashes with human troops, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the elves were determined to press on, their sole desire being to reach the Chaos Forest as soon as possible. They believed that following the Elven King and seeking refuge under the Tree of Eternity, regardless of the cost, was worth any sacrifice. Yet, the elves of the Moonwell tribe had severely underestimated the gravity of the situation. In Chieftain Sigrid's worst-case scenario, they might engage in conflicts with the Empire's border guards. However, the Elven forces were no pushovers, and despite some potential losses, they could still make their way through. What she did not realize was that the Empire and the Chaos Forest were already sworn enemies. How could the Empire simply stand by and watch such a large force of elves defect to their foe? Due to their lack of timely information, the elves made a grave miscalculation. Now, they were about to pay a heavy price for this oversight. Chieftain, bad news. We've just received word that the Duke Bachor from the southern border of the human empire is leading the 4 Knight Orders of the Bachor Duchy to besiege us. Hearing this news, Sigrid was shocked. The Grand Duke himself taking action? Mobilizing the Duchy's Knight Orders? The Guardian Grand Dukes of the Empire's 4 territories were all level 6 monarchs, and the Knight Orders of the Bachor Duchy represented the most elite and central force within the duchy, incomparable to ordinary imperial legions. Not to mention the mobilization of all 4 Knight Orders, even the presence of a single order would spell despair for them. The elves were thrown into panic, knowing they stood no chance against the Empire. With such a force besieging them, survival seemed nearly impossible. But what could they do? They had already traveled 2/3 of the way. Retreating or advancing seemed equally futile, and even a temporary withdrawal wouldn't be possible immediately. Were they just to wait for death? At that moment, an elven knight appeared in the sky. Sigrid, a level 5 overlord elf, sensed immense power and a regal aura emanating from this golden-haired elf. The Elven King. It's the Elven King. Are you the Elven King from the Chaos Forest? Marilyn, accompanied by several elven elders, appeared before the group. She smiled and responded, "My name is Marilyn, one of the Elven Kings from Johntree City. However, I am not the one you have heard about. Elven King Nancilia is currently coordinating with the Federation forces to distract the Empire. I am here to guide you to a safe area." Hearing this, the elves of the Moonwell tribe were bewildered. Sigrid, somewhat incredulous, asked, "Could it be that within the Johntree City, there's more than one Elven King?" Marilyn smiled and said, "Yes, of course, there's more than one, and in the future, there might be even more. You might also become an Elven King in the future." "How is that possible?" Sigrid and the other elves found it hard to believe. Marilyn explained, nothing is impossible. A few months ago, the Chaos Forest didn't have any elven kings or the Tree of Eternity. The changes we see today are all thanks to the full support of His Majesty the Demon King towards our elven kind. With His Majesty the Demon King's abilities, creating a few more elven kings might not be difficult at all. Before the group could fully digest this information, Marilyn said, "All right, we're pressed for time and we need to hurry. Nancilia and the others can't buy us much time." About a quarter of an hour later, space twisted, and a colossal structure was teleported onto the plane. It was taller than a mountain and about the size of a medium-sized city. Its enclosed structure, made entirely of metal and floating in mid-air, was covered in numerous intricate magical runes and formations. "What is this?" The elves were shocked once again. They had never seen such a gigantic floating city. The mere appearance of something so massive out of thin air was utterly inconceivable, and the energy required to transport it here must have been immense. This structure was none other than the Citadel of Eternity of the Chaos Federation. An hour later, 560,000 elves had all entered the Citadel of Eternity. They were astounded by what they saw. Such an ancient Magitech fortress from legends, to be preserved so intact and still operational, was truly unbelievable. Soon after, Nancilia arrived. Marilyn asked, "How's the situation?" Nancilia replied gravely, "The enemy forces are incredibly strong, with at least a dozen or 20 level 6 combatants, including 3 Monarch-class presents. We are no match for them and could barely hold our own." "What? That strong?" Marilyn was shocked. She frowned and said, "This is bad. Are we trapped then?" Everyone understood the importance of this fortress. After the darkness, 3 dragons conquered 12 provinces in the Southern Empire and controlled tens of millions of people. The Empire hadn't launched a counterattack mainly because this fortress blocked their military outside, buying time to consolidate the territory. This mobile fortress is crucial for the Chaos Federation. It can effectively expand and reinforce the defensive line to protect the occupied areas. Now, to assist the elves, the Citadel of Eternity activated its void engine, which had just cooled down. While this could bypass the Empire's deployment in the Elro territory, it would inevitably lead to significant consumption and a cooldown period of 10 to 15 days. During this time, the fortress wouldn't be able to teleport again. Being trapped in such a situation would be very dangerous, especially since this is not an occupied area, making resupply and reinforcements challenging. Any mishap with the fortress would be a massive loss for the Federation. This responsibility was something the Jauntry City could not bear. Nancilia firmly stated, "For His Majesty and for the Federation, we must protect the fortress." The fortress commander, Bai Jia, reassured, "Don't worry, the fortress is not so fragile. With nearly full ranks of Magitech combat troops, even if the enemy is very strong, they won't be able to breach it quickly." Although Sigrid, the chieftain of the Moonwell tribe, didn't know much about the Dark Lord, she realized the severity of the situation and immediately offered support. "The elves can also join the battle." Bai Jia nodded, "Let all elven civilians move to the safety zone in the hall, and have elven mages take turns channeling magical power into the barrier array to reduce wear and tear. Elven archers and high-level elven mages will assist in combat." After these arrangements were made, it wasn't long before the fortress alarms sounded. Bachor's troops had arrived. Bachor had a deep impression of this Magitech fortress. To assist the elves, the Darkness City had moved the fortress here, undoubtedly making the battle much more challenging. However, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. With the fortress isolated and without support, no matter how strong its defenses or how fierce its firepower, it couldn't possibly stand against Bachor's Knight Legions. Especially since the forces participating this time included nearly 20 level 6 Lord units and over 100 level 5 Lord units, a stark contrast to the battle at Kolo. Bachor sneered coldly, "Good, very good. This mobile fortress has always been a great threat to the Empire, and now we've been given a chance to destroy it." With 200,000 knights from the duchy at his command, Bachor held absolute confidence. However, he didn't immediately initiate the attack. To ensure the success of this battle, Bachor specifically waited for the arrival of the 1st Legion from the southern border, the most elite and mobile among the 10 legions of the south. The 1st Legion, comprised of 200,000 elite official soldiers, all equipped with flying mounts, was a formidable aerial force. Although their combat prowess was not on par with the duchy's knights, they were considered exceptional within the ranks of the official imperial forces. Bachor began to command, first ordering the First Legion to attack. Tens of thousands of flying units approached the Citadel of Eternity from all directions. The fortress immediately retaliated, with tens of thousands of Magitech fortress troops firing from the shooting galleries and windows with Magitech rifles. The dense beams of light, like a violent storm, filled the entire space, leaving no room to breathe. The firepower of the fortress was stronger than anticipated, with Imperial soldiers being killed every second. However, this was inconsequential to Bachor, as this elite official army was meant to draw fire as cannon fodder, with the true force being the Duchy's knights. Pass down my command. Begin the assault. Destroy the fortress in one fell swoop. Leave no targets behind. Under Bachor's orders, several knights with the power of level 6 overlords immediately activated various powerful command skills and magical defenses, splitting into 4 groups to attack the fortress from different directions. The Imperial assault was too fierce. Even the robust shield of the Citadel of Eternity was rapidly weakening. At this rate, it would be breached in just a minute or two, risking significant damage or even complete paralysis. Left with no choice, the Darkness 3 dragons and Nancilia had to re-enter the fray. Bachor, leading his group of heroes, easily countered their combined attacks, gaining a clear upper hand. The scales of victory seemed to tilt entirely in the Empire's favor. Demon King. Elven King. Have you run out of tricks? Don't think any of you will be able to escape. Along with these hundreds of thousands of elves and this fortress, all will turn to ashes. The Citadel of Eternity was in a dire situation, much to Bachor's delight. After suffering so many losses in the southern border at the hands of the Chaos Federation, the Empire was finally on the verge of a crushing victory. Not only could this victory destroy one of the Federation's most crucial fortresses, but it also offered the chance to wipe out the Darkness 3 dragons and the Elven King of the Chaos Forest in one fell swoop. For the Bachor family, this was a monumental victory that could wash away their shame. Bachor taunted while attacking, "You fools really thought you could shake the Empire? With the Empire's solid foundation, we can afford to lose 10 times, 100 times, but you can't afford to lose even once. That's the absolute gap in strength. Your defeat was inevitable." Indeed, the gap in pure military power couldn't be easily bridged. Continuing this way, the destruction of the fortress and the slaughter of the elves were just a matter of time. Elves like Sigrid, who had never witnessed a battle of this scale, felt immense pressure and an uncontrollable fear. The human army was just too strong. Even with this miraculous fortress, it was only delaying the inevitable. How could they contend against the power of an Empire-level force? Now it seemed they were in a dire situation. Seeking refuge with the Elven King not only failed but also put the Elven King in a difficult position. At this moment, an unexpected event occurred about 10 miles from the battlefield. The space in this area twisted, and a crack opened up, forming a gap hundreds of meters high that gradually turned into a giant spatial gate. The formation of this massive spatial gate was very slow. Initially, only chaotic ripples were visible inside the gate, but after about 3 minutes, the ripples gradually calmed, and a clear image appeared. Inside the gate was the Darkness Valley, with tens of thousands of the Chaos Federation's elite forces ready for battle. This included thousands of giants, 50,000 human units, 100,000 draconian units, over 100,000 ogres, and hundreds of thousands of minotaurs, tiger folks, bear folks, wolf folks, and other elite units from various forest races. The total number was about 600,000. This was an extremely elite and vast army. The giant chieftain, Jean Kuei, roared, "Your time to earn glory is here. Kill!" Golden giants led the charge, breaking through the spatial gate from the distant Darkness City and stepping directly onto the Elro Plains, 10 miles from the battlefield. Such a massive army was enough to completely encircle Bachor's knightly forces. The Stellar Gateway, a level 5 special building, was able to summon a portal within a specified range. This portal was interconnected with the Stellar Gateway itself. This important structure in Darkness City was used for the rapid transfer or teleportation of large-scale armies across wide areas, holding immense military value. In fact, the formation of the Stellar Gateway's portal could have been obstructed. The portal took a significant amount of time to gather energy, causing abnormal spatial fluctuations in the area and generating intense energy waves during the process. This made it possible to disrupt or destroy the gate, either while it was forming or even after it had been summoned, through magical attacks. However, it was too late now. The focus of the Empire's elites was entirely on the Citadel of Eternity. Duke Bachelor couldn't have imagined that the Darkness City's army could be instantly transferred there, as the Stellar Gateway's capabilities were unprecedented and unheard of. At that moment, the vast and dense forces of the Chaos Federation surged out of the spatial gate. In just a short time, nearly half of them had emerged. The giants from Thunderclap City, with their tough skin and strong magical defenses, led the charge, followed closely by the ogres from the Chaos Forest and various other forest races. The sky was filled with flying units, including dragonmen troops and members of the winged races. Before the two sides could engage in close combat, Darkness City initiated a ritual at its 3 temples. The divine blessings of the goddess of nature, the goddess of war, and the goddess of the sea descended upon all the Chaos Federation forces present, significantly enhancing their HP, MP, stats, and recovery abilities, nearly doubling their combat effectiveness. Charge! For His Majesty! For the Federation! Jean Kuei led the charge by hurling his golden war spear, which, like a sharp bolt of lightning, instantly wiped out dozens of knights from the Bachelor Duchy. The other giants also launched their attacks, unleashing hundreds of fierce lightning strikes that thundered across the plains. Despite the strength of the Bachelor Duchy's knights, the sudden and ferocious assault caught them off guard. Their once coherent formations were quickly disrupted, leaving them somewhat disoriented for a time. Damn it! This Elro region. How come there are so many forest tribes? And there are human knight and mage regiments too? Curse it, where did these guys come from? Several Imperial knights and generals were stunned. Bachelor's expression was grim. It seems the Demon King has kept a significant portion of his forces in reserve. Ever since the invasion of the southern provinces by the Chaos Forest, they have never deployed their full strength. It was horrifying. Too terrifying. The strength of Darkness City, how formidable could it possibly be? The hero, Sword Saint Xiaoxi, said gravely, Duke, we must not panic now. Although the enemy is numerous, they are not as strong as the Duchy's knights in terms of strength. The Archbishop Huan Yu also stated, correct, our priority now is to hold them off and buy time for us. As long as we kill the Demon King, a considerable part of their forces will collapse without a fight. Xiaoxi ordered, Xing Rong, you and a few others, quickly go support the rear. We need to buy time to kill the Demon King and the Elven King. Understood. The level 6 hero Xing Rong, along with 3 other high-ranking level 6 heroes, 10 level 5 heroes, and several top elites from the Bachelor family, retreated from the front line to support the rear. Let's take down that golden giant first. He must be one of the strongest fighters in this force. Once we take down the golden giant, the morale of the Demon King's minions will definitely plummet, giving the Empire a chance to breathe. The experienced high-ranking heroes made a prompt decision. Currently, within this vast army that arrived through the spatial gate, the most eye-catching performance undoubtedly came from the giant Jean Kuei, leading the charge. Now, Jean Kuei possessed the strength of a top-tier level 5 overlord. His defense, attack, resistance, and vitality were not just top-notch. Coupled with his formidable racial talents and advantages, he could confront a level 6 being head-on. Being the leader who initiated the attack against the Empire, he was definitely the commanding general. Together, attack. Xing Rong activated a transformation skill, instantly turning into a giant tens of meters tall, with a body that seemed made of black iron metal. Mountain crumbling fist. He threw a punch directly at the giant. With a bang, Jean Kuei's massive form was sent flying backward. Although Jean Kuei was incredibly strong, blocking an attack from a level 6 hero was not that easy. As Jean Kuei tried to regain his balance and counterattack, Xing Rong waved his hand, releasing a black chain that bound Jean Kuei, immobilizing him. Now. Strike. While we have the chance. The other 3 high-ranking heroes launched their attacks. Top-tier magical and combat skills hit Jean Kuei one after another, causing him immense damage in an instant. Jean Kuei's colossal body fell, like a golden mountain crashing down. Xing Rong then summoned a massive black warblade and swung it down, decapitating the golden giant. Golden blood splattered everywhere. The Lord of Thunderclap City. The leader of the giant tribe was slain just like that. Xing Rong initially thought that the other giants and the forces of Darkness City would panic, be terrified, or even become disorganized due to this event. Logically, that should have been the case, but reality didn't follow expectations. Curse them all. Our chieftain is dead. The Lord of Thunderclap City is dead. These damned bastards, let's fight them to the end. Follow our chieftain, to death do us part. Follow our chieftain, to death do us part. All the warriors of the Federation on the scene, whether they were giants, orcs, elves, or any of the other dozen races, didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, with crazed expressions, they charged forward as if eager to lay down their lives. What's going on? Have these people gone mad? Xing Rong and the three high-ranking heroes were stunned. These individuals were supposed to be just ordinary forest natives, not directly summoned troops of the Demon King, especially given their vast numbers and diverse races. Logically, even the bravest of people carry an innate and indelible fear of death. Yet, these Chaos Federation forces seemed not to fear death at all, even rushing forward to meet it, embracing it as if it were their fate. This was undeniably a very peculiar situation. In reality, the warriors of the Chaos Federation weren't truly fearless of death. They firmly believed that death wouldn't truly befall them because the Demon King possessed powerful resurrection abilities, capable of reviving fallen warriors. Thus, for the Chaos Federation, dying in battle wasn't as terrifying, but rather considered an honor. This belief drove each of them to fight with near madness. Root bind. Hundreds of elves joined forces to unleash a controlling skill. In his transformed state, Xing Rong was quite cumbersome and was quickly bound, almost wrapped up like a giant dumpling by the roots, temporarily losing his mobility and becoming an easy target. Attack. Use fire magic. The human elemental mage troops of Dark City started chanting. No. Shit. Stop. Xing Rong sensed the terrifying aura. Thousands of level 3 elemental mages activated their collective chanting ability, condensing thousands of explosive flame spells into a single attack, which had the power comparable to a level 6 attack spell. In the next moment, amidst Xing Rong's despairing gaze, the supercharged explosive flame spell released by the combined chanting of thousands of elemental mages became a supernova and struck him directly, instantly blasting his body into smithereens. A level 6 hero was thus eliminated by a group attack. At the same time, the Chaos Federation forces from Darkness City had almost completed their entire transfer. The massive army of 500,000, sprawling like a tide, soon enveloped the Imperial forces within, creating a grave situation for the Empire. However, the Imperial forces, numbering nearly 400,000, including the formidable Ducal Knights, couldn't be easily overwhelmed by the Chaos Federation forces. The situation was more of a stalemate, with intense fighting ongoing. Bachor, facing such circumstances, was furious. These knights were the foundation and lifeblood of the Bachor family. If they were all lost here, even if they won the battle, the family would be severely weakened, taking decades or even centuries to recover. They couldn't afford to be passive. Retreat. Retreat. Before the encirclement was fully formed, Bachor attempted to lead his troops to break through, thus issuing the order to retreat. The Ducal Knights, mostly mounted on flying mounts, had high mobility. Even if they couldn't win, they still had the capability to flee. However, just at that moment, a barrier descended from all directions. Among the Chaos Federation forces from Gloom City was a group of demon mages, who were particularly adept at barrier magic, capable of temporarily creating barriers to prevent the Empire's breakthrough. At all costs. Long Yi declared gravely, Bachor must die today. Zhang San, Li Si, Nancilia, and Marilyn all nodded in agreement. Although due to the planning of their lord, the Chaos Federation was already at an advantage. But the Bachor Ducal Knights remained a formidable force. Continuing the fight as it was would lead to endless battles and alarming casualties. The best way to minimize losses was to kill Bachor, throwing his knights into disarray. Bachor himself was the greatest threat in the Southern Empire, causing significant trouble for the Chaos Federation. An opportunity like today's was too rare to pass up. The 5 of them flew out of the fortress, taking a risk to approach Duke Bachor. Bachor, noticing the approach of the Demon King and the Elven King, understood their intent and immediately said solemnly to those around him, Lord Archbishop, Lord Sword Saint, given the current situation, we have no other choice. Our only hope is to kill the Demon King and the Elven King, but my strength alone is insufficient. I hope you all can lend your full support. Rest assured, Grand Duke. We will give it our all, the 2 supreme heroes assured, moving to Bachor's side. At the same time, Bachor's 4 knight commanders and 5 level 6 supreme heroes also rushed over in haste. At this moment, Bachor had 11 level 6 powerhouses by his side, including 2 level 6 Monarch-class supreme powerhouses. Good. With this force, the Demon King and the Elven King are nothing to worry about. If we can eliminate them, there's still hope for a turnaround. As the two forces collided, their respective domains were activated, constantly neutralizing each other. Bachor had thought the battle would be similar to the previous one, with neither side able to gain control of the battlefield. However, to his surprise, a divine tree suddenly rose from the ground, releasing a multitude of roots to form a domain of less than a kilometer, enveloping everyone within it. What's happening? Duke Bachor, Archbishop Huanyu, and Sword Saint Xiaoxi were shocked. They had clashed once before and thought the forces were evenly matched, so why did the Chaos Federation prevail in the domain clash this time? Among them, there's another Elven King. Xiaoxi sensed Marilyn's presence, which explained the situation. Among all the monarchs present, Marilyn was the weakest, but her arrival tipped the balance. Humph. So what if you control the battlefield? Bachor's expression darkened. You're just digging your own grave. From the comparison of strengths, the Empire's advantage was very clear. In addition to the 3 monarchs, the Empire also had several level 6 heroes and knight commanders. 9 powerful fighters. As a level 5 monarch, Marilyn could at most contend with 2 level 6 overlords. In other words, there was a gap of 7 overlord-level units in strength, putting the Chaos Federation at a significant disadvantage. Even though Nancilia's domain was successfully deployed with the help of others, how much impact could such a weakened domain have on the top fighters present? The effect was likely negligible, akin to digging their own grave like Bachor stated. We won't lose. Nancilia's expression was very determined. Even if it meant a mutual destruction, she was determined to eliminate Bachor. Without Duke Bachor, the threat from the Empire's southern territory would be greatly reduced. However, before the 3 Dragon Kings and 2 Elven Kings could act, a voice appeared in their minds. Let me handle it this time. This voice belonged to no other than the Demon King, Xiongnu himself. The 5 were taken aback. His Majesty himself was going to intervene? With Nancilia's domain currently sealing the area and countless routes covering it, making it difficult for outside forces to enter, it was practically a secluded space. The 3 monarchs led by Bachor were not easy foes, and killing them was easier said than done. Even the level 6 heroes each had their own trump cards. A fight could potentially lead to mutual destruction without ensuring the total annihilation of these powerful enemies. For such a crucial battle, the Demon King couldn't just stand by, so he decided to enter the fray to ensure a complete victory. Yes. My lord. Li Si, the Draconian's chief priest, nodded and activated his Demon King's summoning ability, while Nancilia immediately lifted the spatial restrictions in coordination. Bachor was puzzled, and Xiaoxi immediately drew his sword, sending a powerful sword chi sweeping towards them. However, just as the sword chi was about to hit the group, a hand casually grasped, as if catching an annoying fly. The powerful sword chi unleashed by the blind sword saint was directly gripped and quickly dissipated in the opponent's hand, turning into nothing without leaving a trace. In the presence of the 3 Dragon Kings and 2 Elven Kings, another figure appeared on the scene. This person was shrouded in a somber, concealing cloak, making it impossible to discern their true appearance or gauge their level of power. However, the fact that they effortlessly caught a strike from the Sword Saint of the Sunset Empire with their bare hands was a feat no ordinary person could achieve. Duke Bachor demanded with a stern voice, "Who are you?" Concealed within the cloak, Xiongnu chuckled without revealing his face. After contending with the Chaos Federation for so long, you haven't even discovered my existence. I'm not sure if I've overestimated you or if you've underestimated us. As he spoke, the Darkness 3 and the 2 Elven Kings all knelt on one knee. We greet our master. We greet your majesty. This scene, witnessed by all, sent shivers down their spines. The 3 titans of the Darkness City had been entangled with the Empire for over a month. The names of the Darkness 3 dragons and the Elven Kings had already spread throughout the Empire, becoming almost household names with numerous myths and rumors surrounding them. Yet, at this moment, the 3 mighty and mysterious Dragon Kings and the 2 elegant and noble Elven Kings were all kneeling before this enigmatic figure, their faces filled with respect and humility, displaying complete submission and utter lowliness. This was beyond belief, even more shocking than the worst nightmare. It was a terrifying scene that one could scarcely imagine to be real. Duke Bachor was overwhelmed with shock, absurdity, and despair. Could it be that the target of the Empire's research for over a month, for which the southern region of the Empire had paid a tremendous price and had been locked in back-and-forth tug-of-war, wasn't actually the real Demon King? The 3 Dragon Kings and the high-ranking Elven Kings were merely subordinates of the true Demon King lurking in the shadows who had never made a move from start to finish. Duke Bachor exclaimed in anger, "No, how can this be possible? Who exactly are you?" Jean Nu laughed. This revelation was too much for Bachor to bear. It's no wonder Bachor couldn't bring himself to believe or accept it, because if he did, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? It would be the greatest humiliation of his life. Indeed, this was understandable. In fact, not just for Bachor or the Empire, but for the majority of the lower and middle ranks within the Chaos Federation as well, it was hard to distinguish between the Dark Dragon King and the true Demon King. After all, they were of the same race, and the Dark Dragon King also exuded an imposing presence, very much like a final boss. In other words, because Jean Nu did not often reveal his strength, it was easy for the citizens of the Federation to mistake the Dark Dragon King as the Lord of the Darkness City, without realizing that he was merely a shadow of the true Demon King. Why did Jean Nu seldom take personal action for so long? While part of the reason might be due to laziness, a more significant reason was that the timing wasn't right. If Jean Nu had acted personally from the beginning, it would have been easy to expose the secrets of the Darkness City, inevitably attracting the full force of the Empire's encirclement and suppression. A month or 2 ago, Jean Nu had just taken control of the Chaos Forest. At that time, the newly established Chaos Federation was not yet strong enough to confront the entire Empire's wrath. If the Empire had launched a full-scale crusade against the Chaos Forest, it would have posed a considerable threat. However, things are different now. Jean Nu has achieved the power level of a level 6 legend. The Vice Lord of the Darkness City and Prime Minister of the Chaos Federation, Han Kurson, was now a level 6 myth. The alliance of 2 Supreme Demon Kings was already a catastrophic existence, not to mention the significant development of the Darkness City during this period and the recruitment of figures like the Empress Shui Lan. With the current strength of the Chaos Federation, it could withstand even a full-scale attack from the Empire. For this reason, Jean Nu need not be overly cautious. It is justifiable for him to take action personally on such occasions. Jean Nu lifted the disguise cloak he was wearing, revealing his tall, imposing, and domineering true form. Even though it would become incredibly difficult to advance further once one reached level 6, Jean Nu has never stopped becoming stronger. He would often enhance his attributes by acquiring attribute crystals from the Demon King's market and learning a large number of passive skill stones. At this moment, Jean Nu has significantly improved his strength compared to when he had just broken through to his current level. The moment Jean Nu revealed his true face, a wave of almost tangible dragon fear, like a nuclear explosion, detonated instantaneously. The entire space was turned upside down, engulfed in this aura, causing everyone present to feel a suffocating pressure and be blasted into a state of dizziness. You have been hit by dragon fear. HP minus 620. Stunned for 3 seconds. You have been hit by dragon fear. HP minus 621. Stunned for 3 seconds. Both the Monarch-class heroes were greatly alarmed. Dragon fear was a fundamental talent of superior dragonkind. Yet now, merely relying on dragon fear, they could inflict such significant damage on monarch beings like them. Units below level 3 or 4 Lord could lose their lives in an instant if enveloped by this dragon fear. It was terrifying. And this was just the dragon fear. Why was it so powerful and fierce? However, what was even more shocking, or rather despairing, was the confirmation of this individual's identity. The power of this dragon fear was far greater than that of the Dark Dragon King by dozens, or even hundreds of times. This dragon's strength, status, and level were also undoubtedly far superior. The Demon King could not possibly be of a lower level than the units he summoned, so no matter how unbelievable it may seem, the fact remained. This was the true Demon King. From the moment our master descended, Long Yi said, this game was already over. I advise you to surrender obediently. Any resistance is futile and ridiculous, because your meager abilities are not worth mentioning in front of our master. Arg. Bachor, the Duke, was the first to break free from the influence of the dragon fear. His hair and eyes turned blood red, veins bulged on his skin, and blood mist seeped out, gathering around his body like a cloud of blood-colored flames. This was clearly a skill that burned life essence to boost strength, providing a short-term explosive increase in power but at a serious cost, leading to severe consequences. Bachor, with his hair standing on end and roaring angrily, declared, "Surrender? Ridiculous. I am the head of the Bachor family, a lineage that has lasted 1,000 years. Even if it means gambling the honor and fate of the entire Bachor family, I will kill you all with my own hands today." Meanwhile, the others gradually recovered from the dragon fear as well. Each of them wore an unpleasant expression. The Demon King did not attack while they were under the influence of the dragon fear, which only meant that the Demon King was overly confident, certain of defeating everyone face to face. "Be careful," warned the swordsman, "I can't see through his strength, and if even my inner eye can't perceive it, then his power must completely surpass Monarch class and reach the legendary mythic level." At level 6, mythic class strength was astoundingly powerful, capable of overpowering any individual. Despite this, it didn't mean certain defeat. United, everyone still held a glimmer of hope. The 2 Monarch class heroes, 5 level 6 Overlord heroes, and 4 Ducal Knights all began to gather their strength, ready for a final, desperate effort. The biggest problem was that the Demon King was not only extremely powerful himself, but also had the support of the 3 Darkness Dragon Kings and the 2 Jauntry City Elven Kings. If they had joined the battle to assist the Demon King, the situation would have become extremely difficult. The only option might have been to buy time and wear down the enemy's strength, finding a way to keep them occupied. As it turned out, such concerns were unnecessary. With Zhang Nu personally present, there was hardly a need for anyone else to take action. Zhang Nu, too, intended to resolve the battle swiftly to avoid unnecessary attention. Dragon King Sanctum. With a light stomp, Zhang Nu engulfed the surroundings in an endless void. Everyone found themselves plunged into a pitch-black space, and to their horror, discovered that all magic had become unusable. Dominion of law, they realized. It was truly a mythic sanctum. The domain of a mythic entity had a stronger control effect than that of a monarch's domain. A mythic unit could also create a combat environment entirely beneficial to itself. For instance, Zhang Nu's domain was of the spatio-temporal attribute, allowing him to repel all other types of power within the domain, except for spatio-temporal abilities, effectively banning them all. Unless the opponent also possessed spatio-temporal magic or reached the mythic level to directly manipulate the power of laws themselves, they would be unable to use magic within this domain. This was the law's dominion of the mythic sanctum, essentially the bane of all mages. If a mage found themselves in such a predicament, they would be almost completely incapacitated, except for divine magic or some limited pure energy magic. The only relief was that there were no pure mages present. Although several heroes possessed magical abilities, they primarily relied on combat chi and martial skills. Combat chi, stemming from one's own life and spirit energy and not dependent on external laws, remained usable. However, before they could contemplate further, they noticed the space around them beginning to collapse in a strange manner. This placed their bodies over a mini black hole, where the attraction of the black hole made it almost impossible to move, and the space and time itself was being stretched and deformed. Oh no, they realized. Space and time abilities. At the same time, the collapsing and deforming of space and time swirled like a vortex, creating spatial turbulence with immense destructive power capable of bypassing physical and magical defenses to inflict damage. Bachor unleashed his fierce combat chi, barely dispelling the surrounding spatio-temporal energy. Die, he roared, his combat chi forming wings and his body enveloped in blood flames. Mobilizing every bit of power available, he overcame the resistance formed by the spatial collapse and thrust a spear towards Zhang Nu. However, the moment the spear hit Zhang Nu, it passed right through him. Bachor's expression changed dramatically, he felt no sensation of hitting a solid body, as Zhang Nu manipulated space to dematerialize himself and effortlessly dodged the attack. The Empire's Grand Duke, Zhang Nu remarked dismissively, is just SOSO. With one hand, Zhang Nu grasped Bachor's neck as if holding a powerless chick and lifted him up. Bachor was horrified to find that the life force and mana within his body were being drained away at an alarming rate, like floodwaters bursting through a dam. In no time, the blood flames and combat chi enveloping his body vanished. Bachor deeply felt the vast chasm between their powers. Zhang Nu activated the Eye of Death, delivering a death stare straight away. -78,232. All of Bachor's amulets, life-saving items, and various protective measures turned to ash under the strike. The terrifying necrotic energy instantly filled every corner of his body, penetrating every inch of flesh and cell. No. Bachor roared in despair. I won't accept this. How can there be such a powerful force? How can the Darkness City possess such power? Bachor's desperate howl echoed as he found himself utterly unable to contend with this force. He shattered like a clay figure, eventually disintegrating into dust and evaporating as if he had never existed. You've slain Imperial Duke of the Southern Territory, Grand Duke Bachor. Gold plus 50 million. TSK, TSK. A duke was truly different. That gold for his head was quite lucrative. The whole process happened too quickly. Before anyone else could even react, the renowned Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, Bachor, was eradicated by the Demon King with overwhelming superiority. Shit, the Radiant Archbishop, Huan Yu shouted, determined to unleash her trump card. As a high-ranking member of the Radiant Church, she had numerous powerful abilities at her disposal and wasn't about to go down without a fight, even against a formidable opponent. However, before she could execute her forbidden divine magic, with divine power still brewing, a sword suddenly cleaved her from behind. The Archbishop was split in half from head to toe, dying with her eyes wide open, seemingly unable to comprehend how such a thing could happen. After Sword Saint Xiaoxi unexpectedly killed the unguarded Archbishop, his sword swiftly turned towards a nearby hero, bisecting two more heroes in an instant. What the fuck is going on? Are you betraying us? Xiaoxi, with a look of despair, exclaimed, No. My body, it's not under my control, I've been mentally controlled by him. It was then that everyone noticed the vertical eye on the Demon King's forehead, which had shifted from blood red to blue-white. This was the Eye of Domination. The Demon King had managed to control a level 6 monarch-class being, a feat even the Succubus Queen would struggle to achieve, which could only be described as terrifying. Under the control of the Eye of Domination, Xiaoxi turned against the remaining high-ranking heroes, including their leaders. Eventually, after suffering serious injuries from the retaliatory efforts of two dying heroes who activated their last resorts, he roared in defiance. You used me like a puppet. Arg. You're done. Xiaoxi underwent a transformation, releasing all his mana from his body, which abandoned his severely injured physical form to become a mass of spiritual blades invisible to the naked eye. This was the Inner Sword, a high-level secret technique that launches an instantaneous, unavoidable attack. Zhang Nu didn't even evade. The so-called Inner Sword, essentially a psychic attack, was ineffective against him once he activated the Eye of Domination, not only causing no damage but also being absorbed by Zhang Nu. At this point, the hero was utterly despondent. His most potent move couldn't even scratch the Demon King. How could there be such a fearsome Demon King? At that moment, Zhang Nu made his move. A bolt of thunder and flame materialized into a long sword. Zhang Nu, with a teleportation, struck him with the blade. You've slain a level 6 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Skill Stone, +5. Monarch Crystal, +1. The disparity in strength between them was too vast. Even relying purely on his own abilities, these humans stood no chance against him. Moreover, with Zhang Nu possessing several evil god talents, his strength continued to grow, and the effects of his talents became increasingly powerful, allowing him to achieve such an overwhelming victory. His Majesty is too powerful. Marilyn seldom witnessed the Demon King taking action and was shocked by his power, almost rivaling gods. Nancilia was equally exhilarated. Although she had long known that His Majesty was terrifyingly powerful, she hadn't expected him to be this formidable. With such a figure leading them, the Forest of Chaos had nothing to fear. The rest is up to you. After personally dealing with Bachor and others, Zhang Nu didn't linger on the battlefield. Although the current strength of the Chaos Federation meant that even if the Demon King was fully exposed, there would be no fear of threats from the Empire, progress should be made one step at a time. Conquest was a process and couldn't be achieved overnight. For this reason, Zhang Nu still maintained a degree of low profile, allowing the Chaos Federation to expand gradually at a healthy and steady pace. When the domain was reopened, the bodies of the 4 knight commanders and the various heroes were all presented before everyone. As for Bachor, not even his bones remained. The soldiers of the Empire's camp were utterly despaired. It's all over. We're done for. The Duke of the Empire has been defeated. The Archbishop of the Radiant Church and the Sword Saint of the Sunset Empire have been killed. The troops of the Empire were in despair as the fall of their strongest forces plunged them into a state of collapse. Back in Darkness City, Zhang Nu opened his player interface to briefly check his gains. The rewards from this battle were not small by any means. The battle was not over yet, but a preliminary estimate suggested that the income in terms of gold could reach around 3.4 billion, especially since this battle could eliminate tens of thousands of knights from the Bachelor Duchy. These ducal knights were the most powerful and core forces, painstakingly built by Bachelor Duchy with immense effort, resources, and time. They were also extremely loyal to the duchy, making the chances of their surrender quite slim. Moreover, there were quite a few high-level fighters involved in this round of battle. Just the Grand Duke of the Empire alone, being a level 6 monarch class unit and having the special status of an Empire's Duke, contributed to an impressive 50 million gold in earnings, making the rewards from this battle quite substantial. In addition, this battle resulted in the deaths of a large number of heroes. Zhang Nu gained the souls of about a dozen level 6 heroes, nearly 100 level 5 hero souls, and almost 1,000 level 4 hero souls. Among these, the number of skill stones reached several thousands. For the Demon King, these were valuable resource reserves. Zhang Nu glanced over the skill stones currently in his possession. To him, skill stones below A rank no longer hold much significance, only those that were rank A or S could effectively enhance his power. From this battle, he obtained several S-rank skill stones. Zhang Nu selected a few S-rank skill stones and picked out a few others from the rest that are of particular use to him, intending to keep these skills for himself. Skill Stone, Mind Chi, S-rank skill stone. Skill Stone, Inner Sword Technique, S-rank skill stone. Skill Stone, Radiance Holy Physique, S-rank skill stone. Skill Stone, Titan's Might, A-rank skill stone. Skill Stone, Life Baptism, A-rank skill stone. Mind Chi is a Chi-based skill. Chi skills are foundational for martial heroes. Different types of heroes cultivate different types of Chi, each with its own effects and attributes. The most significant difference between Mind Chi and regular Chi is that Mind Chi is of the psychic attribute. Up until then, Zhang Nu had encountered various attributes of Chi, but he had never come across Chi of the psychic attribute. That meant, using this type of Chi to attack an enemy could not only cause physical damage but could also destroy the opponent's psyche, thereby forming a powerful psychic attack. It was quite rare. As for the other S-rank martial skill, the Inner Sword Technique, it belonged to a famous swordsmanship school in the Sunset Empire. When cultivated to the extreme, the Inner Sword Technique could directly annihilate an opponent's soul. Moreover, this type of strike could not be dodged. If the Inner Sword Technique and Mind Chi were combined with the Dragon Fear and the Eye of Domination, the resulting effect and lethality would undoubtedly be astonishing. It could be said that by mastering these two skills, Zhang Nu's attack methods and killing power could have been further enhanced. As for the other skills, they were all passive. Radiance Holy Physique, S-rank passive skill. Upon cultivation, HP, MP, and all stats plus 50%. Light attribute attacks plus 100%. Absorption of light damage plus 99%. In simple terms, this was a top-tier skill that could significantly enhance all attributes, increase light-based attack capabilities, and absorb light damage. It was powerful enough to provide a boost comparable to the benefits brought by a level 4 advanced Demon King talent. Without hesitation, Zhang Nu learned it. With this S-rank skill, his strength improvement was immediately noticeable. The other two A-rank skills were also not to be underestimated. Titan Strength, A-rank passive skill. Strength plus 1200, Constitution plus 800. Life Baptism, A-rank passive skill. Max HP plus 10,000. HP Restoration plus 100 per second. These two passive skills provided fixed enhancement effects. For Demon Kings or heroes with weaker strengths and lower stats, the improvement brought by these skills would be immediately significant and quite evident. Although the enhancement wasn't as substantial as the S-rank skill for Zhang Nu, it was still not to be underestimated. Zhang Nu found it extremely difficult to level up now. However, through the amplification of stats using crystals, potions, skills, or other means, he could still continually strengthen himself and deepen his foundation. The gains from this battle left him very satisfied. In addition to a substantial amount of gold, souls, and skill stones, he also acquired 2 monarch crystals this time. Such items were of considerable value to a Demon King. Including the one obtained from killing the hero Luo Jing, he now had 3 of these crystals in total. Hoarding such resources would be wasteful. Zhang Nu decided to try and exchange them for something more useful for Darkness City. He opened the chat channel took out a monarch crystal, and posted the information in the trading chat. Then, he made an announcement across all Demon King channels. Selling of monarch crystal. Open to exchange for top-tier blueprints, skill stones, or reliable information on godhood or void seeds. Interested parties, please PM me. Zhang Nu believed that an item like the monarch crystal would have an irresistible attraction to Demon Kings at this stage. Throwing one into the mix was bound to cause an unprecedented sensation across various Demon King channels, thus drawing countless eyes and discussions. Zhang Nu tried to gather information on godhood and void seeds, which were crucial materials for activating his level 6 talents. Given the number of souls he currently possessed and his rate of acquiring them, activating a level 6 talent was not difficult in itself. The real challenge lay in choosing an advanced evolutionary path. Upon ascending to level 6, a Demon King's evolution could branch into different directions. Zhang Nu had the option to activate Primordial Dragon or Void Dominator, but he could also choose to activate Chaos Dragon God or Void Overlord. The former options were undoubtedly strong, but they likely paled in comparison to the latter. If Zhang Nu were only seeking a faster level up, he could quickly activate a level 6 talent right this moment and fully activate all level 6 talents within a month. However, Zhang Nu believed his current strength was more than sufficient to deal with surrounding enemies. Therefore, why rush the leveling process? Instead, he preferred to choose a better path to become an even stronger entity. Having 3 monarch crystals, selling one was not a big deal. In fact, with Darkness City currently having enough high-end units and Zhang Nu possessing various ways to create monarch-class units, even trading all 3 monarch crystals wouldn't be a loss, provided he could exchange them for useful information and resources. As expected, the Demon King chat channels exploded. Damn, what kind of divine material is this? It can actually transform a subordinate unit into a monarch-class entity? I've been around until now, and am only at Lord-class strength. Is this the world of the big shots? I've heard of monarch crystals before. It seems you need to kill a level 6 monarch-class hero to obtain one, right? Did Potato Boss actually take down such a high-level being? Is Potato Boss's strength really that terrifying? What? Am I seeing this right? A level 6 monarch-level hero? Are there really heroes that powerful in this world? Impossible. Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. Such heroes are indeed very rare, but they do exist in various regions, and their numbers are on the rise. Heroes can grow too. Potato Big Boss, are you interested in trading for gold? I'll offer 10 million gold. 10 million gold for a monarch-class unit? Are you dreaming? Hey! 10 million gold isn't a small number. How many of you trash can come up with that? But the question is, does Potato Boss look like someone who needs just 10 million gold? Admiration, +1. Admiration, plus 10,086. Zhang Nu glanced over it. Every channel's chat channel had blown up. His private message inbox also exploded in an instant. Zhang Nu had set a threshold for private messages, requiring Demon Kings of at least level 4 and above to send him messages, and yet he still received thousands of messages in a blink of an eye. However, whether it was in the chat channels or his private message inbox, Zhang Nu did not find the information he was looking for. Everyone was confused about the godhood and void seeds. No one knew what these items were used for, nor did anyone know where to find these 2 items. This is getting tricky. Zhang Nu furrowed his brows, realizing that pursuing a higher-level upgrade path might not be an easy task. It seemed he needed to prepare for a long-term search. As for the monarch crystal? He decided to just list it in the trade section for now. After all, Zhang Nu had plenty of money and didn't care about a little transaction fee. Such a rare treasure could attract the attention of a large number of Demon Kings. With a hefty reward, there will surely be opportunity takers. Countless Demon Kings would be mobilized to gather information and search for the 2 upgrade materials for Zhang Nu. The next day, the battle in the Elro region concluded, aligning closely with expectations. Almost the entire duchy's Knight Order was wiped out, while nearly half of the ordinary Imperial soldiers surrendered. Zhang Nu, instead of completely annihilating these surrendered units, planned to construct several level 5 prisons in the human territories to specifically house prisoners of war and manage them. Following this battle, Zhang Nu gained more financial resources, allowing him to significantly expand his territory once again and further encroach upon and assimilate the population of the Empire's territories. However, at this moment, Zhang Nu, along with all demon kings and heroes, received a notification message. The message for the Demon King faction read as follows. Global announcement: the initial development phase of this round of the game has concluded. The ranking system for demon lords and heroes will soon be opened. Demon kings and heroes who make it onto the leaderboard will receive additional bonuses. Extra rewards will be granted for killing those listed on the leaderboard. Ding! Another notification popped out. It has been detected that you will be placed on the Demon King leaderboard. Would you like to publicly disclose all your information? A Demon King leaderboard? Zhang Nu was taken aback upon seeing this announcement. It had been half a year since the game began, and discussions about the top 10 Demon Kings, top 100 Demon Kings, and so on, were rampant in almost every Demon King channel, but it was difficult to truly clarify and compare these rankings. Unexpectedly, an official leaderboard had now emerged. Zhang Nu was surprised by the appearance of the leaderboard, but he didn't find it odd. In his previous life, almost every mobile and online game he played had a leaderboard, so having rankings in a game was not strange at all. With Zhang Nu's strength, it would be strange if he didn't make it onto the leaderboard. Being listed was inevitable. Now, he had the option to either disclose his information or keep it hidden. Disclosing information could bring some additional rewards, but it would also expose not only his race and level, but potentially even his location. Unless one was extremely confident and ostentatious, there was no need to put oneself in such a situation just for a bit of extra reward. Zhang Nu was not lacking in money or resources, so he naturally chose to hide his critical information. The Demon King faction leaderboard is being generated. Congratulations, you have made it onto the Demon King leaderboard, currently ranked as first. You have received a 50% extra gold reward. You may claim a ranking treasure chest once a week. What? He topped the list? Zhang Nu was somewhat surprised. He felt confident in his strength and was certain of making it onto the leaderboard, even securing one of the top spots seemed likely. However, securing the top position and becoming the #1 Demon King was somewhat unexpected. Given his current strength, the population of Darkness City, its influence, scale, and facilities, it did seem fitting for him to be ranked first. Zhang Nu opened the leaderboard and glanced at the current rankings of the Demon Kings. First place, Zhang Nu. Level, hidden, race, hidden, location, hidden. Second place, Berkeley Galbraith. Level, hidden, race, hidden, location, hidden. Third place, Vivian Strayer. Level, hidden, race, hidden, location, hidden. Fourth place, Lin Qianqiu. Level, hidden, race, hidden, location, hidden. Fifth place, Yuto Yokoyama. Level, hidden, race, hidden, location, hidden. Sixth place, Artyom Romanov. Level, hidden, race, hidden, location, hidden. Seventh place, Li Renjun. Level, hidden, race, hidden, location, hidden. Eighth place, Tarak Khan. Level 6 Myth, Dark Titan, located in the Abyssal world at coordinates. Ninth place. 33rd place, Han Kurson. Level, hidden, race, hidden, location, hidden. Scanning through the list, Zhang Nu noted that the Demon King leaderboard featured 500 names from various regions and countries. He was currently at the very top. Han Kurson ranked 33rd. Essentially, every Demon King on the list, even the weakest, had reached at least level 5, indicating that the number of Demon Kings who had reached level 5 was not as small as one might think. As for the level 6 Demon Kings, there were dozens of them. Generally, reaching the 6th tier would place one within the top 100. Looking at the list, it was clear that the Demon King community was brimming with formidable and unexpected talents. Han Kurson was not weak by any means. The fact that she couldn't make it into the top 30, ranking 33rd instead, showed that there were 32 Demon Kings stronger than her at the moment. The majority of the Demon Kings chose to hide their detailed information. Only a very few, like the 8th-ranked Demon King, Tarak Khan, openly disclosed their information and even their location. Based on his name, he seemed to be a Demon King from India. His decision to reveal his information wasn't entirely due to arrogance. He resided in the mysterious and unpredictable abyssal space, which had a sparse population but powerful inhabitants, and he needed to attract more heroes. This Indian Demon King, by choosing to disclose his information, revealed that he was a level 6 mythic tier being. The strength of these supreme demon kings could be easily imagined. Demon kings with the strength of a level 6 monarch could barely make it into the top 100, while level 6 monarch demon kings had a chance to be in the top 30 or 40. Any one of them was powerful enough to dominate a region. The emergence of the Demon King leaderboard immediately caused a stir in the Demon King chat channels. Holy shit! A leaderboard! Everyone, go check it out. There's a new leaderboard. Now we can stop arguing, the strength of all the Demon Kings is clear at a glance. Have you guys seen who's at the top? Is the Potato Demon King really that powerful? Ha ha ha, I've actually had business dealings with the top Demon King. Even though jealousy is tearing me apart, it's still better than having a foreigner at the top. Good job, Potato Demon King, you've made our great China proud. This has revealed so many big shots. Some of them have never even appeared on the forums. Strange, how did these mysterious big shots develop their strength? The one in 8th place is even a level 6 mythic entity? These guys are too fierce. How did they manage to develop to this level? Everyone was discussing fervently, all deeply shocked. Meanwhile, in every corner of this world, all the demon kings, whether ranked or unranked, were surprised. In a distant land, within a magnificent city and a splendid castle, surrounded by millions of subjects, a 12-winged fallen angel demon king looked on in astonishment. Among the top 50 on the Demon King leaderboard, there were only a handful of female demon kings, and she was one of the top 3, Vivian, ranking even higher than the succubus Queen Han Kursin. How can this be? Why am I ranked 3rd? What's the deal with the two above me? It was no wonder Vivian felt perplexed. Vivian was a 12-winged dark fallen angel, one of the most powerful races. She was fortunate, and her father was even luckier. Vivian's father, as a hero, was reborn as an emperor of an imperial-level power. A hero with the status of an emperor is almost unheard of and unique. From the beginning, he controlled a super-powerful empire. 2 months ago, Vivian successfully reunited with her father, and since then, her growth as a demon king skyrocketed. After all, compared to other demon kings, she had the full support of a superpower behind her. Billions in gold, thousands of heroes, resources, souls, and talents. Vivian had it all. Working together, the hero father provided resources, and the demon king daughter expanded the territory, leveraging each other's strengths to become arguably the most formidable duo currently. At that time, Vivian commanded an army of millions and controlled nearly 10 million demon king subjects. Her strength had nearly reached that of a level 6 legendary being. She simply couldn't believe that there were 2 individuals in this world who had surpassed her, and the one at the top, Demon King Xiangnu, was apparently from China. Narrowing her eyes, she focused on the top-ranked Demon King. So, the current top Demon King is Xiangnu? A Chinese? She mused. Damn, surpassing me by 2 ranks, I must teach him a lesson and show him who truly deserves to be the top Demon King. Despite not securing the top spot, Vivian wasn't disheartened. Her full cooperation and partnership with her emperor father had only been for 2 months, and her territory was still expanding rapidly. She believed that overtaking the top spot was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, other top-tier demon kings were equally shocked by the rankings. The 4th-ranked demon king, Lin Qianqiu, was formerly the commander of China's top special forces unit and one of the nation's most outstanding soldiers. Lin Qianqiu belonged to the race of Doomsday Harbingers, a high-tier undead race considered to be the ultimate evolution of a Death Knight. Although incredibly powerful, this race was slightly inferior to the Abyssal Dragon Kings and the 12-winged Fallen Angels, but on a similar level to the Succubus Queen and the Bone Demon King. While not the most top-tier or strongest race, it was still highly formidable. There were numerous demon kings ranked below Lin Qianqiu with stronger races, yet Lin Qianqiu managed to fight his way to the 4th position, showcasing his impressive overall qualities. Not bad, 4th place, Lin Qianqiu said with a slight smile. But I won't be satisfied with just this. If I aim to do something, I aim to be the strongest. After viewing the rankings, he didn't pay much attention to it and quickly returned to his battles. The 6th-ranked demon king, Artyom Romanov, was a man from Russia. His race was the Chaos Behemoth King, another one of the strongest initial races. Upon seeing his ranking, Artyom was both shocked and angry. What's going on? I thought I had secured 1st place for sure. The reactions of the other top demon kings varied greatly. Some were exhilarated and joyful, others were sullen and angry, and yet others were indifferent. However, at this moment, all the Demon Kings had one name etched into their memories, the name of Zhang Nu, who had long been nicknamed Potato Demon King and had now ascended to the top of the leaderboard as the #1 Demon King. From this day forward, he would be a benchmark for others. Zhang Nu would become the target that all other Demon Kings strive to surpass. As for this honor, Zhang Nu himself didn't really care much about it. However, just then, he received a private message from Han Kersen. Han Kersen, hey, have you seen the rankings? You're actually in first place. I really didn't misjudge your strength. Han Kersen, but I can't believe I'm ranked in the 30s, especially with another female Demon King ahead of me. It's simply unbearable. This woman was still as competitive as ever. With at least 100 million Demon Kings, even after many were killed off or eliminated, there were still tens of millions left. Being ranked among the top few tens out of so many Demon Kings, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Zhang Nu offered comfort. Ranking 33rd is not bad at all. Don't worry too much about this kind of thing. What's most important is that we focus on our own business. Han Kersen, no, I'm not satisfied. If that Vivian can be third, why should I only be 33rd? I at least need to break into the top 10. Zhang Nu knew her personality well. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Being spurred on by this, she would definitely work even harder. So, Zhang Nu immediately said, okay, I'll help you. As long as we work together, not only the top 10, but even taking down that Vivian won't be a problem. Han Kersen, that's what I've been waiting to hear from you. Just make sure you keep that top spot warm for me. After the appearance of the Demon King rankings, Han Kersen reaffirmed her decision to join the Darkness City. Without joining the Darkness City, being ranked 33rd, she probably wouldn't even have the strength of a level 6 by now and would at most be ranked in the 200s or 300s. The Succubus Queen set her initial goal, to break into the top 10. Then, she planned to make her way into the top 5 and eventually, the top 3. With the city's lord being the #1 Demon King, the Vice City Lord couldn't lag too far behind. Only by the two top Demon Kings working together could they conquer the world. Suddenly, Zhang Nu thought that if the Demon King rankings had been released, it would only make sense for the hero rankings to be out as well. He immediately summoned one of his subordinate heroes and asked him to copy down the hero rankings. These ranked heroes were like big fat sheep. Not only were they top-tier heroes, but killing them also came with extremely generous special treasure chest rewards. The Demon King rankings had appeared, and naturally, the hero rankings were no exception. Inside a casino in Bachelor City, Su Yan, disguised as a human youth, was busy gathering information. When she received this news, she was slightly taken aback and quickly opened the ranking interface to check. The hero rankings were quite different from the Demon King rankings. The Demon King rankings had 500 slots, while the hero rankings had a whopping 5,000 slots. This wasn't surprising, as heroes, in terms of sheer numbers, were at least several dozen to 100 times more numerous than Demon Kings. Having a longer ranking list was quite normal. I can't believe I didn't make the list. Su Yan didn't receive a notification about being ranked. Among the 5,000 ranked heroes, there wasn't a spot for her. She felt extremely frustrated, wondering if she was still considered a weakling. It's worth noting that Su Yan had already advanced to a level 5 hero and had mastered several A-rank skills. By leveraging intelligence and the capabilities of her Dragon's Shadow hero group, she had even taken down several Demon Kings within the Empire's territory. At least within the Thunder Empire, her strength was second only to top-tier heroes like those from the Thunderous Society, and she had even reached the level of strength where she could defeat a Guardian Knight who served as pillars for the Empire. Yet, despite such achievements, she didn't even qualify for the rankings, highlighting just how formidable the true top-tier heroes were. Additionally, unlike the Demon King rankings, the hero rankings disclosed a lot of information. Less than half of the heroes chose to hide their information. This is because, unlike Demon Kings, heroes can move freely. Even if others know their level and information, they are not easily targeted or exploited. Moreover, disclosing information can actually enhance their reputation, attracting nearby heroes to join them, thus increasing their prestige. When Su Yan glanced over the rankings, she was profoundly shocked. First place, Isaac Harold. Level, hidden, race, hidden, identity, hidden. Second place, Su Yuan. Level, hidden, race, hidden, identity, hidden. Third place, Sophia Gregg. Level, hidden, race, hidden, identity, hidden. 4th place, Amelia Ray. Level 7 Legend, Seraphim, Chief Battle Archangel of the Celestial Flame Kingdom in Outer Space. 5th place, Guoxingchen. Level, Hidden, Race, Hidden, Identity, Hidden. 6th place, Wang Badeo. Level 7 Legend, Sacred Dragon, Ancient Dragon Emperor of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. 7th place, Hoshino Ryoko. Level, Hidden, Race, Hidden, Identity, Hidden. 8th place, Lucas Clayist. Level 7 Legend, Human, Former Pope of the Radiant Church. 499th place, Satoru Sato. Level 6 Myth, Human, the Chief of the Seven Sword Saints of the Sunset Empire. 500th place, Kim Ji-hyun. Level 6 Myth, Abyssal Blood Witch, Grand Marshal of the Dark Blood Empire in the Abyssal World. 5001st place, Ford Gilbert. Level 6 Monarch, Orc, Southern Great Chieftain of the Bloodblade Empire. Before seeing this ranking list, Su Yan could never have believed that the strength of the heroes could be so formidable. It turns out that her perspective had been too narrow. The world is indeed vast, with possibly hundreds to thousands of Empire-level forces spread across lands, oceans, underworld, outer space, and other regions. Up until now, Su Yan's view had been limited to only 3 forces within the Chaos Forest. To be more precise, the Dragon's Shadow heroes' current understanding of the Sunset Empire and the Azure Alliance was not deep, with their most comprehensive knowledge being of only the Thunder Empire. It's important to note that the number of heroes far exceeds that of Demon Kings. If the total number of players in the world is 10 billion, then at most, there would only be 200 to 300 million in the Demon King faction, with the rest being allocated to the hero faction. Suppose there are a total of 500 Empire-level forces across the world, including the land, oceans, underworld, outer space, the abyss, and other unknown regions. If each Empire-level force produced 1 or 2 heroes like Luo Xing, then there would be at least 500 to 1,000 heroes who started with the strength of a level 6 monarch. What did this imply? The world was not just made up of Empire-level forces. In fact, the vast majority of lands and spaces were unclaimed. Given such a vast area and population, it was understandable that there would be many hidden talents. Furthermore, aside from those naturally gifted individuals, there are always others who, through effort and opportunities, climb their way up from the bottom. While the growth potential of heroes may not be as great as that of Demon Kings, it is still not to be underestimated. In such a scenario, it was perfectly normal and to be expected that Su Yan did not make it onto the list. Currently, Su Yan was a beggar version of a level 5 monarch, with her overall combat power being roughly equivalent to a level 5 overlord, which meant there was a significant gap for her to breach to enter the top 5,000. Fortunately, most of the heroes in the top 100 were of various unique races and were located in peculiar places, making it difficult for them to come into contact with each other at the moment, so there was no need to worry about safety issues. Looks like I need to keep striving. Su Yan carefully reviewed the hero ranking list once again. She found the appearance of this list to be very valuable. The Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild had a new mission, to use her identity as a hero to start collecting information about these heroes from all over. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside. Bad news. A disaster has struck the Elro region. Duke Bachor has been defeated again, and is suspected to have died in battle. It's true, the entire Ducal Knight Order has been annihilated, and the great Bachor family is finished. This news spread rapidly, plunging the entire Bachor main city into unprecedented turmoil and panic. Everyone was stunned by this announcement. Duke Bachor had truly died in battle this time. The entire Bachor duchy fell into unprecedented panic. Countless merchants, wealthy individuals, and nobles, sensing the dire situation, hurriedly packed their valuables and prepared to flee. The lines of those evacuating quickly stretched for miles. Big Boss is too powerful. He actually took out Duke Bachor. Su Yan was also shocked by the scene she witnessed. The Bachor duchy had fallen into an unprecedented level of panic, and at this rate, it seemed likely to collapse without even needing to be attacked. However, this chaos did not last long. At this critical moment, a lavishly equipped team arrived directly from a distant place through the teleportation array of Bachor's main city, setting foot in this southern region of the empire. The team was not large in number, totaling just over 100 people, but each member exuded an extremely powerful aura. The leading trio, in terms of strength and status, were awe-inspiring enough to stem the tide of collapse in the southern empire. These 3 were none other than The Western Guardian Grand Duke, German Kofi Paul. The Eastern Guardian Grand Duke, Bismarck Blakely. And the Thunder Empire's chief knight, the current leader of the Guardian Knight Order, Croft, sent by the Emperor himself. Any one of these figures could dominate a region on their own, and their personal strength was no less than that of Bachor. Moreover, aside from these three distinguished individuals, the other 100 or so members were no ordinary individuals. They had not planned to arrive in the south so soon, but the situation deteriorated so severely that they had to advance their arrival to stabilize the situation and morale. The rest of the reinforcements, including other powerhouses, mercenaries, and armies, were set to arrive in Bachor's duchy within the next 10 days, ready to keep the Demon King at bay within the southern border of the empire. Did Bachor really die? I didn't expect him to be so useless. The Western Grand Duke Kofi Paul was a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a prosperous look, wearing a brocade robe and a lavish gemstone ring on his thumb. He usually appeared very genial and seemed very amiable. However, anyone familiar with the Western Duke would know that this imperial duke, who seemed as affable as a wealthy merchant, was in fact a very cunning, insidious, and terrifyingly powerful figure. Cunning Fox Kofi Paul was his nickname in his younger years. Duke Kofi Paul commanded a host of powerful individuals, established the empire's strongest mage group, and controlled several of the empire's top forces. His resources and strength were unfathomably deep. He gloated at the current situation in the south. Duke Bachor not only met his demise but also led his ducal knights to near total annihilation, depleting much of the duchy's resources and losing tens of millions of people in the southern territories. Given the current trend, it seemed likely that the Marquisate regions like Elro would also fall. In other words, not only was Bachor gone, but he also caused the empire to lose at least dozens of provinces and at least tens of millions of people. The damage inflicted was immeasurable. The Bachor family's honor was in tatters, and they would undoubtedly be held accountable after this affair was settled. The ducal title was definitely lost. Even if the Bachor family managed to escape complete ruin, they would likely be demoted to Marquisate. This presented Duke Kofi Paul with an opportunity. "You fat old fox, don't be foolishly careless." Bachor was far from incompetent. Grand Duke Blakely of the East warned, "This enemy is extraordinary. Let's not follow Bachor's path to ruin." This Eastern Grand Duke, standing at 2.5 meters tall with a very sturdy build and a face covered with a bushy beard, looked like a strong brute. However, he was far from a simple musclehead. The Blakely family was recognized by the empire as the strongest warrior family. Every member of this family was exceptionally talented, with the least among them being 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 martial prodigies. Bismarck Blakely, the current head of the family, was regarded as having the most potential and the strongest combat chi among the empire's 4 duchies. Despite their words of wariness, both dukes harbored more anticipation than apprehension in their hearts. The more dangerous the enemy, the greater the opportunity. The future of the empire's southern territories was a huge pie. With the Azure Water Federation in chaos, if everything went smoothly, the empire's expansion southward could potentially connect directly with the Sea of Chaos. If they could connect to the Sea of Chaos and annex the Pale Moon Peninsula in the chaotic waters, the southern territories of the empire would become the wealthiest region of the Thunder Empire. By seizing this opportunity and laying the groundwork in advance, they could quickly cultivate their forces in the region while the local powerhouse, the Bachor family, was severely weakened. The benefits that could be reaped in the future were immeasurable. At this moment, the chief commander of the Guardian Knights, Croft, said, "The priority is not to investigate the cause of Bachor's death or to rush into a counterattack, but to first stabilize the duchy." Exactly, the others agreed. After all, it will take some time for all our troops to arrive. The Bachor Duchy has a population of over 100 million and still has several million official troops. As long as we can stabilize this place, and with our support along with the Emperor's Guardian Knight Order, it's not too late to launch a full-scale counterattack and offense. After the arrival of the Eastern Grand Duke, Western Grand Duke, and the Empire's Chief Knight, these 3 significant figures immediately revealed their identities and quickly stabilized the morale of the southern territories. This news was swiftly relayed back to the Darkness City in the Chaos Forest through the Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild. Zhang Nu was studying the heroes' ranking list when he received this news. He was slightly taken aback, not expecting 2 of the Empire's dukes to personally join the battle. It seemed the Empire was finally taking this seriously. But this level of intervention was still not enough. After all, the Darkness City now was not the same as it was 2 or 3 months ago. From the information relayed back by the Dragon's Shadow heroes, it appeared the Empire had planned to reinforce the southern territories with forces from the eastern and western frontiers. Zhang Nu hadn't paid much attention to this. It had been impossible for the Empire to counterattack the Chaos Forest, and for the Chaos Federation to annex the Empire's southern territories wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. There was a gradual process of conquest, taking and digesting one mouthful at a time. In fact, compared to the latest movements of the Empire, Zhang Nu had been more interested in the newly released hero ranking list. Although he had anticipated that the top-ranked heroes would be very strong, he was still surprised upon seeing the hero ranking list. He hadn't expected there to be so many top-tier heroes. Even though many of the top 100 heroes belonged to some strange races and were located in unusual places, they were still formidable enough to warrant caution. Overall, in this game, heroes had always had a significant advantage in the early to mid stages. Some heroes started with great strength, while, in contrast, Demon Kings started from scratch. If they were unlucky or not strong enough, they could be eliminated right from the beginning. However, as time went on and the longer it dragged on, any Demon King who survived would be no ordinary individual. The advantage between the hero faction and the Demon King faction would switch. Every Demon King, even the weakest kind, given enough time and resources, could eventually become a force capable of sweeping across the world, with the power to destroy and annihilate. That was because there was no limit to a Demon King's growth. The strength of a Demon King's race merely determined how long it would take, but theoretically, all Demon Kings could eventually become the strongest beings in the world. Therefore, in the early to mid stages, without sufficient strength or resources, Demon Kings would generally do their best to survive by any means. Why had Zhang Nu been maintaining a low profile for so long? It was precisely for this reason. He had hoped to keep everything within his control and always retain some trump cards, never easily revealing all his strengths. In the battle at Elro, although Zhang Nu had personally intervened, his involvement hadn't been very obvious. In the short term, it was unlikely to be discovered. Most people's understanding of the strength of the Demon Kings in the Chaos Forest had been that of a Demon King at the level of a level 6 monarch. Even if top-ranked heroes were drawn here, they were likely to seriously underestimate the strength of the Darkness City. Of course, even if a particularly strong hero came along, even if their level was slightly higher than Zhang Nu's, Zhang Nu was confident he could handle it and at the very least ensure his own safety. After all, his territory had become impregnable, with various buildings and facilities, a huge army, and powerful subordinates, none of which were just for show. Not to mention Zhang Nu himself. He possessed 2 shards of Evil God, had a plethora of S-rank skills, and was proficient in spatial temporal abilities. Threatening him was easier said than done. Zhang Nu had given orders for the Dragon's Shadow heroes to start collecting more information on the top-ranked heroes. These heroes themselves possessed great strength, but the rewards for defeating them were also very enticing. On the other hand, Zhang Nu decided to enhance the strength of his territory. He had about 5 to 600 million gold at his disposal for Darkness City. In one go, Zhang Nu spent 320 million gold to add 80 abyssal dragons to Darkness City. Including the 10 dragons led by Long Yi, there were now 90 abyssal dragons. Among these 90 units, Long Yi was a 6th-order king-level existence. Long Heir to Long Shi, Dragon 2 to Dragon 10, were all Dragon Elders. The newly recruited Long Shi to Long Bashi, Dragon 11 to Dragon 80, were all level 5 overlords. Among them, the majority were dragons of the 4 elemental types, but there were also several special ones, such as Long San, Dragon 13, and Long Sancher, Dragon 30, who were purple lightning dragons, Long Shizi, Dragon 24, and Long Wushiju, Dragon 59, who were white light dragons, and Long Liashiliu, Dragon 66, who was a black dark dragon. These special attribute abyssal dragons generally had greater talents and potential. In the future, they had the potential and qualifications to be trained into monarchs. With nearly 100 powerful abyssal dragons, Darkness City's overall strength had greatly increased, making it easier to gain air superiority during wars. However, it still wasn't enough for Zhang Nu. He felt that he needed to amass at least 300 to 500 dragons. This way, he could form a dragon legion. In future conquests, there wouldn't be a need to deploy hundreds of thousands of ground troops. A few hundred abyssal dragons could overwhelm any forces with their might, offering not just a deterrent effect but also greater mobility and efficiency. Of course, creating so many would require more money. There was no need to rush. Zhang Nu still had a significant portion of disposable income. Considering he had a batch of level 6 souls, and had recently collected a large number of them after the battle in the Elro region, along with the level 5 soul crystals farmed from the ancient Land of Stars dungeon, he had almost accumulated enough level 6 souls. With a determined heart and a grit of his teeth, Zhang Nu decided to advance Zhang San and Li Si. Once they were upgraded to level 6 through the altar, they would gain near-mythic strength, and Darkness City would gain 2 more Earth Drake Sovereigns and 2 more Sky Drake Sovereigns. Such a move would consume a vast amount of gold, gems, and souls, but the significant leap in Darkness City's comprehensive strength would be worth it. Although gold, gems, and souls were precious, resources could be earned back. The most pressing task was to develop the territory, annex the empire, and conquer the seas as quickly as possible. Days later, under the leadership of Nancilia and Marilyn, 560,000 elves successfully migrated to the Jauntry City. The chieftain of the Moonwell tribe, Sigrid, saw the great ancient tree of eternity from afar and was so moved that she shed tears of excitement, leading hundreds of thousands of elves to kneel and worship as if they were witnessing the arrival of the goddess of nature. Nancilia said, "Everyone, don't get too excited. Let's enter the Jauntry City first." Chieftain Sigrid led the elves to the vicinity of the Jauntry City. When they felt the amplification of the Tree of Eternity, everyone became so exhilarated that they couldn't contain themselves. For the elderly elves, as they entered the influence range of the Tree of Eternity, their wrinkled faces immediately regained youthfulness, becoming rosy and lustrous, and their bodies quickly rejuvenated. This was because the Tree of Eternity significantly extended the lifespan of the elves. This amplification could even allow an elf to live 2 to 3 times their normal lifespan. Just this benefit alone was incomparable for the elves, not to mention that the Tree of Eternity also accelerated elves' recovery and increased their training speed several-fold. Undoubtedly, this was a genuine ancient Tree of Eternity. With such a divine tree, the elves living nearby, whether in terms of quality of life, training speed, or production efficiency, were unmatched by elves from other areas. Jauntry City already had a population of 560,000 to 600,000, among which the elf population had already surpassed 400,000. Now, with the Moonwell tribe leading several elf tribes to migrate here, Jauntry City instantly became the 10th large city in the Chaos Forest with a population exceeding 1 million. The Chaos Federation was well prepared for this. Darkness City had anticipated that the population of Jauntry City would surge after the establishment of the Tree of Eternity, increasing several-fold in a short time, so they sent 20,000 draconian craftsmen skilled in construction to build more facilities and buildings for the elven capital. Fantastic! Jauntry City now has 1 million elves. Our elven race will greatly strengthen. Marilyn was very excited. I've just received several more messages. Other large groups of migrating elves are also on their way and are expected to arrive within half a month. The population of Jauntry City will soon reach 1.5 million, or even 2 million. As they watched hundreds of thousands of elves joyfully entering Jauntry City, Nancilia felt happy for her people and excited for the imminent revival of the elven race. She said, "This is all thanks to His Majesty's grace." Marilyn suggested, "We should first take Chieftain Sigrid and the elders, as well as the chieftains of other elf tribes, to Darkness City to meet His Majesty." That makes sense. Sigrid and other elven leaders had already learned about the developments in the Chaos Forest during their journey. They were amazed by the powerful abilities of the Lord of Darkness City, but they hadn't yet met the Demon King in person. So naturally, upon arriving at Jauntry City, their first order of business was to pay respects and pledge allegiance to the true ruler of this land. 2 hours later, Sigrid and 200 elves were transported to Darkness City. These elves were tribal chieftains and elders, and they were astonished by Darkness City as soon as they arrived, feeling nervous and excited. Darkness City was already home to a large number of elves. Due to the presence of the Demon King's castle, the amplifications it received were no less than those from the Tree of Eternity, and the city's rich and powerful facilities were dazzling and abundant. It's incredible. I can feel it. The power of the structures here seems to be no less than that of the Tree of Eternity. Sigrid discovered that Darkness City was filled with treasures, such as the Tower of Lost Trials, the Rift Tower, the Stellar Gateway, various temples, altars, and more. Of course, the towering Demon Dragon Castle was not to be missed. The amplifications and energy released from the Demon Dragon Castle were no less significant than those from the Tree of Eternity. With her limited knowledge, Sigrid couldn't comprehend or imagine how such a city was built, and what kind of grand and inconceivable being could possess such a place. "First, we'll pay our respects to His Majesty. Then I'll take you on a tour of Darkness City," Nancelia proudly said. "Dark City is the capital of our Chaos Federation. The facilities here, such as the library, the Elven Sanctuary, the Training Tower, the Tower of Trial, the Rift Tower, are all like treasure troves. Any one of them would amaze you." As they spoke, they led the 200 elves to the Demon King's castle. The moment they arrived at the castle, Sigrid felt an unimaginable pressure from dragon deer and was once again utterly shocked, exclaiming, "Dragons! True dragons! How can there be so many dragons here?" At that moment, near the Demon Dragon Castle, there were at least thousands of high-level true dragons. Not to mention the Demon King's Royal Guard Legion, a force with considerable strength. Just the 90 abyssal dragons were enough to astonish anyone, as true dragons are very rare and powerful creatures that usually prefer solitude. So many powerful draconic beings gathered inside and outside the castle, serving as loyal guards without a hint of negligence. Nancelia was also somewhat surprised, as she hadn't expected Darkness City to have so many true dragons. However, she wasn't astonished and simply said, "It seems His Majesty has recently summoned some of his kin from the Abyssal world to pledge allegiance to him. There's nothing surprising about that. With His Majesty's strength, this is nothing." As they spoke, she led the elves through the palace guarded by abyssal dragons and finally arrived at the grand and magnificent Demon King's Hall, where facilities like the Resurrection Altar were releasing powerful energies. Even before entering, the elves felt a strong sense of oppression. This oppressive feeling was typical of a monarch's might, and compared to ordinary races, this monarch's might, coming from a top-tier superior race, was even more terrifying and shuddering. Dragon Kings? At the entrance to the hall, standing like 4 mighty guardians, were 4 monarchs, 2 Earth Drake sovereigns and 2 Sky Drake sovereigns. Even Nancelia exclaimed in surprise. Although it's difficult for outsiders to distinguish between Draconians by appearance, Nancelia recognized the main Draconian leaders of Darkness City due to her prolonged association. "Wang Er, Zhao Wu, Sun Lu, Zhou Qi, is that you?" Nancelia looked at them in astonishment. "You've all advanced to become monarchs." Earth Drake Sovereign Wang Er laughed heartily. "It turns out to be Her Highness the Elven King. We have received His Majesty's favor and have now been promoted to monarchs." Although they were only level 5 monarchs, for level 5 monarchs represented an incredibly strong fighting force. Draconian priest Sun Lu said, "Are you here to pay respects to His Majesty?" He is currently inside the hall. Coincidentally, Zhang San and Li Si have also been promoted and are now level 6 dragon lords. The Darkness City's 3 titans, all level 6 now? And the addition of these 4 dragon kings, Fantastic 4? The foundation of Darkness City's dragonkind is too strong. Nancelia felt exhilarated and surprised, while Sigrid and other elven leaders were practically petrified on the spot. Dragon kings, even rarer than elven kings. The emergence of a king among dragonkind anywhere was a significant event worthy of attention. But here in Darkness City, just among the Demon King's subordinates, there are already 7 monarchs? That's just outrageous. When did monarchs become so devalued? The power of the Chaos Federation was terrifying indeed. Before the elves entered, Zhang San and Li Si stood in the hall. These 2 elder subordinates of the Demon King had just completed an upgrade and were currently adapting to their newfound powers. Zhang Nu examined their new stats. Primordial Earth Dragon King, Level 6 Monarch Unit. HP 25,000, MP 13,500, Strength 3020, Constitution 3680, Agility 1850, Will 1355, Loyalty 100%, Locked. Skill, Primordial Earth Dragon Form, Talent, Dragon Emperor Potential, Talent, Earth Domain, Talent, Gravity Manipulation, Talent, Adamantine Dragon Body, Talent, Earth Dragon King's Might, Talent, Primordial Roar, S rank, Rampaging Dragon Chi, S rank, Dragon Emperor Aura, S rank, etc. 9-Headed Sky Dragon King, Level 6 Monarch Unit. HP 14,000, MP 28,000, Strength 1105, Constitution 1120, Agility 1165, Will 2800, Loyalty 100%, Locked. Skill, Infernal 9-Headed Dragon Form, Talent, Dragon Emperor Potential, Talent, Sacrificial Domain, Talent, Demon King Summoning, Talent, Mastery of 9 Elements, Talent, Blood Ritual, talent, teleportation field, S rank, spatial gate, S rank, Great Big Bang technique, S rank, etc. After the two elder figures were upgraded, it meant that all three titans of the Darkness City had become level 6 monarchs. United, the Darkness City 3 titans were capable of confronting the current Azure Water Empress, who, despite having greatly diminished in strength, was still in Mythic class unit. The significant enhancement in the strength of the Darkness City's 3 Dragon Kings was evident. Moreover, after the upgrade, not only did Zhang San and Li Si experience a surge in strength, but their races also underwent transformation and evolution. Zhang San had become the primordial Earth Dragon King, one of the most ancient species of Earth dragons from the primordial era, which had long been extinct. They were the most powerful and formidable among Earth dragons, far surpassing other Earth dragon species in strength. Li Si, on the other hand, transformed from a 7-headed dragon into a 9-headed dragon. The 9-headed dragon is a supremely high-end variant among the dragonkind, considered almost divine. A 7-headed dragon could already employ magic from 7 different elements: wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, and thunder. After becoming the infernal 9-headed dragon king, Li Si gained magical abilities in 2 additional elements based on the 7-element foundation, life and necromancy. As a draconian priest already gifted in spatial magic, Li Si, with the addition of wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, thunder, life, and necromancy, effectively became a mage unit proficient in 10 different schools of magic. The advancement of Zhang San and Li Si was not limited to just their strength and lineage. More importantly, their upgrade granted them the potential to become Dragon Emperors, which are Mythic-class dragon units. In other words, they had the potential, even with level 6, to break through their limits and become even more powerful mythic dragons. In fact, the current combat power of Zhang San and Li Si was almost on par with the Abyssal Dark Dragon King, Long Yi, but their overall abilities had already slightly surpassed Long Yi. It should be noted that Long Yi was no weakling, he was a bona fide level 6 monarch of dragons. He had also been granted various draconic magic by the Dragon Elder's promotion. However, compared to Zhang San and Li Si, Long Yi temporarily lacked the potential to become a Dragon Emperor. His potential was at most that of a Dragon King. Now, the Darkness City boasted 7 monarch units of its own. With 3 level 6 monarchs and 4 level 5 monarchs, they formed a formidable force. In the Gloom City under Han Kersen's command, up to 6 level 6 demonic monarchs could be mustered if all were to complete their upgrades and evolutions. Just the monarch class units from the 2 cities would number 13. The number didn't even include the 2 demon kings themselves, the elven kings from the John Tree City, and the Azure Water Empress of the Sea Tribes, Shui Lan. With these assets, their foundation wouldn't be inferior to that of an empire-level power. With this round of expansion, the Darkness City had grown significantly stronger. However, the expenditure was truly astonishing. Zhang Nu had almost exhausted all his gold, gems, and high-level souls. Unexpectedly, the 3 most crucial resources, gold, gems, and souls, still seemed somewhat insufficient to support the expenses. I need to earn more money and resources. Zhang Nu casually opened the Demon King channel. Since the Demon King ranking was released, Zhang Nu's fame among the Demon King community had reached its peak. Now, in every Demon King chat channel, there were almost always people, overtly or covertly, inquiring about Zhang Nu. Not all of these people were merely curious. Among them, there were surely Demon Kings controlled by heroes or collaborating with them. The top-ranked Demon King, Zhang Nu, had always been known for his mystery and low profile, never wasting words in chat areas beyond business dealings, to the point where people still didn't know his race. One could imagine that anyone who could find out information about this top-ranked Demon King could instantly gain huge benefits by selling this information to heroes, as hunting down the top-ranked Demon King was too tempting for heroes. After the leaderboard was released, killing a target from the opposite ranking not only yielded regular rewards, but also high-quality treasure chests. Moreover, the higher the ranking of the target in their faction, the more astonishing the treasure chest rewards would be. Zhang Nu was certain that the heroes ranked in the top few hundred were now desperately trying to find him through various channels. Each of these individuals was extremely formidable, and Zhang Nu did not want to confront them prematurely to avoid disrupting his current development momentum. Right now, he was solely focused on making money and expanding his territory. Fortunately, digging up information on him was not so easy. Zhang Nu had always kept a very low profile. So far, apart from Han Kursen, only a few others within the Chaos Forest knew of his identity, and all these demon kings within the Chaos Forest were bound by contracts and could not reveal his information. Therefore, at least for the short term, there was no need to worry about being targeted. Zhang Nu glanced through his private message inbox. Although he had received many new messages, most of them were attempts to probe or flatter him. The godhood and void seed he was looking for still had no leads. Zhang Nu felt that these two items were not easy to come by. Apart from these two items, what else could directly enhance his strength? Zhang Nu immediately thought of something, the fragment of evil god. If he could obtain a fragment of an evil god, it would also significantly enhance his strength, and the talents granted by such fragments were generally very powerful and useful. Those who possessed fragments of an evil god, or even just valuable clues about them, Zhang Nu wouldn't mind purchasing at a high price or exchanging with precious materials like monarch crystals. After adding this purchase request, he also casually checked other trade items in the Demon King's market and bought some gems and other materials to replenish the severely deficient stock in the Dark City. At that moment, one particular private message caught Zhang Nu's attention. The undead Lich Lujiang messaged, "Big Boss, I have a level 5 special blueprint here. Can I exchange it for the monarch crystal you have?" A level 5 special building blueprint? This indeed piqued Zhang Nu's interest, as such level and quality blueprints were not common in the market. Zhang Nu replied, "Send the info over for me to take a look." The undead Lich Lujiang quickly responded, "Yes, thank you, Big Boss. I'll send it to you right away." A blueprint was sent over. Blueprint, Nature Priest Job Advancement Tower, Level 5 Special Blueprint. Costs gold x 30 million, life gem x 5,000, basic elemental gems x 3,000 each. You may construct a Nature Priest Job Advancement Tower within your territory. A job advancement tower? This indeed was a valuable item. Zhang Nu thought for a moment and replied, "This blueprint is good, but it's not enough for a monarch crystal. If you really want to sell it, I can offer 20 million gold or buy it with a few A-rank skill stones." Job advancement towers are highly valuable. Zhang Nu had placed a job advancement tower in the main city of the Craigie territory. This tower now brings in an average revenue of about 10 million a day and also converts local residents into mages, providing them with knowledge and power while automatically turning them into supporters of the Demon King's rule. However, job advancement towers have specific applicable races or target ranges. The Mage Job Advancement Tower in the Craigie area is only designated for the human race, other races can't use it. This blueprint was for job advancements into priests of the goddess of nature. Therefore, the converts must first be followers of the nature goddess. This covered several common forest races, primarily elves, making it a tower suitable for the Chaos Forest. Building this tower could effectively enhance the strength of the Chaos Forest. After some negotiation, Zhang Nu acquired the blueprint from the undead Lich Demon King for 10 million gold and 3 A-rank skill stones. Both parties were satisfied with the deal. For Zhang Nu, this expense was negligible. For the undead Lich Demon King, forest races were rare in its territory, and followers of the goddess of nature were hard to find. Without prosperous kingdoms nearby, it couldn't profit from the job advancement tower, so it was better to trade it for money and skill stones. Just as Zhang Nu obtained the blueprint, he sensed the presence of elves. Nancilia, accompanied by over 200 elves, entered the hall and knelt down respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhang Nu glanced over and understood their origins. "You must be the elves who have recently migrated to the Chaos Forest," he deduced. At this moment, Sigrid's legs were trembling. This was her first time facing such an inconceivably terrifying being. In fact, Zhang Nu's aura was already restrained, not emitting much pressure. However, the presence of the Chaos Forest's 3 dragon kings by the Demon King's side was overwhelmingly terrifying. Especially Zhang San and Li Si, who had just completed their upgrades and advancement, were unable to conceal their aura. The aura of the primordial Earth Dragon King and the 9-headed Sky Dragon King was much stronger than that of ordinary dragons, enough to make all the elves present dare not to even breathe too loudly. Compared to these 3 dragon kings, the 4 outside seemed insignificant. Yet, even a level 5 dragon king was considered an extremely noble and great existence to these elves. Moreover, so many dragon kings were all respectfully kneeling before the demon king before them. Despite the demon king's unassuming appearance, this sense of mystery and hidden depth made the elves feel even more awe and fear. As long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to me and join the Chaos Federation, you will be granted the right to reside in the John Tree City, the elven capital city within the Federation, Zhang Nu stated calmly. As the Lord of the Darkness City, I will protect all the citizens of the Chaos Forest. Thank you, Your Majesty. The elves responded gratefully. The elves were overjoyed. Such a great being willing to protect them brought an immense sense of security and honor. They no longer had to worry about being bullied by other races, nor fear the Empire, and no longer needed to live a life of displacement. The settlement of 560,000 elves was of great value to Zhang Nu. After pondering, he said, the population of John Tree City's elves surpassing 1 million is a joyous occasion. Let me give you another new gift. Hearing this, Nansilia was astonished. His Majesty is going to give the elves another gift? The ancient Tree of Eternity was already a gift from His Majesty to the elves, and it was the best thing the elves could imagine in this world. The elven race was already very satisfied and grateful. Unexpectedly, another gift was forthcoming. His Majesty's generosity knew no bounds. The gift Zhang Nu intended for the elves was none other than the job advancement tower he had just acquired. Taking advantage of the surge in the elven population, he planned to place this item directly in the John Tree City. The next day, in the John Tree City, a mysterious building suddenly rose from the center of the city. It resembled an ancient tree, about 200 meters tall, with a lush and vibrant exterior. Inside, it was a hollow hall where a statue of the goddess of nature stood. This building, which appeared to be a temple dedicated to the goddess of nature infused with elven architecture style, was in fact the Nature Priest Job Advancement Tower. It was similar to the Mage Job Advancement Tower in the Alpha City of Craigie, but with a key difference. The latter facilitated a job advancement to become a mage, whereas this tower enabled a job advancement to become a clergy class. Clergy represented a special and independent system, distinct from warriors and mages. Warriors trained in martial skills and chi, mages in magic, and clergy used divine arts, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Warriors and mages required higher talent, as without sufficient talent, mastering chi or magic would be destined to fail. Clergy, however, had lower requirements for talent or potential. Becoming a powerful clergy member mainly depended on resonating with the corresponding deity to receive sufficient divine favor. The three systems had different limits. Although warriors and mages faced more difficult training and higher talent demands, reaching the pinnacle could potentially allow mastery over the laws of the world itself. Clergy, on the other hand, lacked the capacity to surpass deities, as their divine magic was ultimately not their own power, leading to a lower ceiling. As a result, pure clergy members were relatively rare under normal circumstances. Clergy members often also train in martial skills or magic. The Nature Priest Job Advancement Tower constructed in John Tree City endows those who undergo the job advancement with the abilities of a nature priest, thereby granting them control over the divine magic of the goddess of nature. The divine magic of the goddess of nature is not particularly strong in combat. In fact, it can be considered quite weak. However, this type of divine magic excels in support, healing, and production, especially in terms of treating diseases, healing injuries, and agriculture, where it has excellent effects. In terms of cost, the Nature Priest Job Advancement Tower is about 30 to 40% cheaper than the Mage Job Advancement Tower. Although it only allows for the job advancement of elite priests from level 1 to 5, this still held significant importance for the Chaos Forest and the Chaos Federation. Like in the Alpha City of Craigie, the Job Advancement Tower was not a summoning building. Its function is to train or enhance existing units. Zhang Nu won't spend money on upgrading it, instead, he can make a profit from it. Elves who wish to become priests of the goddess of nature must bear the cost themselves. However, considering the residents of the Chaos Forest are not as wealthy as human residents, Zhang Nu adjusted his strategy. Elves can use contribution points earned within the Federation to exchange for the opportunity to undergo the job advancement to become nature priests. Nansilia entered the job advancement tower, becoming the first elf to experience the job advancement. Whether it's the Elven Nature Priest Job Advancement Tower or the Human Mage Job Advancement Tower, the essence is to add rather than overwrite. It would not interfere with one's own established power and strength, it would merely add another layer of ability on top of the existing skills. It's amazing! Nansilia exclaimed. I can feel the presence of the goddess. His Majesty must really know the goddess. Otherwise, how could she have descended her avatar here? After entering the tower of the nature priest job advancement, Nancilia could distinctly feel as if an avatar of the goddess of nature was attached to the statue of the goddess in front of her, surrounded by a strong aura of the goddess. The sensation was incredible. Nancilia sat down and began to meditate. A torrent of divine power was released from the statue, turning into a massive green beam, enveloping her like divine enlightenment. In Nancilia's mind, a wealth of knowledge, experience, skills, and detailed information about various divine spells related to the nature priest instantly appeared. In the blink of an eye, Nancilia acquired the divine art skills of a level 5 elite priest. She suddenly gained a variety of divine magic spells, including recovery, healing, protection, perception, and accelerated growth, mainly focusing on abilities such as combat support, healing and recovery, enriching the land, and increasing crop production. For her, with near-mythic level strength at level 6, this new power was almost negligible, and the increase in strength was not significant. However, Nancilia realized the value within. This miraculous elven sacred building allowed direct access to the goddess's power and the granting of priesthood, meaning that theoretically, hundreds of thousands of elven civilians in the capital elven city could become level 5 priests. If this were achieved, with hundreds of thousands or even millions of elven civilians becoming priests, their spiritual strength and various stats would inevitably increase by many folds compared to ordinary civilians. This would not only enhance the overall strength of the elven race, but also greatly benefit production and farming activities. Moreover, these nature priests, each possessing abilities to enrich the land, accelerate growth, and aid production, could communicate with various nature beings and guide the order of the natural environment, creating far greater value than before. As expected from His Majesty, Nancilia thought. With such a sacred ground, it would be impossible for the elven race in the Jauntry City to not thrive. After acquiring the divine spells, she also felt significant changes in her body, with her elven empress bloodline being further activated. If everything went smoothly, in not much time, and with at most 1 or 2 more demon king baptisms, the little elven king would fully become a myth. Nancilia immediately stepped out to share the great news with her people. In front of all the elders and leaders of various tribes, she demonstrated a divine spell of nature without uttering any incantations. Beneath her feet, the ground instantly turned lush with green grass, countless flowers bloomed, and small trees sprouted, bearing fruit. These weren't magical creations, the flowers, grass, and trees were nature's creation. Nancilia merely catalyzed their growth with elven divine magic. A level 5 elven priest's divine spell could easily turn barren land into greenery, make delicious fruits grow in infertile areas, communicate and command animals, or manipulate weather and the environment. High-ranking elven priests were treasures. Each one could significantly increase recovery speed and production efficiency in any production team they were part of. Simply incredible, the elves exclaimed. The goddess of nature has shown such favor to His Majesty the Great Demon King. With this sanctuary, all elven civilians in the Jauntry City had the opportunity to become noble nature priests. And it wasn't just elven civilians, other believers of the goddess could also seize this chance. The news spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, astonishing all elven citizens. His Majesty the Demon King had truly outdone himself. Regardless of age or talent, everyone had a chance to change their destiny, providing countless ordinary elves and devout followers of the goddess with an opportunity they had longed for in their dreams. In no time, elves working in farms and workshops became even more diligent in their tasks. After all, working for the Federation, whether in agriculture or potion production, allowed them to earn a salary and contribution points. With the advent of the Job Advancement Tower, the value of both salary and contribution points significantly increased. Zhang Nu was very pleased with this outcome. He believed that in just a few days, as the newly joined millions of elves began to work, and as more nature priests capable of aiding production emerged, the scale of goods produced by the Jauntry City and the Federation would greatly expand, and the cost advantage would become even more pronounced. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the Chaos Forest, at the core hub of the Pale Moon Peninsula, Pale Moon City, which is even more crucial than the Holy Tide City, a commotion was unfolding. Preposterous. This is outrageous. The Merfolk White Sand tribe is audaciously bold. They actually took advantage of the broken covenant to stage a coup and seize Holy Tide City. A fishfolk king, adorned with a crown yet devoid of any regal dignity, was raging. Despite the crown, his appearance was far from majestic. Standing 8 meters tall, his body was excessively obese, resembling a heap of fat, and his massive fish head was particularly unsightly. At this moment, the Fishfolk King was engulfed in extreme anger. He had just received news that Holy Tide City had declared independence, no longer paying tribute or swearing fealty to the Pale Moon King, an act that was seen as a complete rebellion. Although Pale Moon City was the nation's top city, this was primarily because it was the royal city. In terms of prosperity, it couldn't compare to Holy Tide City, which was the largest commercial city in Pale Moon Kingdom and the most important port city in the northern part of the Azure Water Federation. For over 1,000 years, to prevent the ignorant and decadent royal family from overexploiting and exhausting resources, a relatively wise Pale Moon King granted high autonomy and a highly open commercial environment to Holy Tide City, under the protection of the Azure Water Covenant, knowing that it was Pale Moon's lawful territory and could not be seized by others. This decision proved to be correct. Holy Tide City's competitiveness greatly increased, contributing a vast amount of financial revenue to Pale Moon over the centuries. But now, in the blink of an eye, Holy Tide City was lost, infuriating the Pale Moon royal family. The Pale Moon King roared, "Summon the Grand Marshal to me." Several fishfolks hurriedly went to convey the command, terrified by the king's fury. A few minutes later, a black gold shark folk, clad in armor and of imposing stature, walked in. He said in a deep voice, "Greetings, my king. I have also received intelligence about the situation in Holy Tide City. Although the White Sand family has a long history, they are merely a local noble family under Pale Moon. They couldn't possibly have the capability to control Holy Tide City. There must be other forces behind this." The Fishfolk King frowned and asked, "Other forces? Who?" The Pale Moon Grand Marshal replied, "It's not entirely clear yet. It could be the Deep Sea Hermit Society, but we can't rule out the possibility of the Chaos Federation from the north, which has been gaining momentum." Hearing this, the Fishfolk King became solemn. Both powers were formidable. The Deep Sea Hermit Society was the largest underground force in the entire Chaos Sea, secretly controlling many countries, even playing a significant role in the current upheaval. As for the Chaos Federation, it was a rising force that had even put the Thunder Empire in a tight spot, indicating its strength. However, since the Chaos Federation had been fighting against human empires, the Fishfolk King didn't believe they would have the capacity to launch an invasion from the south. The Pale Moon Grand Marshal said, "Regardless of who it is, anyone who dares to meddle in Pale Moon's territory, I am willing to personally lead troops to subdue them, wipe out the rebellious merfolk, and reclaim Holy Tide City for our king." "Good," the Fishfolk King shouted. "I entrust the Pale Moon army to you. You have half a month to take back Holy Tide City." The Grand Marshal immediately knelt to accept the command. However, the Fishfolk King failed to notice the slight cold smirk at the corner of the Grand Marshal's mouth, clearly not taking the Fishfolk King seriously. Unbeknownst to the king, his once loyal Grand Marshal had already become a hero, and a very powerful one at that. How could he truly remain loyal to such a master? For him, Takumi Akawawa, this was an excellent opportunity to seize control of the Pale Moon Kingdom in one fell swoop. Following the authorization from the King of Pale Moon, Takumi Akawawa took command of the kingdom's army of 500,000. He would lead this force to reclaim Holy Tide City for the Pale Moon Kingdom. This elite force primarily comprised various types of fishfolks and also included many powerful sea beasts, with combat power equivalent to 3 or 4 official imperial legions. On the eve of the army's assembly, Takumi Akawawa met with 10 Sea Tribe heroes. Among these 10 heroes, 8 possessed level 5 strength, and 2 had reached level 6. They were the forces that Takumi Akawawa had built himself. To keep his identity hidden, Takumi Akawawa rarely made public appearances. These 10 heroes were leaders of elite hero troops he had gathered and nurtured. By controlling these 10 heroes, he could indirectly command over 2,000 to 3,000 elite heroes on the Pale Moon Peninsula, thereby creating a secret force of his own. "Our opportunity has arrived," Takumi Akawawa declared passionately. "The Azure Water Federation is in turmoil. The military power of the Pale Moon is in my hands. I have waited for this day for far too long. Once I flatten Holy Tide City and declare independence, we'll turn around and conquer Pale Moon Kingdom. Now that the Azure Water Covenant has been completely nullified, there's nothing left to stop me from taking control of this nation. Immediately gather all heroes to join me in this endeavor. The time to make our mark is now. Our era is upon us," he proclaimed. The gathered heroes were overjoyed. They had been lying in wait for this moment for so long. At that moment, a drake folk hero with a saber at his waist stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, boss, but there's something I need to report." Takumi Akawawa immediately asked, "What is it?" "Speak." "The Pale Moon Kingdom is certainly due for a change of leadership." The level 6 drake folk hero suddenly drew his saber and delivered a slashing strike through the air, but unfortunately, this territory has already been claimed. "I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity." It happened so suddenly that no one else had time to react. Despite the distance of more than 10 meters between the drake folk and Takumi Akawawa, a spatial rift appeared directly on Takumi, splitting him in half from head to groin, freezing his expression of disbelief on his face, his eyes wide with shock. S-rank technique spatial slash. This attack infused the force of space into the slash. Such a strike, based on spatial manipulation, was nearly impossible to dodge and could cleave through any material existence, showcasing the drake folk hero's formidable strength. The others were horrified. "Takahashi, have you lost your mind?" they exclaimed. "You've killed the boss." As Takumi Akawawa's body fell in two halves, the drake folk hero's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sheathing his sword, he turned to face the other 9 heroes, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Gentlemen, there's no need for alarm," he said coolly. "I merely did what was necessary. The Pale Moon Peninsula belongs to the Deep Sea Hermit Society. What right or power did this man have to take the peninsula from the hands of the Deep Sea Hermit?" It was a futile effort, doomed to failure. The Drakefolk hero, Takahashi, spoke loudly, "Instead of serving such a man, why not join the Deep Sea Hermit Society? I believe with your strength, it's more than enough. Then, we can be in charge of the Pale Moon Peninsula ourselves, without having to serve anyone else." The expressions of the crowd shifted subtly upon hearing this. However, just as they began to waver, a sinister and hoarse voice belonging to Takumi Akawawa resounded, "Ha ha ha, I always knew there was a traitor among us, but I never expected it to be you, Takahashi. To think I trusted you so much." Hearing this voice, the Drake folk hero's pupils suddenly contracted. It was impossible, being hit directly by his spatial slash, there was no way anyone could have survived. Before the Drake folk hero could draw his sword and turn around again, Takumi Akawawa, wielding a giant sword, swiftly struck. A massive wave of sword energy swept through, breaking through the Drake folk hero's protective chi and cutting him in half at the waist as he let down his guard. "This can't be. How can you still be alive?" The Drake folk hero's face was filled with horror as he looked at Takumi Akawawa, who should have been dead. Indeed, Takumi Akawawa had been split in half. His body was still in 2 pieces. Yet, eerily, the 2 halves were coming back together. The huge gash, still about 4 or 5 centimeters wide, no longer bled, instead, flesh writhed and blood vessels interlocked, continuously. It was utterly bizarre. What kind of ability was this? Everyone present was completely astounded. A person who had been cut in half from brain to groin, who should undoubtedly be dead without question, was undergoing something inexplicable. After a few seconds, Takumi Akawawa's body, after several attempts at reattachment, finally came back together seamlessly, although the scar running down from his forehead remained. His armor was shattered. To everyone's astonishment, Takumi Akawawa's body had undergone severe mutations. His skin was covered in unsightly, varicose veins, all converging at the heart, where a large green eyeball was embedded, emitting light continuously. It was this strange organ that emitted a power capable of miraculously repairing Takumi Akawawa, who should have been cleaved in 2 and undoubtedly dead. "See?" Takumi Akawawa declared. "I possess an undying body. Being cut into 2 pieces, even 5 or 10, cannot kill me. And you thought you could assassinate me? That's utterly laughable." As he spoke, Takumi Akawawa crushed the Drake folk hero's skull with a stomp. He then swept his gaze over the other heroes present. "Do any of you still want to try me?" The 9 heroes were thoroughly shocked by Takumi Akawawa's bizarre abilities and formidable power, realizing that their leader was far from ordinary. "We swear to follow you to the death," they proclaimed. "Please command us at your will." Takumi Akawawa was very pleased. The situation had been extremely perilous just moments ago, but fortunately, he had fused with a fragment of an evil god, using a special method to confine the mutation within a limited area. This allowed him to retain most of his abilities while also leveraging the potent talent of the evil god. Thus, Takumi Akawawa's true strength was underestimated. Both the Hero and Demon King rankings reflect conventional strength, but the power of an evil god and its talents would not be included in the ranking assessments. Takumi Akawawa's own strength had reached the level of a level 6 overlord. The minimum standard for the hero ranking was a level 5 monarch, which meant Takumi Akawawa didn't appear on the hero ranking, but his actual strength far exceeded that. With the enhancement of an evil god's talent, Takumi Akawawa had the strength to challenge a level 6 monarch. Such power would place him in the mid to lower tier on the densely populated hero ranking, far from being a mere nobody to be overlooked. Truly unexpected, the heroes exclaimed. Takahashi, that guy, actually sided with the deep-sea hermit and even tried to assassinate the boss. Yeah, now that he's met this end, he only has himself to blame. The boss is the true ruler of the Pale Moon Kingdom. We all willingly follow the boss and will never betray him. These heroes were quick to change their stance, immediately starting to flatter. Takumi Akawawa was very pleased with this. He waved his hand and declared, with Takahashi gone, his forces will be taken over by you all. Our next urgent task is to swiftly take down Holy Tide City. Yes, everyone immediately responded, ready to carry out the orders. At the same time, in the southern territories of the Thunder Empire, within the main city of the Elro region, Marquis Elro had been enveloped in fear recently. No one knew the battle that took place here not long ago better than Marquis Elro himself. Duke Bahal personally led 4 knight regiments, with the addition of the Sunset Empire's Sword Saint and the Radiant Church's Archbishop. Such a lineup was terrifying, fully capable of launching a war of annihilation against an ordinary kingdom. However, even such a formidable force was crushed by the Army of Darkness City and the powerful figures of the Chaos Federation, suggesting that the current strength of the Chaos Forest might already surpass that of ordinary kingdoms. The growth of the Demon King's power had already broken through the limits of imagination. Now, the Demon King's supreme Magitech fortress remained like a thorn in his own territory, with the Demon King's troops striking out in all directions. The nearby small nobles and several key traffic routes in the Elro territory had all been cut off. Elro was under siege, unable to flee or seek help. It had become inevitable that this place would fall, just like Craigie. Although both were marquises, Marquis Elro was not strong, even less so than Marquis Craigie. The Elro territory was one of the agricultural bases in the southern part of the empire, lacking any significant military strength. How could there possibly be any resistance? Father. What are you still considering? The Elro family is in imminent danger. We can only survive by aligning with the Demon King. The Demon King's army will soon attack Elro City. For the sake of the people in the city and the continuation of our family, we must do this. At that moment, a female knight had burst into the Marquis's office. This person was the eldest daughter of Marquis Elro, Karina Elro. Karina was regarded as the heir to the Elro family. She enjoyed a very high reputation in the Elro region, possessed the strength of a level 5 overlord, and was known for her decisive nature. Marquis Elro then said, but I had learned that the Western and Eastern Grand Dukes, along with the Empire's chief knight, had already arrived in the southern territories to reinforce. The Marquis, known for his indecisiveness, contrasted starkly with his daughter. If the entire southern territory had fallen, it would have been one thing for the Elro family to join the Chaos Federation. However, with the arrival of the 2 dukes and the chief knight, a significant portion of the Empire's power would have been injected into the southern territories, and the outcome of the ensuing battle remained uncertain. A wrong choice could have led to irreversible consequences. Karina shouted, the Empire had not given up on the southern territories, but it had completely abandoned Elro. Otherwise, why hadn't they sent troops to rescue us? Because they simply couldn't. Marquis Elro said, let's wait a bit longer. If the Empire hadn't arrived within 3 days, then we could. It was too late. Karina interjected. We couldn't pin our hopes on the Empire. Even if the Empire hadn't given up on Elro, this place would have still been destroyed in the war. The family's 1,000-year foundation and millions of civilians would have become casualties of war. With that, Karina had clapped her hands. 30 to 50 female knights in red armor, members of Karina's Rose Knight Order, barged in. Marquis Elro's expression had changed drastically. What were you planning to do? From today onwards, just stay here quietly. You don't need to worry about the affairs of the territory anymore. I will take care of everything. Karina had said. After leaving her knights behind, she had turned and left with heavy steps. The next day, Elro City opened all its gates, lifted the defensive barriers, raised the flag of the Chaos Federation, and all combat units disarmed, declaring surrender to the Chaos Federation. Karina was taking a gamble. She knew that once this action was taken, the Elro family could never return to the Empire. She could only hope that the Demon King, as rumored, was not an extremely cruel being and would spare the Elro family because of their unconditional surrender, giving them a chance to survive. Before long, dark clouds loomed over the city, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. From afar, Karina felt an overwhelming oppressive force approaching from above the clouds. Soon, dragons pierced through the electrified clouds and appeared above Elro City. Dragons. Actual true dragons. Karina had never seen such mythical creatures before. At that moment, not only did dragons appear above Elro City, but over 100 of them circled overhead, with the threat of deathly flames and stormy thunderbolts ready to strike at any moment. The sight was utterly shocking. The Chaos Federation had so many dragons? Karina believed that the mere presence of these 100 or so dragons was more than enough to completely decimate Elro City. Resistance would only lead to annihilation, only surrendering like this could secure a sliver of hope for the family and the city. Shortly afterward, the great Demon King of Darkness City received a notification. You've conquered Elro City. You gained a gorgeous Mythmonite treasure chest. The Elro family and its subjects plead for surrender. Do you accept? Seeing this notification, Xiongnu felt very satisfied. Another major city, along with a marquisate and several counties and viscounties, had been taken under his control. Xiongnu believed that after this round of conquest, the human population under the control of the Chaos Federation would reach at least 20 to 30 million, a considerable number. As for the nobles' plea for mercy, Xiongnu didn't hesitate to accept it. This would serve as an example that by accepting the surrender of nobles and offering them certain treatments, the subsequent conquest of other territories would be much smoother. Xiongnu casually opened the treasure chest. You've opened the Mythmonite treasure chest. You've gained gold times 20 million, additional gold times 10 million, blueprint, spirit prison times 1, blueprint, Imperial Infantry Barracks X1, Level 5 Building Upgrade Scroll times 1, Life Gems times 5,000, Fire Gems times 3,000, Earth Gems times 3,000. The rewards for capturing Elro City were quite good. As Xiongnu was a Demon King ranked on the leaderboard, conquering new territories or even eliminating targets came with a 50% bonus in gold. Just from this city alone, he gained 30 million gold. In addition to that, among the two newly obtained blueprints, the Spirit Prison was a Level 5 Special Building blueprint, and the Imperial Infantry Barracks was a Level 4 Ordinary blueprint. The former was a functional building, while the latter was a barracks-type building. Xiongnu reviewed the effects of the Spirit Prison. The Spirit Prison, similar to other types of prisons, was primarily used for detaining prisoners, and the higher the level of the prison, the higher the level of units it can detain. The main reason the Spirit Prison was classified as a Level 5 special building was its psychic hypnosis effect. This prison can hypnotize the targets held within, completely controlling them and even creating a psychic branding effect. In simple terms, the additional ability possessed by the Spirit Prison was somewhat similar to a lower-tier version of the permanent charm of the Succubus Queen. The psychic branding of the Spirit Prison can affect up to Overlord rank units, and as a Level 5 building, the targets it affects cannot exceed Level 5. This meant that from now on, any unit below the rank of an Overlord could be forcibly branded by the Spirit Prison, turning them into units utterly loyal to the Darkness City, significantly enhancing its management capabilities. However, as a functional special building, the Spirit Prison's abilities could not be activated for free. Each branding required a payment related to the cost of recruiting a unit of the corresponding level. Therefore, it would only be necessary to brand some prisoners of war or key units. There would be no need to brand every single vassal or prisoner of war. In fact, during this period, in addition to Elro City, the Darkness City's army had successively captured 11 cities. Throughout this process, Xiongnu accumulated 3 gold quality chests and 8 silver quality chests, with a total gain of over 150 million gold, and about 20 blueprints of level 3, 4, and 5. The majority of these were defense type, barracks type, and production type blueprints, with a few being special function type. Xiongnu planned to use most of these blueprints obtained during the conquest of human territories back in the conquered human areas. These blueprints could effectively enhance the production and defense capabilities of the Craigie and Elro regions, greatly improving the local order, thus quickly stabilizing and integrating these areas. As the conquered territory continued to expand, Xiongnu's resources also increased. Now, Darkness City alone had 120 dragons. This was not a small number. The military strength generated by these 120 dragons was absolutely terrifying, comparable to several imperial official legions. At the same time, Han Kursen came back to report two pieces of good news. The first piece of good news was that Han Kursen had completely taken control of Holy Tide City. She used the influence of the White Sand family clan, along with her own decisive actions, to make all factions in Holy Tide City submit. The second piece of good news was that the arms business of the Chaos Federation had successfully kicked off. Han Kursen explained, the chaos within the Azure Water Federation has fully erupted, and currently, at least dozens of forces are on the verge of breaking out into war. We released information through the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce about selling a large quantity of Magitech weapons, and almost immediately, we received purchase requests from various powers. Xiongnu nodded and asked, how much can we sell this time? Han Kursen answered, at least 2 billion continental gold coins for the first batch, which is at least 200 million Demon King gold. This number will continue to grow. Xiongnu was somewhat surprised, that much? The Chaos Federation had built several imperial workshops in Kolo, all of which were dedicated to producing Magitech weapons and equipment. Now, the Kolo area had become the Federation's largest production base for Magitech weapons. However, despite the rapid increase in production, a significant portion of the Magitech cannons produced were being used to arm the human cities to enhance their defenses. Only half of the production was being exported, and Xiongnu had not expected it to generate such high revenue. Han Kursen calmly said, it's not surprising. Given the current situation in the Chaos Sea, all parties urgently need to engage in an arms race. The market demand is huge. With supply far less than demand, it's naturally easy to sell at several times the price. At this point, Han Kursen paused before continuing, actually, aside from Magitech weapons which can be exported over the long term, the market for traditional weapons and potions remains open as well. Conservatively estimating, the weapons and armor stored in Ironheart City and the potions in Jauntry City can generate revenues of at least 1 billion Demon King gold. Over 1 billion Demon King gold? And that was a conservative estimate. Xiongnu was also taken aback when he heard this number. He couldn't help but exclaim, it seems that the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild's business hasn't been affected by the war. Not only has it not been affected, Han Kursen said, but due to the outbreak of this war, the Dark Dragon's business has become even better than before, which is almost an inevitable result. Xiongnu was slightly puzzled, why is that? The reason is simple, Han Kursen explained. After the Chaos Sea plunged into chaos, although it became difficult for us to sell goods outside the Chaos Sea due to the disruption of shipping routes and the rampant piracy, the channels for importing goods into the interior from the outside world were also cut off. The Chaos Sea used to connect more than a dozen major powers, and the Azure Water Federation itself doesn't have strong manufacturing capabilities. Its weapons, equipment, potions, magical items, etc. were almost all imported from large commerce guilds across various empires through very stable channels and systems. The Chaos Sea used to connect more than a dozen major powers, and the Azure Water Federation itself doesn't have strong manufacturing capabilities. Its weapons, equipment, potions, magical items, etc. were almost all imported from large commerce guilds across various empires through very stable channels and systems. Now that the Chaos Sea is in complete turmoil and the original trade system has collapsed, plus the war has significantly increased the demand for weapons and medicines among the sea tribes, it has given us the opportunity to step in and capture the market from the inside. Understanding dawned on Xiongnu. With the revenue from the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the development of the Chaos Federation was even less of a concern. Han Kursen continued, next, the situation in the Chaos Sea will become even more complicated. Although we have the trump card of the Azure Water Empress, I still don't have enough people under my command. I would like to request the upgrade of Qiuyue and Dongxue to level 6. Different demon kings had different structures of troops. After advancing to level 6, Han Kursen couldn't unlock Mythic class units, but she could summon 6 different level 6 Monarch class units. However, the summoning cost for Monarch units was extremely high. After much consideration, Han Kursen decided to first upgrade her old subordinates, Qiuyue and Dongxue. Zhang Nu directly said, the transactions of Magitech weapons, traditional weapons, and potions this time will supplement a large amount of gold and resources for the Darkness City. Currently, the stock of souls in the Darkness City is also quite sufficient. Let's just summon all of your 6 monarch units at once. Hearing this, Han Kurson was naturally overjoyed. The total resources spent on bringing out all 6 demonic monarchs would be no less than upgrading Zhang San and Li Si. This was definitely a huge sum for Han Kurson. However, after the merger of the Darkness City and the Gloom City, the troops of the Gloom City became the troops of the Darkness City, and the monarchs of the Gloom City became the monarchs of the Darkness City. Zhang Nu was generous enough to allow Han Kurson to achieve this in one step. Given Han Kurson's current strength and Shui Lan's influence in the Chaos Sea, plus the assistance of 6 monarch-class demons, he believed that even without his direct intervention, such a lineup could suppress the Chaos Sea. After reporting her work, Han Kurson went back to her busy schedule. Zhang Nu also prepared to make a trip to the newly conquered cities. He had 2 main objectives for this trip. The first task was to build some facilities in the new territories. After all, he had quite a few blueprints at hand, some of which were obtained from recent conquests, and others were part of the Darkness City's own inventory. Strictly speaking, the Darkness City did not have many blueprints in stock. Most of the blueprints Zhang Nu had were from Gloom City. Since the merger of the Darkness City and the Gloom City, resources were shared between them, allowing the Darkness City's various facilities and resources to be open to the demons of the Gloom City, while the blueprints and resources from the Gloom City's inventory became the collective property of the group. Not to mention anything else, just within the inventory of blueprints from the Gloom City, there were 4 teleportation tower blueprints. Zhang Nu planned to deploy one of these towers in the human territories to facilitate future troop movements, as it wasn't feasible to activate the Stellar Gateway for just a few individuals each time. While that mechanism was highly efficient for moving troops, its cost was simply too high. The second task involved a ruin near the Auro territory, a place Zhang Nu had always wanted to visit. This ruin was related to the level 6 hero Yan Qianjun, who had obtained the S-rank skill Rebirth from Within the Flames and the epic equipment Heart of Space within it. It's important to note that even among S-rank skills, Rebirth from Fire is considered a top-tier skill, and the Heart of Space is no ordinary piece of equipment either. According to the adventurer notes left by Yan Qianjun, when the great adventurer explored this ruin, he only uncovered a very small part of it. Due to insufficient strength, he couldn't fully explore it, and it remained undeveloped as he never got the chance to return. This suggested that the ruin was at least of a level 5 monarch's caliber, or else how could it have made a level 6 adventurer decide to retreat? A place that reached the level of a level 5 monarch would certainly pique Zhang Nu's interest, let alone the possibility of finding numerous precious treasures within. It's worth making the trip personally, especially since there's not much else to do by staying in the Darkness City all the time. Zhang Nu specifically took Nancilia, Zhang San, and Li Si with him. All 3 have the potential to reach the mythic level and could benefit from the experience. This was particularly true for Nancilia, who was only a small step away from reaching the power level of an Elven Empress. Having another mythic unit would be a significant boost for the Darkness City. In the city of Elro, Karina faced the Dark Dragon King. She was aware that the terrifying being in front of her was one of the infamous trio of leaders from the Darkness City, more precisely, the foremost among the 3 Titans of Darkness. Karina never encountered such a formidable being before. The oppressive aura emanating from him induced an unprecedented level of fear and trembling in her, a display of absolute dominance from a superior being over an inferior one. It wasn't just the Dark Dragon King himself, even the rows of Draconians standing by his side were formidable. These Abyssal Draconians, all transformed from Abyssal True Dragons, included over a dozen level 6 Dragon Elders among their ranks, with a total of over 100 Abyssal Dragons present. Among them, let alone the Dragon Elders, Karina lacked the capability to confront even the weakest of them, despite being the most outstanding warrior knight in the Elro family for generations. Was this the foundation of a Demon King's power? Terrifying, truly terrifying. The Dark Dragon King, Long Yi, regarded Karina with an indifferent gaze and commanded, "Follow me." Karina was well aware of the Dark Dragon King's grim and brutal nature. After conquering the Craigie region, he had slaughtered nearly 2,000 members of the Craigie family's core lineage. Now it was the Elro family's turn. Karina didn't know if her fate would be similar to that of the young Lord Craigie. She could only follow the Dark Dragon King into the castle with a heart full of apprehension. This castle belonged to the Marquis of Elro. Since the Dark Dragon King had taken over the main city, all the nobles of Elro Castle had been placed under house arrest. Now, the control of the castle was in the hands of the dragons present. However, when they reached the castle's small garden, Karina was stunned. Before her stood a white tower, seemingly crafted from an unknown type of crystal, enveloping it in a halo and radiating profound energy fluctuations. What's this? As the heir to the Marquis of Elro, Karina was very familiar with this castle and did not recall such a structure ever being part of it. Yet, before she could recover from her surprise, something even more astonishing occurred. Beneath this mysterious magical tower stood 4 figures. 2 were distinctive draconians, one was a petite elven king holding a scepter, and the other was a mysterious person shrouded in a cloak. Karina could clearly sense that both the elf and the 2 draconians exuded an aura that was not only on par with the Dark Dragon King's, but even slightly stronger. Karina found it unbelievable. How could this be possible? The Dark Dragon King was one of the 3 titans of Darkness City, a true demon king. The elf could be the mysterious elven king from Tian City who defeated the mage king, Halifax. It might be acceptable for her power to be comparable or slightly superior to the Dark Dragon King. But the issue was, why did the other 2 draconians also possess an aura that surpassed the Dark Dragon King's? As for the mysterious person shrouded in the cloak, not a trace of aura was revealed, making it impossible to gauge his strength. However, his standing position and posture seemed to indicate that he was the highest ranking among the 4. Your Majesty. The Dark Dragon King knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. The Great Demon King nodded slightly, no need for such formalities, rise. The Dark Dragon King immediately stood up and said to Karina, "This is the true ruler of Darkness City and the Chaos Forest. Pay your respects upon meeting His Majesty." Karina was utterly shocked. If she wasn't mistaken, these 3 draconians and the elf were all at least level 6 monarchs. In other words, these 4 formidable beings were as powerful as the 4 guardian dukes of the empire. Such incredibly powerful individuals, no matter where they went in the world, could be major figures ruling over their own domains. Even the 4 Grand Dukes could dispense with formalities in the presence of the Emperor of the Empire. Yet, these 4 beings acknowledged this mysterious person in the hooded cloak as their master. Just how profound was the power of this cloaked individual? After regaining her composure, Karina hurriedly paid her respects. "Greetings. Your Majesty." Zhang Nu calmly said, "You are Karina, the eldest daughter of the Marquis, who also led the submission of the Elro region? You've done well. Because of your wise actions, you've reduced much of the damage and casualties in Elro and saved my subordinates some effort. However, according to the usual practice of Darkness City, we do not allow the old nobility to retain their influence over their territories, so all direct family members must be eliminated." Hearing this, Karina was greatly alarmed and quickly knelt to plead, "I beg your Majesty for mercy. The Elro family has already been abandoned by the Empire. The House of Elro is willing to serve Darkness City." Zhang Nu said, "I can spare the entire Elro family and even allow you to succeed your father as the administrator of the Elro region, but there is one condition." Without hesitation, Karina responded, "As long as it can spare my parents, siblings, and house from annihilation, I, Karina, am willing to accept any condition." "Very well," Zhang Nu instructed the Dark Dragon King, "take her away." The price Zhang Nu demanded Karina to pay was straightforward. She would be confined in the spirit prison for a few days for reformation, after which she would be influenced by the spirit prison and could never betray Dark City again. Karina's strength was at level 5 Overlord, which was precisely the maximum limit for reform by the spirit prison. Once the psychic imprint was formed, it would essentially never disappear, and even if Karina's strength surpassed level 5 in the future, the psychic imprint would still take effect. After Long Yi took Karina away, Zhang Nu glanced at his newly constructed teleportation tower. The presence of this teleportation tower made future travels to the Elro region much more convenient. Zhang Nu still had 3 more teleportation tower blueprints in his possession. He planned to place 1 more in the human territories and the remaining 2 in the Chaos Sea to strengthen the control of the Chaos Federation over these areas. The Rift Dungeon in Darkness City could continuously produce teleportation tower blueprints. By sending his top subordinates to repeatedly clear it, Zhang Nu could deploy many more teleportation towers in the future, significantly enhancing Darkness City's governance. "Your Majesty," the Dragon Elders began as they presented heaps of gold and gem-filled chests. "These are the recent gains in gold and gems." Zhang Nu didn't plunder the wealth of Elro City, the wealth he took was from nobles or cities that attempted to resist. Converted, the gold amounted to nearly 100 million gold, and there were also tens of thousands of gems. This constituted a significant income. Indeed, a city like Elro had much more wealth, and Xiongnu had the capability to make a quick fortune. However, since there was no immediate need for money, Xiongnu chose not to do so. Keeping wealth among the populace could ensure the vitality of the local economy. There were many ways to harvest wealth, such as through trade or facilities like the job advancement towers. Resorting to brute force to extract wealth was too crude and akin to draining the pond to catch the fish. The Elro region was rich in agricultural, pastoral, fishing, hunting, and mineral resources. Xiongnu planned to send a group of nature priests from the Jiantree city and also build some spirit farms and breeding ranches to significantly increase local production. After staying for a few hours and assigning tasks to his subordinates, Xiongnu left Elro City with Nancilia, Zhongshan, and Li Si. The four arrived at the border of Elro, where there was a region known as the Ashen Mountain Range. As the name suggests, it was a barren and desolate mountain area in the southern territories of the empire, spanning hundreds to thousands of miles, all barren and ashen, seemingly lifeless and without any value for development. However, according to the records of the great adventurer, the undying phoenix Hubert, it was in this place that he discovered a mysterious ruin. The abilities of self-resurrection that Hubert possessed, along with the epic equipment Heart of Space, were all adventurous gains obtained from this ruin. We found it. Xiongnu instantly identified the entrance to the ruins amidst the desolate mountains. Nancilia, following the direction of the Demon King's gaze, saw a seemingly ordinary valley basin, its terrain and size somewhat reminiscent of the Darkness Valley. From above, the valley was shrouded in a perpetual mist. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but Nancilia, with her keen senses, immediately noticed something unusual when she carefully perceived it. "Your Majesty, there are abnormal spatial disturbances here. It seems like a subdimensional space is overlaid within this valley." Nancilia couldn't help but admire the insight. The Demon King was indeed exceptional, such a hidden anomaly was instantly noticed by him. Without his prompt, even with her perceptive abilities, she would have never detected the anomaly here. Zhongshan suggested, "My master, there's no need for you to take action. Let us go down and explore." Li Si added, "It's not that simple. We must find the entrance to the subdimensional space. A direct descent into the valley won't lead us into the subdimensional space, but only into the regular valley. The ruin couldn't possibly be in the normal space, otherwise, the valley would have been discovered long ago. The ruin must be established in a subspace." However, without finding a way to enter the subspace, they could only waste time in the valley. But such a challenge wouldn't stump the Demon King. The moment Xiongnu surveyed the area, he grasped all its details, including the pathway and entrance to the ruin. Upon reviewing the information about the ruins, Xiongnu understood the situation. Ancient Elven Breeding Ranch, Level 6 Monarch Area. Description: a breeding ground from the era of the Elven Empire, where elves used a massive magical formation to gather all the spiritual energy of the mountain range to cultivate powerful crops and divine beasts. However, with the fall of the Elven Empire, this ancient breeding ranch was forgotten. This place was specifically used by the ancient Elven Empire for beast breeding and crop cultivation. It was not surprising for elves, who were adept at farming and breeding, to have various farms and ranches, but this place was clearly different from ordinary agricultural and pastoral lands. Constructing a magical formation that covered an entire mountain range was not an easy task. It would be time-consuming, labor-intensive, and very costly, not to mention the creation of a subdimensional space. This indicated that the place held significant value. Its classification as a Level 6 Monarch Area also implied substantial rewards and value, sparking immense interest in Xiongnu. "Follow me," Xiongnu commanded, taking the lead to find the entrance to the ruins. Xiongnu, accompanied by his three subordinates, entered a nearby cave. The cave's environment was complex and maze-like, filled with numerous traps, many of which were destroyed, indicating the presence of previous intruders. This intruder was likely the great adventurer, the undying phoenix, Hubert, who later became the hero Yin Qianjun. He apparently had a map and found a way to enter, thus being able to destroy the traps along the way and navigate through the maze. Soon, the four of them made their way through the maze. They came upon a spacious cavernous area with several ancient building ruins and a large gate that connected to the outside world. Nancilia immediately remarked, "This seems like elven architecture." Zhang Nu nodded in agreement. This should be a remnant of the ancient Elven Empire. Zhang San and Li Si searched the ruins, but didn't find any valuable items. However, they discovered a perfectly preserved, crystal-clear skeleton and some fragments of broken eggshells. Zhang San reported, "My lord, someone has been here and has taken away the valuable items." Hearing this, Nancilia immediately became worried. Such a concealed elven ruin had already been discovered by someone else, wouldn't that mean the Demon King's trip would be in vain? However, Zhang Nu responded, "I was aware of this situation before coming here. The one who explored this place before us was none other than the adventurer, the undying phoenix, Hubert." "It's him?" Nancilia remembered the great adventurer, having almost suffered a defeat at his hands when she was only at level 5. Pointing to the fragments of eggshells, Zhang Nu explained, "This is likely the egg of an undying phoenix. The adventurer Hubert broke the egg and claimed the phoenix fire from it, granting him the ability of resurrection, thus earning the reputation of the undying phoenix." Nancilia commented with a tone of regret, "Such a rare ancient mythical beast. Eggs of such divine birds are hard to find across the entire continent. It's such a shame to have it destroyed like this." "And what about this skeleton?" Zhang Nu answered, "He must have been an ancient elven warrior guarding this ruin. Hubert took the epic equipment, the Heart of Space, from his body." So, it turned out that the adventurer's resurrection and spatial abilities were all obtained from this adventure. Zhang Nu, looking at the gate ahead, continued, "This gate leads to the passage to the ruin. However, for some reason, Hubert couldn't enter. Be cautious, there might be dangers ahead." "Understood. Let's go." Zhang Nu led the trio through the gate, where a dense fog immediately enveloped them. Nancilia found herself completely losing her vision, with even her perception abilities being blocked, leaving her in a world shrouded in fog, unable to distinguish any direction. Li Si spoke in a deep voice, "My lord, I sense a strong presence of spatial energy. This place seems to be formed by the power of space. If one couldn't find a way to open the exit, outsiders who enter could easily get lost and end up trapped here forever." Zhang Nu nodded in agreement. This was, in a way, a security mechanism. The foggy space was actually a small spatial maze. Although not large in scale, its nature as a spatial maze made it potentially infinite, with no end in sight using ordinary means. The entrance to the relic was located within this maze. Only specific magic could summon the exit of the maze, but the Guardian had long since turned to bones, causing the method to open the maze to be lost forever. So, that was why the undying phoenix Hubert couldn't continue to explore the ruin. He couldn't find a way to dispel the spatial fog. Venturing recklessly could lead to being permanently trapped, so without any certainty, he had no choice but to give up. However, such traps might deter or trap others, but were ineffective against Zhang Nu. He activated his spatio-temporal dragon form, his scales turning into a dreamlike silver white, with the terrifying and surging power of time and space flowing from his body like an unbridled river. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire space. Nancilia was astounded, such formidable power over time and space. This isn't ordinary spatial magic, but direct manipulation and dominion over the laws of space and time. Both Nancilia and Li Si had decent abilities in spatial magic, but they could only utilize conventional spatial spells. What Zhang Nu was employing was not magic but manipulation of space at the most fundamental level of laws, a method far beyond their reach. Soon, the spatial fog was affected and began to evaporate and disappear bit by bit, revealing a long canyon. After forcefully dispelling the spatial fog, Zhang Nu led his 3 subordinates through the canyon. Zhang San and Li Si pushed open the stone gate at the end of the canyon, revealing a barrier of space that rippled like water. They had found it. This was the entrance to the subspace. Zhang Nu led the way in, and upon passing through the rippling spatial barrier, the originally narrow canyon space suddenly opened up. What is this? Nancilia looked around in astonishment. Unlike the barren landscape of the Ashen Mountains that stretched for hundreds of miles without a blade of grass, this place was like a paradise from a fairy tale, filled with all kinds of rare and exotic beasts and precious medicinal herbs. Zhang Nu glanced around and noticed 9-star purple gold ginseng, a high-quality purple-grade material. 1,000-year thunder bamboo, a high-quality purple-grade material. Phoenix bloodgrass of the 9 cycles, a low-quality orange-grade material. Not just Nancilia, even Zhang Nu was taken aback to see so many purple and even orange-grade materials before him, feeling as though he had found a treasure trove. Any of these materials could sell for tens to hundreds of millions of standard gold coins. The valley was filled with countless such precious materials, slowly nurtured over tens of thousands of years. Their use value and economic value were immeasurable. So, to call it a ruin was perhaps a vast understatement, it was more like a treasure trove. However, at this moment, they all felt a series of powerful auras assaulting them from the nearby forest. Nansilia immediately became alert. There are attacks initiated by nature magic. Nature magic, also known as life magic, was the opposite of necromancy, which was associated with the undead. The ground beneath Zhang Nu's feet began to shake. In an instant, countless huge roots covered with thorns and emitting a green glow burst forth, attacking the four with astonishing speed. Fast and powerful. These roots and vines summoned by natural magic were completely different from ordinary ones in nature. They contained very powerful strength, capable of easily shattering the toughest black iron and absorbing various magical attacks. The attackers were at least level 6 lords. How dare you? Zhang San released a surge of dragon combat chi, the chi instantly taking the form of a wyrm, skillfully dodging his companions and circling around them. In the blink of an eye, all the roots and vines were destroyed. Zhang Nu nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. After Zhang San advanced to a pseudomythic class unit, his strength had improved by more than just a bit. His ability to manifest his Kinto form exhibited the characteristics of an S-rank chi, possessing terrifyingly destructive power. At the same time, Li Si raised his staff and pointed it towards the forest. Countless blades of space materialized from the air and swiftly sliced through the forest, instantly demolishing it and revealing the attackers hiding within. They were not monsters, nor were they any known intelligent species. They were humanoid trees, towering at least 10 to 20 meters tall, with the tallest reaching 40 to 50 meters. Ah, treants! Nansilia was greatly surprised upon seeing them. The dozen or so treants, facing the powerful spatial attacks summoned by Li Si's magic, had no means to resist and could only watch as the spatial attacks covered their bodies, knowing they would be sliced into hundreds or thousands of pieces in the next second. Dispel. Nansilia raised her staff and swung it forcefully. A more potent magical force enveloped the space where the treants were, effectively nullifying Li Si's spatial slicing. Why did you stop me, Elven King? Li Si asked, puzzled. Nansilia quickly explained, the treants are not malevolent beings. Let me communicate with them. Zhang San and Li Si looked towards their lord. Zhang Nu nodded, let her try to communicate. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nansilia immediately teleported to appear in front of the treants. Respected guardians of the forest, please cease your attacks. We are not enemies. The Elven King? No, not just any Elven King. The treants sensed the aura of an elven royalty emanating from Nansilia. Since ancient times, treants and elves have been allies, especially during the era of the Elven Empire, when the two races shared a close relationship, often living together and assisting each other. However, since the fall of the Elven Empire, most treants have faded into obscurity. It was unexpected to encounter some here. Among Nansilia's innate abilities was the Elven King's Nature Pact, which allowed her to easily control treants. At this moment, under her command, all the treants present ceased their aggression. This is the power of the Elven King's Nature Pact. This Elven King possesses the Nature Pact. She is a born Elven Emperor, the chosen of the Goddess of Nature. The treants looked at each other, and eventually, all of them withdrew their hostility. They respectfully bowed, Great Elven Emperor, we thank you for understanding our rashness and ignorance. We apologize for our actions just now to you and your friends. It seemed that a fight was no longer on the cards. Zhang Nu, along with his two subordinates, approached. He surveyed the treants before him. Millennium End, Level 6 Lord Unit. Description: originally cultivated by the Elven Empire, having lived for tens of thousands of years, they possess vast and extensive knowledge. Despite their love for peace, they have a strong sense of territoriality and will attack any invaders who trespass into their territory. Ent Elder, Level 6 Overlord Unit. Description: highly respected beings within the Ent community, they possess even greater strength and more profound knowledge. These treants were known as Ents. Treants and Ents were similar species. The difference laid in the fact that treants were naturally formed tree spirits, while Ents were created by the Elven race or original Ents through ritual magic from the forest. Compared to the original Treants, Ents had a closer relationship with elves. Nancilia, with her nature pact and being a destined leader, inherently represented the entire elven race and could uphold the pact made with the Ents during the era of the Elven Empire. This was why these Ents are so respectful towards Nancilia. It seemed that on this venture into the elven ruins, there was no need to battle numerous monsters. Instead, they could recruit a large group of powerful and supportive Ents. Nancilia sincerely introduced, "You are mistaken, I am not the Elven Emperor. I am merely an Elven King from the Chaos Forest, the John Tree tribe, Nancilia. This is His Majesty the Demon King, along with his commander Zhang San and priest Li Si." The strength displayed by Zhang San and Li Si greatly shocked and intimidated the Ents. At this moment, the Demon King spoke up, "I would like to meet the leader of the Ents here, could you please introduce us?" Although the Demon King's tone was very polite, but his request was not to be refused. Since the Demon King had come here, he was undoubtedly here to conquer. He preferred to avoid force if possible, but he wouldn't hesitate to take action if necessary. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the heart of the valley forest, where hundreds, nearly 1,000 Ents, resided. These Ents generally possessed level 6 Lord capabilities, with several dozens to hundreds of level 6 Overlord Ents as elders. It must be mentioned that this was truly a formidable force, perhaps even stronger than the newly formed True Dragon Legion under the Demon King. Although the Abyssal Dragon Legion already had over 100 Abyssal Dragons and more than a dozen Dragon Elders, with individual dragons being more powerful, they were outnumbered by the Ents. Without Nancilia, dealing with this group of local powers would have been somewhat challenging for the Demon King. Among the Ents, there stood one that was different from the rest. It was a towering figure, 200 to 300 meters tall, with a trunk resembling volcanic rock, yet it appeared as though it had been scorched by fire, with half of its branches withered and charred. Its roots were plunged into a frigid, bone-chilling pond, using the dense ice elements within the water to counteract the heat constantly emanating from its body, which seemed to indicate a dire situation. Ent King Grutrut, Level 6 Monarch Unit. Description: an extremely rare Ent monarch possessing strength surpassing that of Ent elders, along with the powerful ability to control the entire forest. However, this Ent King has been scorched by the divine Phoenix fire, leaving it in a very weakened state. A Level 6 Ent monarch. It was unexpected to find such a powerful being in the southern territories of the Empire, in a seemingly inconspicuous ruined site. Upon awakening from his slumber, the Ent King Grutrut's gaze immediately fell upon the young Elven King. Through telepathic communication facilitated by the Ents, Grutrut was already informed about what had transpired. "You are indeed the inheritor of the Nature Pact, the chosen of the Goddess of Nature." Grutrut was visibly excited. "I am Grutrut. We have waited here for eons, and finally, you have arrived. It seems the elven race is on the verge of revival." Nancilia was somewhat confused by their conversation. Under the leadership of His Majesty the Demon King, the elven race has been thriving and is not far from revival. The Demon King? Grutrut then turned his attention to the other three individuals. Zhang Nu did not disguise himself, and with his current level 6 legendary strength, it was difficult for Grutrut to fully discern his power. However, while he couldn't see through the Demon King, he could ascertain the strength of the two subordinates of the Demon King. Grutrut, being an ancient being older than any other Ent present and having emerged during the heyday of the Elven Empire, possessed knowledge vast as a library. Thus, he recognized that Zhang San and Li Si were no ordinary dragons. One was a primordial earth dragon, and the other a 9-headed dragon, both legendary among the rarest and strongest dragon races, supposedly extinct from this world. Moreover, from these two dragons, Grutrut sensed the aura of the Dragon Emperor, indicating that they could potentially become a Dragon Emperor at any moment. The Dragon Emperor was in existence even rarer and more unique than the Elven Emperor. And now, not just one, but two appeared, both reverently serving the mysterious dragon in their midst as their master. Grutrut found it hard to fathom the nature of this mysterious dragon who had transformed into a humanoid form. Moreover, he sensed a faint divine aura emanating from the Demon King. Could it be that this being in front of him had broken free from mortal constraints and was evolving towards divinity as a dragon god? If that were true, the entire landscape of the continent and the world would be drastically altered by this shift. Nancilia, noticing the abnormal condition of the Ent King, expressed her concern, "Honorable Ent King, what happened to cause your injuries?" Grutrut replied, "I was wounded by the phoenix in the valley. The remnants of the phoenix's fire within me cause ongoing and irreversible damage. I won't be able to withstand it much longer. Shocked by this revelation, Nansilia realized the gravity of the situation. The Ant King was nearing his end. For the elven race, Ents are the most natural and trustworthy allies. An Ant King would not only be crucial for the Ents, but would also hold great significance for the Elves. In the past, the Elven Empire somehow acquired a pair of phoenixes, which were placed here as guardians. The two birds were mates, but due to certain circumstances, the male left and never returned. Over time, the female phoenix became increasingly anxious and aggressive. Decades ago, it went berserk and began attacking everything in its vicinity, seemingly intent on turning the entire area to ashes and escaping. However, the Ents intervened. Led by Gertrude, they managed to stop the divine bird, but the disparity in strength, coupled with the phoenix's power being a natural counter to the Ents, led to significant casualties and losses. They barely managed to seal the maddened phoenix deep within the valley, and it was during this battle that the Ant King sustained his injuries. Over the years, Gertrude's injuries had never healed. His body was continuously smoldering. Any ordinary Ent would have been reduced to ashes hundreds of times over, but Gertrude's immense strength had barely kept the flames from spreading rapidly. However, even so, after such prolonged erosion, the Ant King's body had almost been hollowed out, showcasing the formidable nature of divine beasts. Nansilia eagerly asked, "Your Majesty, can you heal Lord Gertrude?" Zhang Nu assessed the situation and responded, "It's a bit tricky, but not a major problem. However, I won't act without reason unless the Ents are willing to follow me, just like the elves." Upon hearing this, Nansilia was overjoyed and immediately began persuading the Ents. When the Ents learned that there was hope for Gertrude's recovery, they were all very surprised. However, Gertrude hesitated at Zhang Nu's request. After all, though the Ents and elves had been allies for a long time, their relationship was relatively equal. The Ents had a general relationship with the dragonkind, and for Gertrude to lead his people to pledge allegiance to a demon king whose background was unknown was a decision he couldn't make lightly. Nansilia assured, "The demon king has been a benefactor to the elven race, and the Ents could also thrive if they joined the Chaos Federation. I swear by the goddess of nature, there is not a single lie in my words." Seeing the pseudo-elven empress hold the demon king in such high regard sparked some interest in Gertrude. Given his current condition, he wouldn't have lived for many more years, and without external help, the Ents couldn't have left this valley. It seemed that pledging allegiance to the demon king was the only way out. "You all have plenty of time to think it over," Zhang Nu then turned to Zhang San, Li Si, and Nansilia. "Let's deal with the phoenix nesting here first." He spoke casually, as if what needed to be dealt with wasn't a divine beast, but rather something as trivial as a cat or dog. The Ents were shocked by his statement. One of the Ent elders warned, "That must not be done lightly. The phoenix has completely turned mad and lost its sanity. The power it possesses now is beyond the capacity of any monarch of the same level to contend with. Approaching it rashly is far too dangerous." Judging from the description provided by the Ents and the level of the area, the phoenix's strength should also be at the level of a level 6 monarch. However, undoubtedly, as an extremely rare divine beast, its power must reach the pinnacle of level 6, and it might even pose a threat to mythic units. Otherwise, how could the Ents have suffered such heavy losses? And how could the Ant King have been so gravely injured? Although the phoenix might be strong, Zhang Nu didn't take it too seriously. Conquering this area was a must, and the phoenix as the major boss of this region, how could it not be dealt with? Moreover, the phoenix is a divine beast, and being such, it presumably possesses some divinity. Zhang Nu wondered if the phoenix could condense a godhood crystal. Nansilia confidently assured, "You need not worry. No matter how powerful that divine beast, the phoenix, may be, as long as His Majesty is here, it can definitely be subdued. Just wait here for our good news." Zhang Nu left the ant forest, leading his 3 subordinates deeper into the valley. Due to the expansion of space during the creation of the subspace, this valley appeared much larger than the actual one. After advancing for several miles, the forest and grassland abruptly ended, giving way to a parched land of blackened cracks. Nearby mountains resembled volcanoes, with hot lava flowing down their sides. True to its nature as a divine beast, it had even altered the surrounding terrain and landscape. Without hesitation, Zhang Nu passed through the sealing barrier set up by the Ents and immediately entered the phoenix's territory. At the same time, Zhang San and Li Si transformed into their dragon forms, a terrifying and fierce 9-headed inferno dragon and a majestic primordial earth dragon king. Their formidable presence immediately enveloped the entire area, immediately awakening the slumbering phoenix. As expected, with a loud cry that pierced the sky, the mountain burst open, and flames shot up into the heavens. From within emerged a gigantic bird with wings spanning 100 meters. While the bird appeared to have a physical body, its feathers were engulfed in black flames. The intense energy it emitted was so powerful that it seemed to warp the space around it, making the phoenix appear imposing and awe-inspiring. Black Phoenix, Level 6 Monarch Unit. Description: This is the legendary divine beast, the undying phoenix, possessing almost infinite life and eternal, indestructible flames. Note: This phoenix has gone completely insane due to sensing the demise of its mate, devoid of any rationality. In this world, there exist creatures known as the undying phoenix. Generally, the female is referred to as Feng and the male as Huang, but regardless of gender, they can collectively be called phoenix, as they are essentially the same species. This phoenix has completely succumbed to madness and darkness. The only solution is to eliminate it, allowing it to reincarnate from a phoenix egg. As soon as the black phoenix appeared, black phoenix flames spread across the sky. These flames are extremely dangerous, almost impossible to extinguish once contacted, capable of burning everything in the world to ashes. The flames released by the black phoenix, like raindrops, fell from the sky, instantly turning the ground into a sea of fire. This sea of fire seemed to be alive, moving along with the black phoenix. This was actually the domain of the black phoenix. Zhang San and Li Si activated their domain abilities simultaneously, and the moving sea of fire domain was immediately suppressed until it disappeared. While Li Si's domain almost completely neutralized the black phoenix's domain, Zhang San's unleashed domain instantly gained control of the battlefield. The gravity, amplified hundreds to thousands of times, pressed down on the black phoenix. In almost an instant, the black phoenix was pressed from mid-air to the ground. Zhang San raised his spear, and under the condensation of rampaging dragon qi, the spear blade expanded 100-fold, transforming into a giant blade capable of splitting rivers and mountains, and instantly chopped down on the body of the black phoenix, further suppressing this powerful divine beast. At the same time, Li Si swooped down from the sky. All 9 heads launched attacks simultaneously. 9 different elemental energies intertwined into a spiral energy wave, fiercely striking the immobilized black phoenix on the ground, instantly creating a crater with a radius of several hundred meters, comparable to a meteorite impact. How powerful! Nancilia was stunned by Zhang San and Li Si's skills. After being promoted by the Demon King, the increase in their strength was astonishingly exaggerated. United, Nancilia felt she couldn't contend against them. With such heavy blows dealt to the black phoenix, it would be difficult for it to escape unscathed. Unfortunately, this phoenix had completely turned insane. The black phoenix couldn't be reverted back. This meant that the phoenix had abandoned its wisdom, completely dominated by its beastly nature, becoming a terrifying monster full of anger and destructive desire. Zhang San and Li Si's attack lasted for a few seconds. They could clearly feel the strong and imposing aura of the divine beast suddenly becoming weak, almost disappearing without a trace. It seemed like a success. They paused their attack and were about to check on the black phoenix's condition when, unexpectedly, the nearly vanished aura suddenly surged back to strength. A huge mass of flames burst from the pit, gathering into a majestic phoenix in an instant. Had it resurrected with full health? Zhang San and Li Si were somewhat taken aback. Nancilia exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the phoenix's ability to be reborn from its ashes?" Zhang Nu nodded and said, "Correct. The principle of rebirth from within the flames involves accumulating the undying sacred fire with its life force on a regular basis. When in battle or at critical moments, it bursts forth all at once, using the sacred fire to achieve instant self-healing and recovery. For ordinary people to master rebirth from within the flames, being able to use it once every few days is already impressive, because the human body can only hold a limited amount of sacred fire, and the process of storing life force also consumes a lot of time. But this phoenix is different. Zhang Nu could clearly see that the scale of the undying sacred fire within the black phoenix was immense. This was the result of the divine beast's continuous refinement over tens of thousands of years. The essence of the undying sacred fire is consumable, but this reserve was excessively powerful. Unless it's possible to annihilate the black phoenix in an instant, faster than the undying sacred fire can be activated, it would inevitably resurrect. Zhang San and Li Si launched another joint attack. Although they were powerful enough to suppress the Black Phoenix, they found they couldn't kill it. Whenever the Black Phoenix faced a dangerous situation or received a fatal injury, it would immediately resurrect and heal itself through the rebirth from within the flame's ability, which, for the Black Phoenix, had no cooldown period at all. How could they fight this? The Black Phoenix couldn't be killed. As long as the undying sacred fire wasn't completely extinguished, it was almost unkillable, and its power was nearly infinite. The difficulty of dealing with this Black Phoenix was definitely above that of a mythic unit of the same level. Its power alone could obliterate a nation. Zhang San, Li Si, step back. Although Zhang San and Li Si could suppress the Black Phoenix together, over time they would inevitably suffer from excessive depletion of mana, leading to a decline in combat effectiveness. In other words, through a war of attrition, the Black Phoenix could deal with Zhang San and Li Si. At this point, Nancilia volunteered, "Your Majesty, let me try. It's not effective to fight such a being head-on, but my sealing technique should work." However, this time Zhang Nu did not agree to the young Elven King's offer. The power of the Black Phoenix is too domineering, and the sacred fire within it is too vast. It won't be easy to seal it. I plan to take action myself. Nancilia had no choice but to step back. The Black Phoenix let out a furious and piercing cry. This scream, like billions of birds singing at once, produced sharp sonic waves like knives, piercing into the brain and capable of causing significant psychic harm. However, at this moment, a fierce and ferocious dragon fear erupted. The dragon's roar was 10 to 100 times stronger than the Black Phoenix's piercing cry, causing even the mighty Black Phoenix to momentarily falter and be briefly affected. The next second, the Demon King transformed into his dragon form. It had been a long time since Zhang Nu had fought in his dragon form. In his dragon state, he stretched 300 to 400 meters long, his size comparable to a mountain. In contrast, the Black Phoenix seemed like an old hen strutting before a grown man. The mere presence was not on the same level. Feeling a significant threat, the Black Phoenix unleashed a massive column of black fire. In response, Zhang Nu spat out a dense stream of thunder flame. The two forces collided mid-air, causing intense pressure that fractured the nearby ground. However, given the disparity in strength, the thunder flame pierced through the column of fire in the next second, hitting the Black Phoenix and penetrating its body before continuing to strike a mountain behind it, creating a massive hole in the mountain. The Black Phoenix's body shattered into a sky of flames, then reassembled the next second, seemingly unharmed and still fiercely attacking. "Know your place, beast," Zhang Nu commented as he activated the Eye of Domination, instantly taking control of the Black Phoenix's body and then pinning it to the ground with a stomp. Opening his mouth, he unleashed another attack. This time, what he released was not thunder flame, but ordinary dragon flame. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice a vast presence of evil god aura intertwined within the dragon flame. Realizing that ordinary attacks were insufficient to swiftly and efficiently kill the Black Phoenix, Zhang Nu activated his talent of the Source of Corruption, using his immense life force to create a large amount of corrupted blood. This attack was not so much about using dragon flame against the Black Phoenix as it was about using the corrupted blood. The dragon flame blasted onto the Black Phoenix, hardly causing any damage to it. As a top-tier fire elemental divine beast, the Black Phoenix undoubtedly possessed fire immunity not inferior to Zhang Nu's, and even an extremely strong fire absorption effect. Using pure fire attacks against the Black Phoenix not only failed to injure it but could potentially make it even stronger. However, once the corrupted blood infiltrated the Black Phoenix's body through the flame, it rapidly froze the undying divine fire within its body. The fragment of the evil god within Zhang Nu, the Source of Corruption, was an exceptionally unique existence. In terms of killing power, it definitely couldn't compare to the Eye of Death. In terms of controllability, it certainly couldn't match the Eye of Domination. But in terms of the ability to disgust and corrupt, the Source of Corruption was absolutely one of the top talents among all the corrupt divine gifts. Anything contaminated by it, whether it's spiritual energy, divine artifacts, or other special items, will lose their function. In other words, the Black Phoenix, caught completely unprepared and doused in corrupted blood, found its entire body, inside and out, contaminated by the powerful evil god aura, rendering all its abilities ineffective. The Black Phoenix realized something was wrong as the flames enveloping its body rapidly dissipated, eventually revealing its true feathers and body. But it was too late, it could no longer escape. Zhang Nu gathered another blast of thunder flame, and the Black Phoenix's body was directly blasted into pieces. Within the body of the Black Phoenix, there was still a large amount of undying divine fire, but this divine fire had been contaminated by the corrupted blood and thus couldn't function properly. Eventually, it didn't resurrect again. A few minutes later, Zhang Nu received a notification. You've slain the Black Phoenix. Gold plus 20 million. This notification confirmed that the troublesome divine beast had indeed been eliminated by him. Zhang Nu nodded in satisfaction. He extended a hand, and a myriad of blood mist was drawn out from the fragments of the Black Phoenix. This blood, filled with the aura of the corrupt god, was reabsorbed into Zhang Nu's body, replenishing the life force he had expended. As the corrupted blood was withdrawn, the suppressed undying divine fire began to function again. Countless flames were released from the fragments in all directions, converging in the middle and rapidly taking shape. Nancilia exclaimed, "No, Your Majesty, it's reviving again." Zhang Nu remained calm and did not intervene, stating, "No, this time it's different." The divine fire gathered to form a giant egg, a magnificent golden red, translucent egg with surging flames inside. Nancilia's eyes widened. "Is this a newly born phoenix egg?" Zhang Nu nodded. The Black Phoenix's consciousness has been erased, but its soul fragments, possessing a trace of divinity, will not completely perish. After being refined by the sacred divine fire, a new phoenix can be born. With that, Zhang Nu glanced at the giant egg, and the information about it appeared. Undying Phoenix Egg, Orange Grade High Quality. Description: this is an egg that can be carefully hatched, possessing strong life force and the potential to birth a powerful phoenix. A mythic class pet egg. This item was definitely worth a fortune. After the phoenix died, it burned itself to ashes, leaving behind only a pile of feathers. Each of these feathers was several tens of centimeters long, lustrous black, and emitted strong energy fluctuations, clearly very precious materials. Black Phoenix Feather, Orange Grade Low Quality Material. Zhang Nu didn't expect that the feathers left by the phoenix would all be epic grade materials, theoretically capable of being crafted into epic equipment. He stored all the feathers in his spatial ring. Unfortunately, even as a divine beast, the phoenix didn't drop anything like godhood. This was somewhat expected, though. While divine beasts possess some divinity, they are not true gods. Even Zhang Nu couldn't condense a godhood himself, so how could the Black Phoenix, being a weaker entity than him, manage to do so? He hadn't harbored much hope to begin with, so there wasn't much disappointment. Zhang Nu didn't immediately go back to meet with the ants, but instead took Nancilia, Zhang San, and Li Si to find the phoenix's nest. As expected, within the phoenix's nest, there were many precious materials. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all covered with a type of blood-red crystal. This crystal, similar in appearance to a coral-shaped crystal, was filled with rich life energy and bloodline power. Phoenix Blood Crystal, Orange Grade High Quality Material. Description: this rare material, formed from the phoenix's blood essence over tens of thousands of years, can be used to repair permanent injuries, stimulate one's bloodline potential power, or enhance it. These are some good items, Zhang Nu commented as he waved his hand, using his psychic power to instantly collect all the blood crystals in the cave. Phoenix blood crystals cannot be preserved for long periods. Without the continuous nourishment of a phoenix, their effects will gradually weaken, so it's best to use them as soon as possible. He asked Zhang San and Li Si to guard the area nearby and kept Nancilia in the cave. To the young elven king, the demon king said, "These crystals can greatly benefit you by activating the bloodline powers within you that have not yet fully awakened. Prepare yourself, and I will assist you in using these crystals." Nancilia was very expectant. "Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. But how should we do this?" The demon king seriously said, "You need to take off your clothes." Nancilia's face turned red. "Ah?" The demon king explained matter-of-factly, "Do you plan to eat all these blood crystals? They need to be absorbed directly through the body." Oh. Although the young elven king was somewhat embarrassed, her absolute trust and loyalty to the demon king meant she did not undergo much internal struggle before she removed her clothes. Zhang Nu couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Despite her youthful appearance, her body was incredibly perfect, like a work of art, filled with natural grace and feminine beauty. Without lingering, he took out 1/5 of the blood crystals, which was more than enough for the young elven king. Zhang Nu activated his dragon flame to melt the blood crystals into a mass of scorching, molten material. He controlled this substance to envelop Nancilia's body. Though the temperature of the melted blood crystals was extremely high, Nancilia, being a level 6 elven king, had a constitution and resistance strong enough to withstand this heat. The moment she was enveloped by the blood crystals, Nancilia could clearly feel her physique undergoing changes, absorbing the energy contained within the blood crystals like a sponge. At the same time, the dormant bloodline power within her, as if suddenly awakened, became extraordinarily active. Every cell, every organ, all her flesh released energy, allowing her to feel herself rapidly becoming stronger as new abilities, knowledge, and power emerged continuously. An invisible bottleneck was finally broken at this moment. Xiongnu closely monitored Nancilia's transformation. As he covered the young elven king's body with the molten blood crystals, the material quickly solidified, almost turning her into a statue. Meanwhile, the color of the crystalline shell began to fade rapidly, changing from deep red to blood red, and finally to a pale red, as all the substance and essence within were absorbed by Nancilia's body. After a few minutes, cracks started to appear on the surface of the crystal statue. A tremendously powerful aura was released from within. In the next moment, there was a violent explosion, and the entire statue shattered. Nancilia's body re-emerged into the air, enveloped in a layer of dreamlike aura, her waist-length silver hair dancing wildly, resembling the arrival of a goddess of nature, breathtakingly beautiful yet inspiring no lust. It was a success. Xiongnu looked at Nancilia, and her relevant information quickly surfaced. Elven Empress Nancilia, level 6 mythic unit. HP 15,400, MP 34,800, Strength 355, Agility 849, Constitution 615, Will 5024, Loyalty 99%. Skill, Elven Empress, Talent, Divine Tree Sanctuary, Talent, Goddess of Nature's Chosen, Talent, Saintess of Life, Talent, Omni-Magic, Talent, Elven Empress Aura, Talent, Empress's Elemental Covenant, Talent, Empress's Nature Pact, Talent, Starlight Shield, S rank, Elven Sealing Art, S rank, Elven Blessing Art, S rank, Elven Barrier, S rank, Nature Summoning, S rank, Supreme Teleportation, S rank, etc. Description: an elf empress blessed by the goddess of nature, possessing the potential to become a great empress, destined to make history and become a legendary figure among the elven race. Nancilia excitedly jumped in front of Xiongnu. My lord, I've succeeded, I've broken through the shackles of monarch. I seem to have become an elven emperor. Emperor level was undoubtedly a higher tier of existence, compared to king level. When the Jauntri tribe discovered Nancilia's great potential to become an elven king, they highly valued her and protected her to become the leader of the Jauntri city. Who could have thought that Nancilia would not only become an elven king but has now rightfully become an elven emperor? With Nancilia's current level 6 mythic strength, she can definitely compete with the succubus Queen Han Kursin, and has now become the second most powerful being after Han Kursin. Xiongnu was very satisfied. Well done, you didn't disappoint me. It seems that our trip here was not in vain. Nancilia quickly said, thank you, my lord, for giving me such a great opportunity. Otherwise, I don't know how much time and cost it would take to fully awaken my bloodline. To this, Xiongnu disagreed. In fact, even without the Phoenix blood crystal, he could have helped Nancilia level up using the Demon King's baptism. However, compared to the Demon King's baptism, the blood crystal not only stimulated potential but also strengthened the bloodline power, further increasing Nancilia's limit. Now it seems that the effect was very good, and the goal was easily achieved. Xiongnu said, you should put your clothes on first. Nancilia, still caught up in her excitement, only realized after hearing this that she had been without clothes. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly dressed herself. Let's go. Xiongnu led Nancilia and Zhang San and Li Si, who had been guarding outside, away from the phoenix nest and back to the forest of the Ents. When Gertrude saw Nancilia, the ancient Ent was in disbelief. You've actually made a breakthrough. How could this happen so quickly? Just a short while ago, this elven king was still just that, an elven king. But in just half a day, she had transformed into a genuine and majestic elven emperor. Nancilia proudly said, this is all thanks to the help of the Demon King. Now, I am no less than most of the elf emperors in the history of the Elven Empire. The Ents exchanged looks of astonishment. One of the Ent elders hurriedly asked, what about the Black Phoenix? Xiongnu took the phoenix egg out from the heart of space. It has been completely annihilated. This is the egg it left behind, with its mad spirit destroyed. Even if it is reborn, it will be a brand new phoenix. In other words, the black phoenix that threatened this place had been completely eradicated and would never appear again. The ants found it hard to believe. The black phoenix was incredibly powerful, almost impossible to kill. The ants had to use almost the entire tribe's strength to barely seal the divine beast away. For decades, the strength of the black phoenix hadn't changed. But this mysterious demon king, along with his 3 subordinates, managed to eliminate the black phoenix in less than half a day. What kind of power was this? Zhang Nu asked, have you made your decision? Nancilia immediately said, respected Ant King, do not hesitate. I guarantee with my honor that the Ents will not regret this choice. Ant King Gertrude said, if even the great and noble Elven Emperor has joined the Chaos Federation and commands the Ents to do the same, then we are willing to follow the ancient pact and become a part of the Chaos Federation. The Ents all knelt down, pledging their allegiance to the Demon King. At the same time, a message popped up. Ent King Gertrude has pledged allegiance to you along with 1105 Ents. Accept? Zhang Nu was very satisfied. These Ents were strong and could significantly enhance the power of the Chaos Federation. Without much thought, he accepted and promised the Ents, as long as the Ents are loyal to the Darkness City, the Darkness City will always have a place for the Ents. As soon as he finished speaking, another message appeared. You've conquered the ancient elven breeding ranch. You gained a gorgeous Stardust Diamond treasure chest. Was it that easy? This place was too easy to conquer. In reality, this area was not easy. Dealing with thousands of high-level Ents, even for Zhang Nu, would have required considerable effort. Now, thanks to Nancilia, there was no need to deal with these Ents, and they were directly recruited instead. Though this meant earning less gold, these living Ents were obviously more valuable than gold. Killing them all might earn 1 or 200 million gold, but recruiting so many units would cost at least 5 to 6 times that amount without even thinking about it. Thus, living Ents were more valuable.